Okay, welcome back to MetaFest. Today is June 20th. We're talking about RegenMeta days. Today we're going to be combining ReFi with DeSci. And to kick it off, we have Xavier and Lean. How's it going? Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks for joining. So can you introduce yourselves? Tell us a little bit more about what the Brussels DAO is doing, and please feel free to hop into your presentation.
Absolutely. You want to start, Lynn?
Sure. My name is Leen Schelvaart, live in Brussels, Schaarbeek, quite diverse part of town. And yeah, I'm part of quite a few DAOs, Alpha Climate DAO, a project, Regions Unite. And we are also working on a lot of projects in our neighborhoods, activating our neighbors to become active and rebuilding systems because we need that, a system change, and preferably not a climate change.
And I am Xavier. I also come from Belgium, based in Brussels. Used to live in the States. I spent 7 years in Silicon Valley working on different startups, Storyfy, then more recently Open Collective, and then moved to Brussels 4 years ago and working at the intersection of climate as a climate activist and technology. I'm passionate, and I do believe that technology is here to give citizens superpower to do things that only the only few 1% could actually do before. And so I'm really passionate about that, and this is exactly what kind of all of those things are all about.
And I don't have a technical background at all. On the contrary, I'm a facilitator. So my job in my world is all about creating human conversation. And although that might seem opposite in the first, and when you hear it first, like technology and human conversation, I think what drives us here is the system change and activating citizens, and we unite in that.
Because system change, we do need that, because just as a friendly reminder, as of today, we are still heading to extinction. Concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere keep going up, so we really need to do something about it. And through this, we also really want to invite all of you to think about whatever you're passionate about, whatever you'd like to do, what is the intersection of that and contributing to address what might be probably the most important issue for our generation right now. How are we going to reduce the threat of climate emergency and deep adaptation to it and all of that?
So yeah, we would like to invite you to take part in a mini quiz. If you go to menti.com and you enter the code, then it should be possible for you to answer some statements. So if you go to menti.com and you use the code 44123406, you are able to take part in a mini quiz. So we hope you are watching this at a very early hour. I've heard for many of you.
We like to do that to get a sense of the room. And usually when we do that presentation in real life, it's interesting to do what we call a spectrum line, where we will ask people to go on one side of the room if they think, in this case, like, where are you? If you feel like really globally connected, you will go all the way to the left of the room, for example. Or if you feel very rooted locally, you will go to the very right. But of course, it's a spectrum, right? You might feel like in between. And so we have a couple of questions here to ask you. So if you can go on that, so that we can do our online version of this visualization.
This is cool.
So here we go.
Yes.
Let's give this another 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The link is also going to be shared in the Discord. This is why you need to wake up early and attend live those presentations. You get to participate and influence how the presentation goes. And I'm going to do it myself, like right here, right now.
So at this moment, we see a lot of people vote on strongly globally connected, slightly rooted locally. A lot of people think that the contributors in their DAO are diverse, and us, not too many people talk about DAOs.
This is screen sharing, the ultimate version of it. Normally, if you participate in the squeeze, you also get to see the result. But for those of you who cannot see the result, there we are. Here we go.
All right. These links will stay open for a bit while we talk as well. Yeah, why do we think it's so important to root locally? We gotta say why do we think it's why it's important to root locally is that because if we stay rooted locally and if we talk to our neighbors and our citizens, we actually know what and why we need to build on a global level, on a global infrastructure. Because where DAO and Web3 is all about building this global infrastructure that we all can use to be as successful as possible, the technology that Xavier was talking about, it's very important to stay close to what exactly we need to build so that we don't end up in building products that nobody needs. This was very much part of the previous system, and we need to move on from that. So to change the world, we need to take our neighbors with us. And we started doing that, organizing play streets 2 years ago when we moved into Schaerbeek, into that new neighborhood. We were both new in that area, and we started organizing play streets to feel what the neighborhood needs and what the needs are of the kids and of the other parents in the street. All because we want to stay connected with real problems, not problems that we make up in our online bubbles.
Yeah, it reminds me when I used to live in Silicon Valley, where all of a sudden we saw emerging like all of those Uber for X, Y, and Z, which were basically about really solving the problems that people had in Silicon Valley, but that were increasingly disconnected from real-world problems. And it's a bit of a shame because technology can give us so much superpowers. So what about we use them for the world rather than for our own bubble? So then the question, of course, is for us, like, where do we want to be, right? Right now, especially during COVID, like we might feel like very well globally connected because we're all the time on our screens. But we also need to find the right balance with being rooted locally. And so that's why we are trying to do ourselves, to find the right balance between being globally connected but rooted locally. So with that, we wanted to share with you our story that started like Ethereum, as an infinite garden. We just happened to live in this street that we moved in like 2 years ago, and we have a garage, but we don't have a car. Because who needs a car in a city? Why do you need 2 tons or more than 1 ton to move around, just 60 kilograms? That makes no sense. We can do better. So we don't have a car. So we have an empty space that nobody can use in front. So we thought, like, why not putting a garden and invite all the neighbors to not deploy their EVM compatible code, but kind of just to plant other type of seeds, like real seeds, and in the garden. And so it became kind of a nice activity for the kids and other people in the street. And while the rest of the world was at a standstill, nature started blossoming. And that was beautiful. And it was great to see that happening.
Yeah, and then we continued with another garden. This is the building at the corner of our street, which has been empty for a couple of years, and there was another piece of that was not very clean. So we gathered the community again, and we started another garden right there. Here you see some more pictures of that.
And maybe just the first garden, by the way, we don't have the time here now to tell you the whole story, but we really invite you to look it up on Twitter, citizen_garden, because there's a whole story where actually the city took it away because it was forbidden. And then with neighbors, we went to pick it up as a SWAT team. And so we went through the city with it. It's kind of an interesting story.
Yeah, because this mini garden actually became a whole debate, a national debate in the newspaper even, on the use of public space and the privatizing the public space with cars, or can you put a community garden there, and which idea or which option has the preference here, right? A community garden or a box of metal. So yeah, and then this building at the corner of our street has been empty for a couple of years. So we put a post-it on the door, and we opened up this building for the community, for the neighbors, because there is a big need in dense cities for space. And we opened up this building as a neighborhood and a neighborhood community. It's called the Citizen Corner. The garden was called the Citizen Garden, so there's a bit of a theme there going.
Yeah, I can see a pattern.
Yeah. So yeah, since then we've been organizing regular activities in the Citizen Corner, like the monthly crypto meetups from DAO Brussels. Xavier is going to talk about that in a minute. And yeah, people assemblies, gatherings, the general assemblies of a lot of active citizen movements, local citizens initiatives in the neighborhood that use the space. We do yoga there, and of course, birthday parties for the neighborhood kids that can invite the whole class instead of just 3 people in their tiny living rooms, because Brussels really has very small housing, so space is really a big issue in Brussels.
So yeah, of course, invited. And the Citizen Corner, like the Citizen Garden, is basically a common, a space that is open for anyone to use. And so that's why kind of the tagline here is, what will you organize? How are you going to make use of this common, of whatever you want?
And in that way, the Citizen Corner, and that was already the case with the Citizen Garden Mini and with the Play Streets, is like, how do you contribute as a citizen to this building? It's not run by anyone. It's a collective, or in Web3 terms, it's a DAO. The building is a DAO. How do we contribute to that? And how do we manage that common infrastructure that is, in this case, a building? How do we run that together as a collective and relearn how to work together?
And so we took the opportunity of having this building now, this new common, to actually grow the community of crypto citizens in Brussels, right? Because we need more DAOs, we need more citizen DAOs, but for that, we first need to make sure that citizens are actually aware of what's going on. They can create their own crypto wallet and so on. So we do this Crypto Wednesday every first Wednesday of the month, where we meet, we learn from each other, and we onboard new citizens to Web3. Because it's really important to meet in person, right? Because we cannot really convince people over the internet, on social media. We are all in our different bubbles, and then there are all of those clickbaits, and crypto Web3 is burning the planet, and it's really bad, and it's full of scams, and all of those clickbaits. And so people don't dare to actually even try. But if you first create a human connection with somebody, if you befriend someone, if you realize that, oh, you're also into this other topic, you're also a father, a mother, you're also a tennis player, what, I don't know, then you can start building a connection, you can start building trust. And that's only then that you can start talking about something else that you are passionate about, Web3 in this case, and people can start learning because they trust you.
Here we have on one of the, that was not on a Wednesday, but on a Friday, doesn't matter. It's Rob Hopkins. Rob Hopkins wrote this amazing book called What If, where he invites everybody to dream of and to reinvent cities, and to dream of what active citizens could mean in changing the world and changing their cities. So he came to the Citizen Corner, and he gave a great lecture. It was also the opportunity for us to promote the SolarPunk NFT contests that we organized. We asked all creative citizens in Brussels to reimagine their cities, to reinvent and rethink what the cities could look like if it wasn't just all taken up by cars, if the space wasn't occupied by cars. Of course, massively inspired by the SolarPunk movement. And 25 creative citizens of Brussels took part in this contest. And you can see a couple of their imagining the city here. We did an exhibition in the Citizen Corner, and that was the winner, by the way, this one. The drawing was the winner. We had a couple of amazing experts as a jury also.
So it was a great opportunity to invite local artists to actually learn about crypto, learn how to create their wallet, how to mint NFTs. But then, of course, also it's about how, if we need system change and climate change, if we need a new renaissance, we also need an artistic renaissance. And there is no artistic renaissance without a new way to fund artists. So the question is, who is going to be the Medicis of this new renaissance? And the answer is actually all of us, citizens, coordinated thanks to those blockchains, right? And NFT is, of course, a key building block to that, because you cannot really criticize the hands that feed you. So how are we going to criticize the system that needs to change? So that's why we need all of this.
And then in May, just a couple of weeks ago, actually, we organized a conference, or a conversation, as we like to call it, called Regions Unite. Regions referring to regenerative culture. So the idea was to bring together everybody working on regenerative solutions, whether it be for yourself, whether it be for your community, or for the planet at large. Being very much inspired by the ReFi movement, but trying to make the umbrella just a tiny bit bigger. Because we are both very active in Extinction Rebellion, a grassroots climate initiative trying to ring the alarm bell. And we experienced ourselves that the solutions, the regenerative solutions being invented within those grassroots movements like Extinction Rebellion, were very alike the ideas and the solutions being brought up in Web3 and DAOs. They share the same values, and they rethink and reinvent systems in a very similar way, using books like Reinventing Organizations of Frédéric Laloux, for example, or Sociocracy, are both used as inspiring frameworks to get organized. So we thought, like, it's not about fighting each other on Web3 is a bad solution, or just ringing the alarm bell. That doesn't make any sense, right? What about we unite people here as humans on sharing values, and then start from there, so that we can nurture that critical mass that is growing and asking for system change. That is really what unites us, asking and working on a system change. So let's unite there. And we brought those people together on 19th and 20th of May. Were 2 beautiful days.
It was amazing. Yeah, it was great, because we realized that there is no silver bullet for system change and climate change. It's going to take a lot of different initiatives, a lot of different effort. And so we better not waste our time fighting each other, criticizing each other, right? We need to trust each other. But again, to trust each other, it starts with a conversation, and it starts with creating those spaces where we can bring neighbors together, but also people coming from different horizons, different backgrounds. We each have different superpowers. Let's find what unites us, and let's all fight together to make change happen.
And we made sure we curated the event in a way that we had a lot of Web3 people and DAO people, so to speak, but we also had a lot of climate activists, but also neighbors and people of very local initiatives that had never heard of Web3 and DAOs before, even not about the way we organize. So we facilitated and curated it in a very conscious way, in nurturing conversation and human connection.
So that's basically where we trying to find the balance between being globally connected with All for Climate and rooted locally. So we talked more about the rooted locally so far. So we don't have that much time, but we want to also talk about how we're connecting basically all of those events kind of and initiatives that are happening locally together with Regions Unite is one of that, but then All for Climate.earth is basically another way to bring all of those initiatives together.
Yeah, so All for Climate started 2.5 years ago in a very old school way as a non-profit. So we have a legal entity with statutes and a board, very old school. Because being part of a lot of those grassroots activist movements, we felt that they were all sharing a pain of having to go through the administration of starting a nonprofit. So we thought we need to solve this. So we need to create a common infrastructure for those active citizens, to enable them to be as successful as possible and to not have to deal with all this administration at the same time. It's stupid that they all have to open up their own bank account, right? And all have to do their taxes. Also, because of the nature of those collectives being very dynamic, you know what it's like working with volunteers. In DAOs, you have the same problem. People come, people go. you need one vehicle, one legal entity that is a background vehicle, and then all those movements can operate on top of that. Also, all of them had to go through the pain of applying for grants. So we solved that by first starting a old school nonprofit, and then now we have to hurry up a little bit. Yeah. So these are the collectives that we host. It's a lot of Fridays for Future chapters, the Greta Thunberg movement, but there is also a lot of Extinction Rebellion chapters and a lot of very local citizens initiative. Open Collective is the platform that we use so that all the collectives are decentralized and autonomous. So it's All for Climate started actually as a decentralized autonomous movement.
But on the old back office of using
Exactly.
legal entities, bank account, the old financial system, right? So we have all of those. So we are an open network. Since the beginning, it was an open network. But now, of course, the question is, how do we turn that into a DAO? And we have been through this journey already since last year, all about supporting each other. And basically, in the same way that we've been helping each other create those different initiatives like Citizen Garden, Extinction Rebellion, Fridays for Future, and so on, sharing a common infrastructure so that people don't have to invent the wheel. We are doing the same now with Web3, basically. So we have 160 collective, almost €1 million that have been raised so far, paying the bills of all of those activists, all of those projects. And now we are doing that with Gitcoin. So there is a Gitcoin climate category that we really invite you to participate and go check it out, because when you donate on Gitcoin, you have a massive leverage because there's a matching pool. And so every donation can be matched 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 100x even sometimes. And it really is of great help to identify the project that can really help us address the climate emergency.
Yeah, and with that, All for Climate has always been a bridge between grassroots citizens getting active and foundations. And now we find ourselves with All for Climate DAO again on how can we bridge the world of climate activism with the world of Web3 and open up and unblock the opportunities that are hiding in Web3, creating an economy, creating a token system that actually, and that's the mission of All for Climate, that actually rewards community work, because all those grassroots citizens and also the Citizen Corner, all those locally rooted collectives, they are all restoring the community that has been taken away by our governments and by the use of our public space. So we need to bring that community life back. We need to take ownership back of communities and reward the contributors. We have to put community life back to the center of our works or of our work and our life, and put that as our mindset. And we need to reward people for that. It cannot only be a hobby. We are at a climate emergency. It cannot be a hobby.
Yeah, we need to adapt to the climate emergency.
Adapt.
We need to adapt to this. There is deep adaptation required. And at the end of the day, when the shit hits the fan, the only thing that we still have is community, right? Community is immunity. So we really invite you to DAO all the things, right? DAO all the things like you already do today, globally connected, but also rooted locally. So think about what DAOs can you create in your neighborhood, and how can you join the movement really decentralized so that we can all rebuild resilience and address this climate emergency while remaining globally connected.
And with that, I think the floor is open for questions. We talked 4 minutes too much.
Thank you very much. I think that was a really cool presentation. I think one of the things that sparked some stuff for me was the community garden, that parking spot. You just know that the association of people are going to complain, like they need to put a car there, right, when it's giving back to the community. So that's just the old way of thinking. When I filled out the survey, I noticed too that I'm very global in my thinking, and I try and help locally, but it's hard to connect with the people in my community. How do I start finding people that are more like-minded around my local community if I am having trouble kind of connecting with people in my local community as it is?
Yeah, good question. I think there are many different ways. I think what really helped actually was the citizen garden, because once you do something in the public space, it's a great trigger for starting a conversation, right? Because the problem right now, we all have a different reality. We don't have a shared reality because your Facebook feed or your Twitter feed is different than mine. So we don't really have a shared sense of what's common. But the public space is very common. So if you start doing something in the public space, that can help. It could be citizen garden, but doesn't have to be. It could.
Yeah, what I also think is that you don't have to become a different person. You can go out there, just be you, and talk to somebody and ask, like, hey, what do we share as attention here? What does our street look like? Or what are the opportunities here? Or is there something, a problem that we can solve here in this street or in our community? Or I don't know, maybe you are a parent in a school, or maybe it doesn't really matter, like, but local, like, what is a problem that we can solve together? And then you start working together and you bring in yourself with your own personal solutions and just who you are, right? And that's the beauty of it. You search for something that unites you and you start working on that similar tension.
Otherwise, the old way of doing things could be also like just starting a meetup on meetup.com. It's still like very, very useful, very popular platform. And then otherwise, like one thing that we did as well is just putting like a WhatsApp QR code on our garage door, right? Creates making sure that you have a WhatsApp or equivalent, for your street or for your building, because opening a channel of communication is actually the starting point, right? Whether it's in the physical space or using WhatsApp, because then you start sharing and then you start identifying what is a common issue that we all share. And that's the starting point. Okay, let's unite to address that issue.
I think you also touched on an important point that I might not have considered before is visibility. Is by putting something in the public space, people are going to see it every day. It's not something that you necessarily need to be out there yelling or shouting at people, but they're going to walk by, they're going to see it. And that kind of visible engagement is going to draw people in the local stage where you don't have to be kind of putting out the message as much. So like something like a public library, like the book swaps, it's something that people see it, they kind of know what it is. They're public goods that people around the area are trusting that other people will use responsibly. So I really
it's
like
really
that.
bottom up. People decide for themselves to join. It's an invitation.
Very cool. Yeah, I think that's a big way that we can all kind of improve our messages both globally and locally is by, rather than trying to be louder or go to Twitter and get that message across, go to what the problem is that we want to help fix and just start fixing that problem so that everyone sees this is the problem, start fixing this.
It's super small. It can be at your doorstep. At your doorstep. It doesn't really have to be a big thing.
How do we think we're gonna change the world if we cannot change our streets?
If we think we don't own our streets, like seriously, yeah.
Right, and it starts with a conversation, identifying what unites us. What are the problems that we all share? And then let's use technology by all means, but to address those issues that we all share. And now technology becomes meaningful because it's a tool being used by humans to solve problems.
Super cool. What's the best way that people can kind of follow up with this conversation with you? So I see your Twitter here. Is the Twitter the best way to get in contact with you and learn more?
No, Twitter works.
Twitter is great. Yeah, those are our Twitter handle. Don't hesitate. DMs are open, and then also All for Climate DAO on Twitter, and then Brussels DAO on Twitter. I mean, everything is on Twitter, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff on Twitter these days. I kind of live on Discord myself. It's like hard to focus on everything. And I can only do like one or two platforms at a time before my brain starts to melt.
Yeah, over climate, regions, DAO Brussels, they're all also on Discord.
But it's really overwhelming, huh?
It's quite overwhelming, yeah, to Yeah.
So you can follow the announcement channel if that helps. But yeah, it's important also, like the way we do things matters as much as what we actually do. And I think it's important, maybe in the community there is a bit maybe too much a culture of trying to be online all the time, trying to be on top of everything, and it's very overwhelming. And if we truly want to build a regenerative future, actually it has to start with us, with ourselves, right? So we need to walk the walk and make sure that we also focus both locally and globally, but in a way that is sustainable and regenerative for ourselves.
For yourself, exactly. Like follow your own energies. There is no hurry, right? You just like feel deeply, like what is it actually that I want to do, or what do I feel the energy for, and just open up and see what emerges from that. Yeah, complexity only becomes a problem when you try to control it, right? So just be in it and you let yourself be taken away by the possibilities and the opportunities that rise.
Follow the flow.
Follow the flow.
Great. Thanks so much, Xavier and Lean. It was a pleasure to meet you both. So we have our next speaker here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you for having us.
Bye.
So we have DeSci World.
Yes.
Joshua, nice to meet you. How's it going?
Hey, yeah, really good to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So today we're talking all about regeneration and helping to improve things. Decentralized science is like critical to sharing information. Do you think you could tell people a little bit about who you are, and then feel free to jump into your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Lean and Xavier, they just left. Hopefully they see this message. I was going to say that I'm sure we'll be reaching out to each other because there's going to be this big crossover, I think, between ReFi and DeSci. Conservation requires science in order for it to be effective, right? So I think there's going to be this big sort of shift between the ReFi finances that come in, but then utilizing DeSci in order to make the regeneration happen. So I'll just briefly introduce myself. My name is Joshua. I'm the founder of DeSci World. I have been in a number of DAOs over the past 2 years, some that you might recognize. I have been in Harvest Finance, a DeFi protocol, since September 2020. In fact, last year at MetaFest, I presented Harvest Finance on this stage. I think it was Penguin. I think it was you that was hosting it as well. I also was the community lead for the Assange DAO, which, for better or worse, achieved its goal. So I'm very happy to have been a part of that. Maybe not so promising recently, but another story for another time. So yeah, I'm the founder of DeSci World, and I'm here today to talk to you guys about DeSci World. So DeSci World is a community infrastructure platform for DeSci, and DeSci is decentralized science. So in the same way that DeFi uses Web3 tooling, crypto, blockchain, decentralization in general to revolutionize finance, DeSci is doing the same, but with science. Now, this is a huge topic. Obviously, science is massively broad. It has all kinds of things, funding, publication, the research itself, the way you handle the data, the way you transfer the data. Science is a massive, massive field. So decentralizing it takes decades of work, no doubt. So what DeSci World is trying to do, rather than tackle a specific problem, is we're actually trying to just empower the entire space, right? DeSci World is trying to bring the de-scientist to the fore, to empower them with networks, with grants if they need so, with the sort of resources to carry out their potential for revolutionizing science, right? One of the big things in DeSci that we are DeSci World in particular, but the sentiment across the whole of DeSci is that gatekeeping within science is a big problem. It's very elitist culture on the surface and even underneath. It's like, if you want to get access to the best resources, the chances are you have to have been schooled in the best places, which, as we know, is largely a lottery depending on who you were born to or where you were born. So this idea that science belongs in the upper echelons of the elite is really, really dangerous. And depending on your belief systems, the past few years has begun to show a few cracks in this system. And decentralization is one potential remedy for fixing that. Penguin, did you understand what I meant by DeSci based off what I just said?
Yes, I did.
Good, cool. In that case, I'll move on. So I wanted to sort of show you a little bit about what DeSci World is trying to do. DeSci World has been in production for about 6 months, but we're actually doing a big sort of re-release, sort of new birth on the 1st of July, so in 10 days. In 10 days, we're going to launch our sort of revitalized product. We're going to relaunch our community infrastructure, and basically the fun starts on July 1st. So before that, what I want to do is give you guys a view of our website, just so you can see what it is we're about. It might make the next things that I say a bit more clear. So let me just share this quickly. Penguin, please tell me if the frame rate is bad, because I did adjust it, but I don't know if it's kind of gone back to its original settings.
Sure, I'll let you know.
Thanks. How are we looking?
Yeah, it looks fine.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, this is DeSci World. We had an old website, which was very different aesthetic. This is a complete rebrand, a complete UX redesign. But this front page, this landing page, just gives you a brief idea of what we're about. It gives you a nice high-level overview. Please, DeSci.world, go and view it yourself. That's the website. So you just scroll down here, get some information. And here, just going to briefly show you, you might have some interest in this. This is an NFT spotlight. This is one of our services, which I'll list, but this is one of our services. And this is basically to empower scientists through the use of NFTs. NFTs obviously are great for showing your visual data, showing your sort of artistic prowess, if it's somehow related to science. Obviously, this is a DeSci project, so everything's related in some way to science. And, you know, NFTs are used for fundraising, be it corporate fundraising, be it personal fundraising, be it fundraising for example, in the Assange DAO, we raised funds for a cause. Now, scientists in general are quite altruistic and tend to look for funds to raise for their projects, for their research, for some conservation target, for example. So what DeSci World is trying to do, alongside this in community infrastructure, is to have this NFT launchpad service for DeSci-based DAOs, DeSci-based projects to come along and help them to signal boost their NFTs, get as much attention to their NFTs as possible, get as much raise as possible. And the idea is that this will basically improve the NFT as a raise mechanic for the DeSci space, because anyone has tried to sell an NFT, it's quite hard. So, we're trying to make that easier for other people. Side note, DeSci World did try to sell an NFT. This is because the entire project was bootstrapped by my own personal funds. And we decided to do this in October when the market was nice. And obviously the last 6 months have been not the kind of time that you want to be funding a project. So we did the microbes NFT as a pre-seed mechanic. There's all kinds of great benefits about that, which I can tell you at some point maybe. But you feel free to go to the DeSci.world website and check that out if you want. But yeah, so this is our NFT. However, this is a spotlight for other NFTs. So anyone with a DeSci related NFT project, come to us. We help them with the launch contracts, the minting contracts. We help them with community building. We help them connect with artists, if you need artists, or just improve the project through our own network. So if you are a DeScientist and you're creating some kind of NFT project and you want a way to market it and get your name out there, please come and speak to DeSci.world. This is our roadmap. So our roadmap is being worked on more sort of succinctly, but I just want to briefly show you this end one, right? Q1 2023 marks the beginning of DeSci World's scaling ambitions. Now, I'm telling you this just because I want you to have an idea of what DeSci World might do at some point in the future, right? What we're trying to work towards. So we're thinking open DeSci World's first citizen laboratory, okay? Develop, integrate, and implement decentralized solutions for publishing, reviewing, reputation, academic reputation, for example, and more from the decentralized science community. So look, this is a pipe dream. We could open a citizen laboratory, but can you imagine, so you have an open space with the equipment required and the sort of legal safety requirements that you need to operate this laboratory, but people can actually just apply and come and you don't need certain connections, such as, you don't have to have gone to Harvard or Yale. You don't have to work in a university or be studying in a university. If you have in your own life got enough skill, talent, and interest to actually go and experiment on something, then that would be the idea. So this is just like a broad vision of what we're trying to go for. We're trying to decentralize this very, very closed, gated scientific community as much as possible. Some people might fear that and think, why would you want to decentralize something so important as science? For us, innovation is stifled through centralization in general, but especially in science, when we don't know everything. It's pretty obvious that we don't know everything, but we behave like we do. And especially when you start adding corporate interests and corporate domination of scientific interests, that's when the truth starts to become a bit skewed in many ways. And also just, we accept things to be fact because we build these ecosystems around the science that we accept. But when we realize that maybe the science is a bit outdated in some places, these infrastructures that we've built are corporate interests, right? And there's a reason that they can't be displaced, because it just ruins whatever the corporate interest is. And as we know, with the fossil fuel industry, for example, corporate interests win over everything. So, sorry. The first product, obviously, I just showed you one, is this NFT Launchpad. That's number one. Our principal product, our main product, however, is this. We're going to launch the app. Now, this is pre-launch viewing for you guys. So we're doing a lot of work on the UX sort of fixes and whatnot, but this is here for you to play around with before our official relaunch on July 1st. So this is a dashboard, and this is essentially an information aggregator for the whole of the DeSci space. So DeSci is rapidly evolving. It's very new. Lots of great projects coming in and doing all kinds of cool stuff. Some you may have heard of, flagship projects, and some you may never have heard of. So the idea is that DeSci World, you could come to here, be a part of our community and benefit yourself as a DeScientist, but also you can just come and use our free-to-use dashboard to understand what's actually happening in the whole of DeSci. So, it's very difficult to stay on Twitter all the time or stay on LinkedIn. Well, if you come here, you'll see this constantly updated table full of projects, DeSci projects that are innovating in the space. So the big ones that you might have heard of, flagship one here is VitaDAO. Lots of people know VitaDAO. So VitaDAO is quite unique in the DeSci space in that it has a token. Very few DeSci projects currently have tokens, and this just sort of shows how early the space is. So here, the VitaDAO logo, you get some information about VitaDAO, some clickable links, so you don't have to go and find them. They're all there for you. Contribution link, which links directly to their choice of contribution. For this is the DAO. White paper directly here, which is hosted. And direct interactions with their DAO proposals. VitaDAO, as you see, has a governance token, so it requires voting on their proposals. So you can directly interact with them here. Get some information about the token, see the price, directly go and get the best trading link, which they provided, which is CalSwap. Recent developments via their Twitter. Very, very simple, right? Again, this is very, very early iterations. We're constantly improving the process with feedback, but this is just an example of how a page might look. To give you another view, something like Genomes DAO, this is a very interesting one. So Genomes DAO essentially democratizes the sale of your biometric data. So you give your DNA to, I don't know, 23andMe or Ancestry.com. They take your data, they process it, then that's it. You don't get anything back until you get your piece of paper that says that you're related to someone in the past. Well, they actually take your genomic data, they sequence it. Maybe they sequence more than they give you the feedback for. So for example, you just get your sort of hereditary data, but they might get your genetic data, for example, whether or not you're prone to certain sicknesses or this sort of thing. And then they take that data and then they sell it. I always get this the wrong way around, but I believe Ancestry was just brought out by GSK, which is GlaxoSmithKline, a huge pharmaceutical company, majority stakeholders now at Ancestry. And the other one, 23andMe, are now majority owned by BlackRock and Vanguard Investments as a cooperative. So as you can see, this is your DNA. This is the founding, the building blocks of your body, of your entire being, and they are being sold to big business. So Genomes DAO is doing a fantastic job of sort of bringing that back. I'm not going to shill it too much because you should check it out. It's great, but basically you do your DNA kits, and then you keep your data, and then you have control of your data, and someone who wants to use your DNA, genomic data can pay you for it. Give the power back to yourself regarding your own DNA, as it should be. This is just a really good example of what DeSci can do, and highlighting some of the problems with the current system, corporate interests capturing science, which most people don't really understand. Like, I don't know anything about DNA sequencing. So for me to take the ancestry test is not that big of a deal. But thankfully I have people around me who warn me of these things, because it's not great. But yeah, again, you can see the token, directly interact with the DAO proposals here. So what I would recommend you do is go and take a look. Remember, please, this is early. So if you have any feedback on it, come to our Discord and tell us. The Discord is on the tabs here. You can find some links to those. Just want to briefly show you the NFT stuff again. So again, this is the NFT spotlight, which changes week on week depending on who's launching their project. And you can mint directly from our site here. So I'm just going to show you this. So this is our NFT, which you can directly mint from the site. Please go and do that and contribute. There's lots of great benefits for it. But yeah, so this would be, if you had your own NFT, this would be the minting page with some more sort of descriptions from the collection and maybe some updates about the unique features of your NFT. So we're actually collecting, we have about 3 or 4 projects in waiting. So once we launch, we'll be doing every week a new project for us to launch, for you to come and sort of get an idea of what NFTs are in DeSci, maybe buy one. So yeah, that's the very early stage of our platform. In terms of what more there is to come, we have a peer-to-peer research funding platform, which is currently being built. And this peer-to-peer research funding platform, essentially, in DeSci, there's lots of stuff being done for research funding and decentralizing the grants process. And most of it's done much more professionally and sort of like much more technically required in terms of reputations and whatnot. We're working on it so that we're trying to make it as free as possible while still being, having integrity. The idea is that we're trying to sort of allow a place for long tail research to be funded and to be executed on chain, with a real infrastructure, but still to kind of keep it nice and open. This is the idea. I want to ask Penguin, please, if there's any questions in the YouTube chat, please let me know, because I had a few friends who were asking me about DeSci World, and I told them to watch this today. So I wonder if they are going to be asking questions or not.
Sure, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. I know I've got plenty of questions as well. So yeah, I'll see if they've left any questions for you.
Okay, cool. So this is our product, and I'm just going to briefly describe to you our service, which is actually, like, in my opinion, the majority of what DeSci World is actually about. Is this community infrastructure that we're building. So this community infrastructure essentially will incentivize people to join DeSci World. Once you join DeSci World, you can essentially sign yourself up to be useful to other D-scientists. So we're basically using this community as a service model that DeSci World is creating. So we have our community, which we gather from all over the world, and we not necessarily train, but we sort of like, get everybody's interests aligned, get everybody to understand what tasks might be required of them. And then you register. And once you're registered, other projects, be it a DeSci project, be it a traditional science project, be it an individual who has a hypothesis that they want to check, they can come to DeSci World, and then they can essentially rent out our very highly qualified, well-trained, well-gathered, globally distributed scientific community to help them with their tasks. Some very simple examples would be if someone wanted to test different soils at different coastlines around the world, well, they could come to DeSci World, and we could have these verified members through proof of humanity or some other verification process who show that they live in areas by the beach at their respective countries, and they can essentially get paid to carry out this research by, for example, collecting the soil and sending it off to a particular location. These sorts of things. Very obviously highly experimental, but the idea is that DeSci World will become soon a fully decentralized DAO. Obviously, we have to do that slowly. I say DASAP, decentralize as soon as possible, but not straight away, because we don't want to wreck the whole project. But the idea is to go from what we are right now, which is incredibly centralized, to fully decentralized. And that would allow this sort of self-perpetuating community, right, where people come, they sign up, they get paid, and people come with service requirements, they sign up, and they get their service requirement fulfilled.
I think this is a perfect time to interject with the
Yeah.
question from YouTube. So, since scaling up failures, DeSci world is getting into the territory of citizen science. How do we ensure that some of the dangers related to DIY science are mitigated? And that was from YouTube.
Yeah, great question. So not that I'm trying to pass the buck here, but I want everybody to be aware that DeSci is a hugely collaborative space, just like DeFi is, right? You know, the DeFi building blocks, where you take someone else's project and you build on top of it, and then you build on top of it, or you take someone else's idea and you rehash it somehow. DeSci world is very focused on its community infrastructure, and we're very careful not to spread ourselves too thin. We are not going to launch this peer-to-peer research funding marketplace or even begin to think about a citizen laboratory until the tooling is in place, the decentralized tooling is in place for us to do so in a safe manner. So the citizen laboratory obviously is more pipe dream, so that's a bit more complex in terms of how you verify that. But bringing that back, abstracting that back to the peer-to-peer marketplace, it's a very similar concept. You'd have some form of on-chain academic identity, some form of on-chain reputation system. I mean, this could be as simple as Vitalik soulbound tokens. You send somebody a good review, it sits in their wallet. You send someone a bad review, it sits in their wallet. And then when someone comes to choose whether or not to fund your research or let you research their stuff, they can check your wallet and see if there's any of these good or bad reviews. It's a very, very simple system. But what I will say is that there are a number of DeSci projects right now working on this sort of verifiability of not just the person, but the research as well, taking it all the way back to source material. DeSci Labs is doing really great stuff with that. I don't know what stage of development I can talk about, but they're doing some really interesting stuff with backtracking and verifying research and researchers throughout the length of their career and also on each individual piece. So the idea is that we were going to wait, obviously, to allow, we don't want to put up a platform that allows dangerous DIY science to be done. You know, the idea is to be permissionless and decentralized, but we still want to maintain some integrity and keep the platform actually usable. So yeah, the idea is that the platform, the marketplace in particular, is being built, but won't be released until we have, if it is released, it will be guarded. So it won't be permissionless. It'll only be certain people can contribute until such a time that we have this infrastructure in place that allows us to actually do it safely.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I myself was extremely active in the sciences and studied bioinformatics and did genetic research and cancer diagnostic. So when people were sequencing their genome and stuff like that, I was always very, very hesitant as well because of them marketing and using our data. So it's awesome to hear you say that and hear about kind of the genome DAO. So I'll definitely learn more about that. What kind of science tools are being provided? Is it more like a tool generation or is it more data collection? Or is there kind of room for both?
So that question is the reason why we exist, because there's lots of stuff happening, but it's not so easy to find out what's actually happening. So some highlights are, for example, decentralized publishing, completely flipping the model of the publishing model. Those that don't know, typically, a scientist will apply for funding in order to get funding so they can sustain themselves whilst they do some research. Now, in order to get that funding, you tend to have to jump through certain hoops, unless your idea is great. But the majority of the time, the people giving you the funding tend to have their own sort of checks that you must adhere to, which means your research is basically being influenced by the money source. And then once you've done that, once you've done the research, which costs you time and effort, you then have to actually pay to publish your paper in most academic journals. For example, Nature is about $10,000 per publication. So if you're trying to do this independently, that's another $10,000 that you must pay. So most people don't do it independently. They do it through some kind of granting association, which again has these narratives that they're trying to push from their own, be it good or bad. You know, it's not independent research. And then obviously you have to pay to use the services. If you try to use JSTOR or whatever, like, it's very expensive. So the idea for the publishing, for example, is to flip that on its head, so that the researcher basically gets paid to do research and to publish through all kinds of incentive mechanisms. you can picture the more views you get on YouTube, the more money you get. Very similar sort of thing. So that's one good example, the publishing. Obviously, the research grant funding, you can look at VitaDAO. They're doing decentralized grant funding. They're also doing decentralized IP NFTs, which essentially allows you to leverage your own research IP, but via NFTs, via the blockchain. All kinds of stuff doing on like the sort of foundational levels of DeSci. So the next presenter, Eugene, will tell you all about Scurf, and that's a really interesting way of how they're basically using the blockchain to do these researches. Other products, like I said, the DeSci Lab product, please go and check out their early stage reveal at ETH Amsterdam or DeSci Amsterdam. Really fantastic piece of kit. Long story short, PDF viewer that allows you to basically verify all of your sources, because all of these sources that you view tend to be PDFs. This is a PDF viewer that has a built-in verification module for all the levels of it. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, that sounds like a super, super cool tool. Talking about like kind of flipping the model on its head, what about kind of clinical trials? Right now, that's like one of the most difficult part for software as a medical device, as well as like actual like drug discovery and science, personalized medicine.
Mm-hmm.
How can we, rather than companies kind of having to go out and find people for the clinical trials, is there a way that the kind of communities can kind of build their clinical trials and panels ahead of time as well?
Yeah, it's an interesting point. So I don't know so much about clinical trials, so I don't want to comment too much on that. But the concept of building your own trial group and then exporting that first is essentially, in a way, kind of what DeSci World is trying to do, right? The clinical trials is a bit more sensitive because it requires sort of like literal, it's your health. But this sort of like focus group or trial group formation in a decentralized manner, which can then be leveraged by companies that want to use these people, is something that DeSci World is actually working on right now, which is creating these groups of decentralized people for a particular scientific purpose, which an external scientific company will then come and pay for the service. They get paid for it, it's decentralized, and the company gets a nice focus group from not just a random distribution of people within a small county, but a random distribution of people from around the world, or a focused distribution if they need particular types of people who are signed up to our service, for example.
It also completely eliminates a lot of the HIPAA risk for companies, right? So it should make the data more usable, both for publishing as well as for security and liability reasons. Can you talk a little bit about the dangers of HIPAA for anyone that doesn't know about those?
No, I don't feel comfortable personally talking about that, just because I don't want to sort of like say something in the next 2 minutes that doesn't actually fly. So if you don't mind, I'm going to skip that question.
Okay. Yeah, I will give my own personal experience as a developer working in the healthcare industry and say that public health information is vitally important, that it is stored both in software and in transit and encrypted. And, obviously anyone's health information is protected, and, it's very dangerous and costly if it gets out. So, yeah, definitely something to consider.
I mean, like cryptography obviously lends itself very nicely to this encrypted data transfers, and obviously all kinds of great data storage solutions. Protocol Labs, for example, are doing all kinds of awesome stuff with IPFS and whatnot. At the DeSci conference in ETH Amsterdam, there were some attendants who did discuss this, but there's the decentralized storage solutions that we're building right now are the same for DeSci and the same for DeFi. It's this IPFS-esque type thing.
Very cool. Well, definitely sounds like there's going to be a lot more emerging in this in the coming years. So thank you so much for lending a platform for others to jump in and contribute to science in a way that is not coercive, is not prescriptive, and kind of really builds towards public goods for science. So thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. Can I just put out a call to action for people listening?
Yep, that was going to be my next thing. Please let people know how they can follow up and a little bit more about where your socials are.
Great, thanks. So please, the main platform is obviously our Discord. We're doing a lot of stuff through the Discord. Follow us on Twitter, which is @DeSciWorld. Please visit the DeSci.world website where you can find our Twitter and our Discord. There's all kinds of documentation that you can view to get some more information. But when you're at the Discord, say hi in the hi channel and one of us will talk to you. And yeah, I hope that you will all pay attention to us for the July 1st launch, because that's when we're going to go with a big sort of bang.
Awesome. Sweet. I'll look forward to it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay. Next up, we have Eugene talking about Smart Research Forum. We heard a little intro from our current guest, but I'm looking forward to hearing from Eugene personally. I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that Gitcoin round 14 is still going on for 3 more days. So until the 23rd, make sure that you donate to any causes that are available and resonate with you. There are a lot of amazing causes supporting ReFi, DeSci, Meta, DAOs, and all kinds of other public goods. So yeah, definitely check out Gitcoin grants until the 23rd. Next up, we have Eugene. Hey, Eugene, how's it going?
Going well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. So we got a preview of a name called SCURF. I see today we're talking about Smart Contract Research Forum. Is SCURF the acronym?
Yes. Yeah. We now much prefer SCURF because we realize when we actively introduce ourselves as the Smart Contract Research Forum, people's first question is, so what part of smart contracts are you researching? We're like, well, we do a lot more than that. And yeah. So it starts getting confusing real quick. And yeah, so we're overall Web3 focused and we love going with SCURF.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely excited to hear more about the SCURF. Can you please introduce yourselves and then feel free to hop into your presentation?
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. So hi, everyone. A pleasure to be here and excited to get to be part of MetaFest. My name is Eugene Leventhal. I'm the head of operations and outreach at the Smart Contract Research Forum, or SCURF, as we were just saying. We're a grant-funded org, and I'll tell you all about that. My own personal background is I did finance and psychology undergrad, spent 7 years in the corporate world around professional services for the finance industry. Took me 7 years to realize that's not my cup of tea. And then I ended up transitioning back to go to grad school. And in 2016 was when I went down the Bitcoin blockchain rabbit hole. And the part that got me most excited was specifically governance and how can you use DAOs as ways of getting people together and coordinated. This was around the time the DAO was happening. And myself and a few other folks, we worked on a project called EduDAO, not the one that launched last year, but it was a different EduDAO that started in 2016. And so, yeah, that was a really fun trying to work on a DAO project back then. Very different time than where we're at now. But yeah, if anyone ever wants to chat about any of that, more than happy to. But I know the goal of today's presentation is to run through a little bit about SCURF and specifically this concept of decentralized research centers, which is something that is getting me really excited at the moment from the perspective of really thinking about how can we use Web3 and just the thinking and ethos around decentralization to recreate different kinds of knowledge ecosystems, or how do we bring together all of the relevant networks to have really focused areas of impact. So hopefully my slides are showing, and I'm just going to keep talking unless someone jumps in and tell me they're not. Perfect.
You're good.
Yep, they're up. Great. Cool. So yeah, today I'll talk a little bit about SCURF and impact networks, talk about kind of research networks and what I'm calling knowledge ecosystems, and then I'll give some concrete examples around that. So at a very high level, SCURF's mission is to advance research focusing on the Web3 space. And what that overall entails is trying to think through what are all the ways that we could bring together researchers, which you'll see a lot of the time gets tossed around as academia here, and builders or industry. And there are some gray areas in between. So I think we're going to transition away from just purely academia and industry to more of the researcher builder model. But pretty much how can we bring together this ecosystem of people producing research who want to get it amplified, who want to get access to industry and be able to collaborate more with people who are turning, research problems into engineering problems? And how do we create tighter feedback loops between the people generating knowledge, interacting with it, trying to build it, and then wanting to go research more components around it? So for us, the starting point at SCURF was research discoverability, or the idea of there is a large body of work that already exists in terms of, the collective knowledge of research that might be out there broadly. And then if you think about the amount that actually gets applied by people who are dealing with engineering problems, who have, funding pressures, who have all kinds of different aspects in the reality of their environment, your average CTO at a DeFi or any Web3 Regen, pick an area, but any Web3 topic area, we theoretically should all be reading a lot more of the research that comes out, but there's only so many hours in a day. So how can we use our forum and research summary grants, which is grants where we incentivize people to write about their research on our forum? How can we use that as a structure to help with research discoverability for the space, to make it more accessible for people to understand what's your actual point in this 60-page dense academic paper on cryptography or governance or scaling or security or whatever other core research domain area? And so when thinking about that element of research discoverability, right, there's how do we capture knowledge, and knowledge here really being, how do we capture research discussions in writing and find ways to disseminate it? Because there's the element of pure amplification. So someone just put a great idea out there, and how do we get that idea to more people? But again, as I was just mentioning with things like research summary grants, it's, well, how do we take a 60-page paper and incentivize someone to create a 4-page, more digestible overview of that paper and use our forum as a way of disseminating it? And so on this slide, I kind of just break out some thinking of how do we kind of capture some of the research content that's already out there, and what are the ways that we're trying to intentionally disseminate it. So on the capture side, as mentioned, we have research summary grants. We have direct, this is a grant that we're starting, these two we're starting to grow more. Research support is us directly funding research, because we mostly, again, are focused on research discoverability. How do we just use our forum as this moderated place for long tail discussion around research and to build a healthy, thriving community around that? But now we're actually starting to, I want to say we've funded in the 10 to 15 range in terms of overall projects so far. So this is still on the early days side for us, but still just exciting to get to support some great researchers in the space, especially independent researchers. So not just structured academic teams, but how do we actually support independent researchers as well? And then thinking through, right, there are a lot of existing networks around research. How do we bring them together, add all the value that we can? And then on the dissemination side, we have our forum, we have our GitHub, we have our Discord and community where we actually try to engage more discussion around. We have regular community calls where next week, say, we're actually going to have David Ehrlichman, who's the author of Impact Networks, but he's going to be presenting, and we're specifically going to be talking about the idea of impact networks in the context of SCURF and what we're trying to do, which is actually something I'll bring up a little more today, because the way that David frames the idea of impact networks really helps crystallize a lot of what we were trying to figure out, how we want to go about things. And we're still in the process of kind of framing around that. And so SCURF in general kind of has a couple different buckets to it. We have our content. So if you go to smartcontractresearch.org, that's kind of that's our forum, right? I'm sure everyone here will recognize it's just a discourse instance. But we have what hits our forum. We have a team of moderators. We have our community. We have our onboarding structure. We have the actual humans around the content in the forum, and how do we get them engaging and collaborating? And also this team is overseeing, making sure that whatever's hitting the forum is appropriate from a research perspective, right? If we just have someone hop in and start shilling their project, we're just going to take that down, because our focus is not markets, not prices, etc. Our focus is research. So we want to always make sure that whatever topics are being covered does have that angle. And so engagement is all about, as the name implies, engaging with it, building community around it. How do you get those long tail discussions going from the one-time posts on the forum? How do we let the world outside of SCRF via our discovery function hear about what's going on? How do we push ideas out into the world about what's happening at SCRF? Outreach is then trying to pull in strategic partnerships and organize events and focused convenings. And operations is sort of the foundation or layer or wrapper around all of that, making it possible. And so the way I think about SCRF very much is that we are trying to build this sort of single layer of activity, community, funding opportunity, research discussion, et cetera, across any Web3 domain. So whether you're interested in cryptography and want to talk to governance people or go into your domain or whatever version of just being able to interact around research, we very much want the SCRF forum and community to be able to provide that kind of value to researchers. And we see our forum as kind of a connective thread between these different topics potentially. I'll add a little more about this as we go, but the idea of SCRF is not just saying, hey, researchers, be aware of each other's stuff, right? We're trying to add in much more nuance. What is the community layer? What kind of media and advocacy might need to be in place? Are there educational pathways? How do we coordinate funding? All of these elements. So our starting point has been this kind of layer across research areas and really trying to expand from there now. So I wanted to take a quick detour on the impact network side. And I'm sure everyone here has just heard of, general ideas of networks and, interconnected groups or systems. And, these networks can kind of exist on obviously the biological level. Humans generally naturally organized in some kind of network, right? If it's all about coordination happens between parties. The set of parties is a network, right? Groups that constantly bring themselves into focused or extended groups of people that can be argued to be networks. But those aren't the only ones, right? We have technical networks that are built and different kinds of social and biological networks that can be explored. But given the limited time today, we won't go in too much of a tangent there. But this is a quote from David's book, Impact Network. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend it. I think it is an awesome, awesome book. Please feel free to join our community call next week. Feel free to DM me on Discord or Twitter if you want to learn more information about it. And we'll generally be tweeting about it. But the punchline here is that the way David defines and talks about impact networks, it's this sort of mix of community and organization. How do you have the operational efficiency of an organization with the heart and soul of a community? Right. And I'm not going to read the quote. Y'all can read it. But right. How do we combine these factors from each side? How do we use the best of both worlds, so to say, while recognizing, especially in this world of decentralization, I know a lot of folks are in the DAO space and playing around and contributing to a ton of DAOs. Right. How do we actually use this mode of decentralization while adding some kind of element of operational efficiency and intentional community to really maximize the kind of productive outputs that we can collectively have? And as we kind of go through this presentation, I think with, we just mentioned that definition of impact networks, but I also think it's important to point out that for networks, right, different kind of networks are going to be effective at different kind of scales. So it's not to say that, hey, a research network inherently must bring together certain type of parties or be of a certain size. That's just not how it works. So the effective scale size of the network will be variable, and it's definitely not a fixed thing. And the other thing, right, and when I say a research network, I don't mean to imply that there is a single ubiquitous network of all of the research people in a single domain. We're really talking a lot about networks of networks here. So the whole idea of a decentralized research center is to try to create very focused impact networks, or a series of impact networks potentially. And that's part of what I actually want to discuss with David. But to pretty much bring together all of the relevant networks that you need to form a knowledge ecosystem. What is a knowledge ecosystem, you ask? It consists of 4 layers as I'm defining it. And I really don't like the naming of intellectual layer, but I don't know what else to call it yet. If you have ideas, please let me know. But you have the intellectual layer of networks, community layer of networks, operational, and funding. And to just visualize that, right? So you have these 4 kind of layers that are brought together by a single culture that is either emergent or intentional, and realistically a little bit of both probably. So let's dig into what these actually mean in a little more detail. Right. So the intellectual layer, as I'm pointing it out here, I'm defining that as any of the relevant research networks, any of the review networks and any of the publication networks, right? And you can see this is kind of the layer. These are the networks within that layer, and these are the outputs per network, right? And yeah, there's a lot more to be dug in here, so I'll keep it at a high level. But again, I'll leave some time for Q&A, so please feel free to ask any questions here if you will be interested after. But so there are these kind of 4 buckets. On the social side, it's kind of that community layer. So how do we actually get humans to want to be together more, to dig into whatever's coming out of these intellectual layers, right? We're at SCURF, we're primarily concerned about the research. So how do we build community around research? How do we build communication layers around the research? How do we eventually create more learning pathways so that there's more people who could be researchers? How do we both ourselves provide funding for some of these activities, but also very importantly in the long run, how can we actually be kind of a research funding coordinator as a public good, right? Because a lot of what we're doing is exploring what are the series of public goods necessary to improve research ecosystems, to truly make them decentralized. And decentralized in the sense of the researchers really getting to be more of the decision makers of how funding goes and making sure they own all their IP and things in that direction. So, right now it's a very interesting funding landscape in Web3 in the research direction. And I'm even leaving the last couple of weeks of the market aside, but there's still a lot of room for change and growth there. So we're just excited to see how we can collaborate with others and be part of that and co-fund opportunities around research. And very importantly, and one that I think that I'm very excited to explore in more detail is sort of an operational layer as a public good. So what does that actually mean to produce frameworks and processes and dedicate project managers and all these things as a good for an ecosystem, not just for your organizational benefit? Because the operational layer very rarely exists on that communal basis, with one great exception being, I guess, open source infrastructure, right? That's where kind of operational infrastructure was emergent. But to actually have top down of like, hey, we're structuring a thing and we're giving away to the space from a pure ops perspective, I would love to hear more examples if anyone is aware of them, because I have been struggling to find them. And so now I kind of want to talk a little bit about operationalizing one of these knowledge ecosystems, because for me, the operationalization of that collection of theoretical networks is what a DRC or a decentralized research center is meant to be. And so when you want to operationalize something like this, it's important to talk about the scale, what topic, who's doing it, the funding, and to bring together all of these various networks that I was just outlining above. And so let me give you an actual example, because all of this has just been theoretical so far. And this QR code, in case you're wondering, is to a DAO Research Hub, which is DAO Research Hub Telegram group, where we're slowly just capturing anything that's coming up out of this, because MetaGov, DAO Research Collective, and SCURF, we all came together at Global Governance Gathering to do a bit of a DAO therapy session and get pain points from folks in industry on DAOs and governance. And now we're talking to a few universities about potentially funding, postdocs and fellows. And we're talking to all of the existing research networks around DAOs and governance that we're aware of. And if you're, I don't know how much time y'all have spent across or in any of these 3 orgs, but we have a reasonable landscape of connections amongst active research and governance, And so, thinking how do we actually bring all these together, support with more funding, and really support with that operations layer, including a new role that we're trying out called community cross-pollination. So what does it actually mean for someone to effectively transfer knowledge between communities, and what is the process of doing that? So the DAO Research Hub is the first of these decentralized research centers that SCURF is trying to work on. And we are initially seeding some of the very small level activity of just providing some operational support and maybe funding a few students. But the 3 of us are actually working, and perfect timing with the markets, we're working on seeking some dedicated funding to actually build out a more robust inter-university research network that can be this kind of connective thread between all folks in industry who might want to give their data to researchers or collaborate with academic researchers, and how to have more universities collaborating on this, because we're definitely hearing a lot more academics starting to think about DAO research more formally. So it seems like now is almost the perfect time to start formalizing some of this. And if anyone will be at the Stanford Blockchain Conference or Blockchain of Science Conference, we're kind of finalizing details, but it looks like on September 1st, we're going to do a joint DAO event there. But anyway, yeah, let me just quickly wrap this up and open up to Q&A. So again, these kind of cross-domain knowledge network layer, that's what I've been defining in sort of a genericized way, what Scurf is trying to do, build all of these different components to it. And so that has really been our focus so far, is building that as the foundation. And so, we're actively doing this. This is our core bread and butter. This is our primary focus. But on top of that experiment, right, and these green areas are just areas where we're actively doing something. We're thinking about the landscape of changing publication, but we are, happy to delve into that more later, or if anyone has questions about it. But basically, we're just observing what's happening on the publication side, because for us, it's very important to have this kind of, regardless of whether or not you're publishing, we want there to be a network. And we want to say, regardless of whether or not you're pushing to a formal conference or journal, we want to make sure that people have some kind of apparatus to improve their research quality. So this is an experiment we're actively running. Happy to share more color about it. And if anyone's going to ETHCC, we'll be chatting a little more about what we're working on specifically there. But the thinking is, right, you have this cross-domain knowledge network layer as a foundation upon which there are going to be different versions. And I don't think there's going to be a single peer review structure or a single publication structure, right? These will both be their own landscapes. But we want this to be kind of a foundational consolidation layer across everything that's coming up on top. And that's where we're starting to build this DAO Research Hub, which again brings together all of those different network layers that I presented earlier for a knowledge ecosystem, and brings it together specifically for DAOs and governance. And so from the Scurf perspective, we're very excited to try to templatize the approach here. And what are all the things and the ingredients and steps that need to be taken and brought together to be able to build a decentralized research center in a single topic area? Because Scurf is not just about governance and DAO research, we're about Web3 research. And so we want to then launch a security decentralized research center and a cryptography one, and keep doing this for every single core research domain area. So if anyone here is very excited by these ideas and you're active in any of core research area of Web3, we don't want to be doing this alone, because we think the only way these decentralized research centers genuinely benefit the ecosystem is if all of the relevant players come together to build them out. So we're very excited to kind of be one of these conveners around research. And I already mentioned some of the elements of what is specific value add we're providing with the DAO Research Hub. These are all topics we're already thinking of for future decentralized research centers. And I will not be shocked if this list ends up expanding with time, but that's already more than enough for the next few years. And there's a tremendous amount of open questions around this, right? We are not pretending that we have figured out or solved the problem, or, our pathway is the one that solves research or fixes science, or, right? We're not going to be that braggadocious to think that that is feasible alone. So there's a tremendous amount of open questions. Our big thinking is, how do we provide shared resources? How do we go about building all of this as a public good? None of what we're doing is intended to be monetized. We have no desire to launch tokens around any of this, because we really just want these to be open public goods. And so we don't know the answers to these questions yet, and we're very excited to work with more folks to figure out what this can actually look like. So if this is of interest to anyone, please feel free to reach out to myself. Fotis or Unipup, in the metagame community is also involved in Scurf. Feel free to reach out to him at any point if you have any questions. Just feel free to hit me up on Twitter, us at the Scurf level. This is our Discord. I want to make sure to leave at least, 7-ish minutes for questions. So I will stop there. And I don't know if would questions come in through chat, or is there any way I can see them, or do I have to hop in the Discord because I closed it out while I was presenting? All right, let me just quickly open up. So let me stop sharing for now. I'm happy to take questions. Sorry, I closed Discord while I was presenting.
No worries. So, I really love what you're talking about. I think that the networks and kind of the information, the way you presented it, really gave me a lot of insight into basically how all DAOs work. I think even just the way that the decentralized network kind of compressed the 6 into 4 because kind of social kind of got compressed instead of some media learning became one and community. But I think having a place where the research and review can help to define and support like this knowledge ecosystem, yeah, it will really help kind of define and get information out there. Can you talk a little bit more about like publication and like peer review structure and how that kind of fits into decentralized information?
Yeah, so the way we're approaching the peer review experiment that we're working on, right? Because how does, I guess, yeah, because I made some assumptions of everyone being on the same page about it, given the time constrained presentation. So I guess, right, with something like peer review, what does peer review actually mean and where does it exist? So the whole idea of peer review, and if anyone is, really wants to go down a rabbit hole, Darren Zhu from atoms.org, he presented an awesome presentation at DeSci Berlin in late May on kind of the history of peer review. Which, yeah, just provides great color if you want to go down a rabbit hole there. But anyway, so basically, right, any publication, whether it's Nature or ACM or whatever else, right, what does publication mean? It's formal journals, formal academic journals, or it's formal academic conferences. And both of those have a peer review function attached to them. So I would actually argue that in the current landscape of science, at least in the United States, review and publication are actually a single network, because there is no one that just provides open review for anyone who wants it. You have your friends and colleagues who you can ask, but when you're ready, you apply to conference X and they review your stuff. And why are they reviewing it? Because they effectively want to know, is your stuff up to par for their conference, right? Are they willing to, pretty much standard editor, right? Like, are they willing to have their name associated with your work, kind of thing? And if you look into the actual publishing industry and the specifics of their business model and everything else, a lot of red flags start coming up with the fact that no one is paid to do review. Everyone is pretty much paid by their university salaries. People are expected to contribute as a good. Scientists sometimes have to pay to get their stuff published, even though like they don't have an alternative function available to them. Just universities cover it if you're at a university. But yeah, it's a very interesting mess of a system that can be reasonably argued exists in its current form to keep existing in its current form, not for the actual betterment and advancement of science. And that's where, for us, we want to kind of see there's already an evolving landscape of publications. So there's informal publications. I know like the Talent DAO crew is trying to launch a journal of decentralized work. There's already a lot of cool stuff happening on the, hey, you have an idea, here's the formal endpoint of where you need to push it out, right? And Scurf's whole existence is, we don't care where you are on that publication journey. We're a place where you come hang out to talk research. Are you just starting it? Are you getting ready to publish? Did you already publish? We don't care. We want to just nerd out with anyone who wants to nerd out on core research topics. So that's kind of why we don't want to take a stab at any specific part of the publication landscape, is because we do not want to unintentionally kind of create judgments and push a certain idea top down that does not need to be there. We'd much rather try to have create the environment for some kind of emergent landscape to exist. So on the peer review side, what we're starting to do there, we have a whole peer review experiment that we're setting up. We have all of our documentation on GitHub, but the thinking there is, well, how do we actually start to pay people to review independent people's research that is not getting pushed to a formal conference or publication? Right? So someone that just says like, hey, I thought of an idea, and before I start engineering it for my DAO, what if I actually had a place to go check in and apply to be like, hey, can I just get feedback on this from people? And right, we are actually directly incentivizing. So for this first experiment, we're actually going to be paying 500 DAI per review for someone to go through, fully read a paper and provide some criticism to it, and do all, or not criticism, constructive feedback, excuse me, to hopefully help the paper advance. And we hope that doing it in this kind of open fashion will also slowly contribute to some of the existing trends in meta research and open science about just keeping science more transparent and accountable, and trying to align the incentives in a way where we all want to collaborate on the biggest problems, and not as much where we are kind of bottlenecked and focused on our existing incentives of publish or perish. And
yeah. When you get in, make sure to leave this room. All right?
All righty. So yeah, hopefully that answered that aspect of it. And I know we're just about hitting time, so I feel like that might be a good place to sign off. And yeah, if anyone else does have any other questions, yeah, please feel free to hop into our Discord, or you could find me on Twitter or Discord directly and DM me. I am in the I'm not active in metagame, but I am in that Discord, so feel free to find me in there. I'm just Eugene.
Can you give people your Twitter and the website or place that they should follow up?
Yeah, sure. So my Twitter is bbts1. I just dropped that in chat here, and let me know if there's a better place to drop it. That is my direct Discord, and I will quickly drop the invite link to the Scurf Discord. And great. Yeah, those are all links you can find me at.
Thank you. I will add these to the MetaFest general chat.
Perfect. Well, yeah, thank you so much for moderating the conversation, and thanks y'all for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying MetaFest, and yeah, have a wonderful rest of your Monday.
Thanks, Eugene. See you later.
Everyone.
So next up we have Nathan. How's it going, Nathan? Are you there? Can you hear me, Nathan?
Yep, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. You are a little low. I do not see you yet.
Yep, one moment. There we go.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's good. Today's a good day. We're talking all about rebuilding the world, making research more open and information and more available to people. I believe is your topic onboarding meta governance through the metaverse?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
I was to heal about like which day it should be because I can spin it so that it's more on the refi side, but it's definitely about looking at how to create one of the most important organizational tools that we have right now, which is DAOs. So I guess that's pretty refi.
Awesome. Well, yeah, please introduce yourself so people know who you are, and feel free to jump into your presentation.
Awesome. So yeah, my name is Nathan Vandy. I'm currently leading a project called Onboard, where we are helping DAOs with growth and governance by creating onboarding paths into their communities and using like metaverse features to do so. And also, I'm working on a PhD right now, which is called Blockchain Governance, and it's with the University of Paris in collaboration with Harvard University. And the goal there is to analyze both legal and governance primitives to see how they can support both private and public institutions. So, yeah, as part of my PhD, I'm also building Onboard because it's a governance primitive that supports private institutions. And I'm doing like a lot of research into how we can make sure that it's ethical and how to utilize the metaverse as well for DAOs.
I'm sorry. Did you ask me something?
Oh no! Do I just fly?
Yeah. You got 30 minutes, my friend.
Okay. Because yeah, I thought it was like a little Q&A at the beginning, but I'll just kick off then. I'll start by sharing my screen. So please tell me once that's being done.
I'm not seeing it yet.
No. About now?
Okay, I see screen share now. Yes.
Perfect. So meta governance through the metaverse. This is just a little slide deck to help transition the discussion. A lot of it will be oral, but welcome to my slide deck on meta governance through the metaverse. I know that it seems quite buzzwordy, but you'll understand why I chose the framing of meta governance a little bit later on. So we start with DAOs. DAOs are pretty revolutionary, right? They represent a new way of humans to coordinate contributions, so work and capital as well. And they also unlock these new working opportunities for individuals where you can be completely pseudonymous online, and this reduces bias and enhances meritocracy, which is a term that we'll face a little bit later when we're looking at why DAOs are failing, so governance failure. But the goal of DAOs is to increase the opportunities available for people who might be marginalized, who might struggle with working in person, to be able to be part of working society. So they are a big part of the future of work. We won't get into the numbers of how big the treasuries are right now, but they're making a massive change and impact in the way we think about organizations. But right now, there is a lot to solve when it comes to the governance of DAOs, right? So for the foremost, you've got misaligned incentives for contributors. So especially last year, a little bit less this year, we had a lot of liquidity mining programs where people were incentivized to join the community with their capital, and what actually happened is people would deposit their capital, and then as soon as the APRs in these liquidity mining programs went down, these people would leave. Also, there's like quite a few issues with one token equals one vote practice, which relates to very uneven power dynamics. We even saw that yesterday with the Solend DAO gate, where one wallet had 94% of the power of the organization. There's also high voters attrition, where less and less people vote over time. There's limited accountability and representation, even when it comes to delegated governance. And right now we have quite a big issue with bribery, which leads to large wealth control and protocols. And on the other side, there are a growing number of tools to support DAOs, but there aren't enough contributors. There's very limited end-to-end learning paths for users to get into DAOs, and there's also a lot of new concepts that people have to learn to get into it, and no ways to prove learnings. So how do we start to solve some of these problems? Well, we're going to get into the thinking behind it, but one of the most important things is to have DAO-centric tools, so tools that surround the DAO, and that the DAO can easily plug into. So we've got tools like DWork, which is like a project management tool. We've got Bright ID, which is a verification tool to add more Sybil resistance. We've got POAPs in order to give more reputation to the community, and Discord for social setting. And I put this game icon here because a lot of different tools are going to start to integrate gamification and high levels of gamification into their DAOs, and even connecting the contributions and work that the users are doing to, in fact, the metaverse as well. And this is a big part of what Onboard is looking to do. Our first iteration actually is just gamifying the learning process to upskill users in their contribution and creating paths into DAOs, but the end goal is to connect the frameworking of the metaverse to also the contributions in order to create more incentivized and immersed contributors in DAOs. But we understand that governance isn't a one-size-fits-all. Like you're going to need like multiple different tools in order to govern and improve DAO's governance. So how do we start to think about this? Well, this is why we came up with the term meta-governance through the metaverse. What the hell is meta-governance? I wish there was sound on this. But basically, yeah, I don't know what it means. No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. So what is meta-governance not? So meta-governance was bastardized last year as DAO-to-DAO governance, but it's a little bit bigger than that. And I got this definition from metagov.com, which is a great organization which is looking at creating meta-governance tools for DAOs. And they refer to it as enabling and constraining the user's ability to create their own institutions and governing the interactions between different institutions, whether they be small groups, large communities, or formal institutional structures. So already by reading this, you can start to understand that it's a lot bigger than just DAO-to-DAO partnerships, basically governing interactions between two organizations, but it's also about allowing users to have tools to create their own institutions. So, for example, identity and reputation. This is something that the user owns themselves. It's a self-sovereign concept that they own. Also, compensation as well, like allowing the user to choose how they are compensated. These are ways of thinking about governance on another level. So meta-governance is not not one solution that you can use, but it's more of a thinking tool, a framework. And by utilizing meta-governance as a framework, you can start to think about some of the different composable tools that we can build. So this is a really nice flow that I sourced from the Super Benefits DAO about how to really look at meta-governance. And at the first point is about mapping pathways to the future. So this is about building the vision of what you want to achieve with your DAO, with your community, and then building the capacity and interdependence to do this through governance. So for example, I'm definitely going to shill onboard here real quick, but with onboard, you can create onboarding paths for users to get into different areas of the DAO so that people can easily onboard into different pods or different sub-DAOs in the DAO, and it creates a level of independence and allows the DAO to self-coordinate a lot better. And by using different tools that I mentioned up here, you can start to increase the level of self-coordination that the DAO can do. A big one is a meta currency for meta governance values and acceleration. And this is one that is happening through economic alliances. So between DAOs having DAO-to-DAO partnerships, Prime DAO is really leading in this space by creating Prime deals where DAOs can do DAO-to-DAO partnerships and swap tokens. A really big part of this is Soulbound Portal to a Better Future. We're starting to see this right now with Soulbound tokens. However, there are still a lot of issues here with privacy and ethics, relating to whether we want all of our data, our personal data, online, on chain. So there's a lot of work that is going on with protocols like Sysmos and Polygon ID to create identities which are zero knowledge proof, which leverage zero knowledge proof, so that we can have this soul-bound reputation online and take it with us, and also have our identity protected as well. A big part of meta governance is also bringing in the old and the new. So this is connecting a lot of Web 2 functionalities and Web 2 ways of thinking with Web 3 as well. So a lot of DAOs are doing this, especially at the start, where they have a hybrid between traditional organization and starting to DAOify in that sense. And this is a really, really big development that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of organizations getting into DAOification. We're seeing this with Shapeshift last year. We're seeing it with Solend as well, and DAppRaider 2. And a big part of this is storytelling and narrative, because for you to do meta governance properly, it requires constant reaffirming of the DAO's purpose, the DAO's mission, the DAO's vision. We're even seeing this with really big DAOs, such as MakerDAO, with Rune, the initial founder of MakerDAO, having to come back and explain or realign the DAO's vision and governance structure. These are things that are necessary to keep the law and keep the storyline of the organization alive, so that it can maintain its independence and self-organizing structure. So we've made a lot of progress in understanding the different areas of DAOs that can be affected by these thinkings, and these are just some of them: community, PR, marketing, business development, treasury, product, engineering, people. And ensuring that when you're dealing with all of these departments, you take into account the meta governance framework, really starts to help you shape the direction of the DAO. So we're already seeing a lot of different tools which fit into this framing, such as bounties with Gitcoin, Coinbase, and Rabbit Hole, which really allow the DAO to once again self-organize. Identity, which really gives the user, the DAO members, soul-bound identity. And then contribution and reputation management is really starting to come to the forefront as well. But then we have some interesting developments as well, with a combination of tokenomics and governance with V tokens and bribery. And it's obviously something that's going to continue to evolve over time. We're already seeing a lot of DAOs switching over to this model of governance, where they allow users to gain additional voting power by integrating V tokens into their tokenomics. And we're also starting to see protocols which focus on attracting V tokens into their treasury to put a value to them, bribing people to give them their voting power, and then on top of that, changing the way that some DAOs are governed and how some protocols are organized. And I don't have the answer for this. This is why it's still a question mark for me, but I definitely think that this is, when we're thinking about meta governance, obviously meta governance is about providing the tools available for people to enhance or restrict their own institutions. And so it's still part of the meta governance framing, but whether it's a tool or a hindrance is something that is yet to be seen. So we've discussed a lot about meta governance. Big area that is going to come more into the forefront is also the metaverse. And the metaverse is an open source, public, permissionless social space for people to connect, work, and play. And it utilizes some interesting features. I'm going to highlight the top 3 ones for me. One of them is gamification. This is one of the really big drivers of the metaverse, the ability to gamify normal activities, to make them more fun by using leaderboards, by using tokenization and like incentives. And also we're going to start seeing a lot more different technologies blending with it as well, such as AR, VR, making it more immersive. And I think one of the really big things from the metaverse is actually digital twins. So the ability to have this immersive element where the things that you're doing in relation to meta governance when you're involved in a DAO are reflected on a digital level as well, where your character can start to evolve. So have a bit of time. So looking at the crossover between meta governance and the metaverse, I put some of the core concepts. In meta governance, we have governance in general, so one token voting, conviction voting, what is the governance style that's going to be used, operations, we have onboarding, we have identity, incentives, tokenization, gamification. And these are the things that really are already starting to overlap between meta governance and the metaverse. We have identity, for example, which people can already start to develop. People can earn POAPs in the metaverse, and obviously people can earn POAPs contributing to a DAO. And eventually what we're going to see is, or being involved in a community. And eventually what we're going to start seeing is meta governance through the metaverse getting more intertwined, where we have, for example, digital twins, where based on the governance or the operations that you do or the onboarding that you do, you can develop a digital twin that represents or shows you that you've been involved in these things. And this is going to be really, really exciting. And also another area is incentives. So in the metaverse, you have these incentives such as leaderboards or gentle nudges that the games use, or even like the narrative, right? The story. Like these are different things that a game can use in order to incentivize behavior. And we're going to start seeing this blending more and more with governance as well. We're seeing some exciting stuff with Atlantis World, for example, and tokenization is going to be really big too, where you can tokenize governance, operations, and onboarding into NFTs or soulbound tokens. And the last but not least is gamification as well. So like people being able to, for example, level up. And you can, it'll be great in the future. What will happen is people will be able to level up in the metaverse whilst doing things in the governance of a DAO or operations. So, or even in the onboarding process. And this is when things are going to get really, really exciting, because the metaverse is where our society is already developing towards. So despite this interesting framing, the goal is to actually to solve DAO problems, is to take the best of the tools that we have and the framing available to improve the way that DAOs are governed. But to understand that even though we have these tools and we have these framings, some of these problems can't be fixed on the technical level. They need to be fixed on more of a social level. And at the end of the day, DAOs are social by nature. So this is what we should always remember. We can have these tools such as the metaverse or even these ways of thinking such as meta governance, but we really need to focus on the social element too. And then we can make DAOs great again. So thank you for hearing my slides and wishing you all a great day, afternoon, evening, wherever you are.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nathan. I think one of the things that you said, there's too many tools, not enough contributors in one of your slides. Obviously, education and outreach is definitely one of the hardest parts. Can you tell us a little bit more about how Onboard helps bring in more contributors? Is that part of what it does?
Yeah, definitely. So a big part of what it does is that it creates learning paths, which are incentivized and immersive. So there'll be a step-by-step process that the user would go through. They would complete intro into Web3. They would unlock their wallet, and along these steps, they would get NFTs to do so, which increase their level as they go along. So like as they continue to evolve their character as well in the game, also levels up. And then the goal is to eventually launch different learning paths that also have NFTs that have metaverse utility as well, to make the process just a little bit more fun for users.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the core, those are like some of the core principles about metagames. So I really resonate with that. So thanks so much for presenting. Can you remind people about how they can follow up and what your contact information is and website?
Yeah, definitely. So you can find me at Vandy Nathan. So it's my last name first on Twitter, or you can find me on LinkedIn. I know it's a bit boomerish, but yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn at Vandy Nathan, Nathan Vandy, and you can also find the organization at getonboard_GG.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you.
It's been great, and really exciting to see the things that metagames developing as well. I love your voxel metaverse game. Like you guys are really spearheading the meta governance in the metaverse movement as well.
Awesome. Did you have a chance to jump in and check out the treasure hunt at all and see some of the Web3 skill stuff?
I actually was involved in the community calls even before, like whilst it was setting up. But I'm gonna like make sure that I get time later on this week to get involved in that as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It was super cool. I went through it and ran all over the place. So it was really well done.
Yeah, no, the team's done like some really great work. Really enjoying it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much again. See you there.
Really good. Thank you so much, Penguin.
Okay. So next up on ReFi Meta Day, we have building impact networks. But before we jump to our next speaker, I want to remind everyone to head to getcoin.co, search up any of the amazing grants that you've heard during the MetaFest presentation. There's still a couple more days to get those in. So you have until the 23rd. Quadratic funding means that up to a dollar can go up to like a $50 that an organization will get supported by your dollar, and you can donate on Polygon. So a little bit goes a long way to help organizations using quadratic funding. And so, yeah, a lot of the organizations are supported by donations, and public goods are often struggling for funding. I know we've heard a couple of speakers talk but the difficulty of funding and incentivizing people is critical to getting them onboarded and maintaining their path into Web3. How's it going, David? Thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, of course. Yeah, good to be here.
So today we're talking about building impact networks. Is that right?
That is right. Exactly.
Awesome. So we heard a little bit about impact networks from the Scurf team, but I'm definitely excited to hear more about it. I think it really defines some of the paths and structures that a lot of us use, but might not have the right words for it. So excited to hear what you tell us. Please introduce yourself to people and feel free to hop into your presentation.
For sure. Yeah, I love what Scurf is doing with their decentralized research centers concept. A lot of overlap, and a lot of overlap here between, I'm going to talk about with impact networks and DAOs generally. I see DAOs as networks, like a combination of an organization and a community. It's all about how can we organize and coordinate better in ways that are decentralized, and when leadership is distributed, when decision making is distributed. And a little bit of background on me, and then I'll share a little bit of what I've learned through this work. About 15 years ago, was working in a nonprofit organization here in Seattle area where I live, and they're doing awesome work. They're still around. They help people without shelter to get trained in and get jobs in the food industry. And but when I was there, I was noticing how that they were working in this massive broken system, that they were kind of addressing the symptoms of a city where there's just chronic homelessness, lack of affordable housing. And I started getting really curious about how we could work across organizations, not just within a given organization, but across sectors to address complex issues that we can't solve on our own. And so that led me to Fresno, California, where I was a founding coordinator for a network that brought together 48 different leaders and different organizations across all the different sectors, public sector, private sector, nonprofits, academic institutions, to figure out ways that they could revitalize their city together. And then the next one I helped build was around a large landscape, 500,000 acres. And how do you steward a large landscape like the Santa Cruz Mountains region or any large landscape? You can't just deal with your own parcel of land, because if you get rid of the invasive species on your own parcel and your neighbor hasn't done the same, it doesn't really matter. So you have to think systemically, and we have to coordinate across these different jurisdictional boundaries. So in that case, what's called the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, also still around today, bringing together government agencies, state, federal, local agencies, academic institutions, also private landowners and timber companies and tribal groups and land trusts, to figure out where they agree, their shared care for the land as a whole. Also, a lot of places they disagreed, lots of distrust. The timber company and the environmental organization like actively fighting with one another. But if you dig deep enough, there's also a lot of common ground, and there's ways that we can strengthen our ability to share information, to share resources, coordinate across large scales. One of the things that network did was recognize that they could pool their different data sources together to create this massive region-wide vegetation map that would reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire, which was an issue for everybody, regardless of their specific beliefs on different things. And a big chunk of the group also noticed that the permitting processes for environmental restoration work are basically the same as for building a condo. And so collectively, they brought it to the state. Now it's a major statewide initiative called Cutting Green Tape, to kind of reduce burdensome and overly complicated and costly permitting processes for just important like creek bed restoration. So long story short, I founded Converge in 2013 with the hope of spreading this type of work. Since then, we've worked with over 50 different issue areas. We're purpose driven. every network is really different in terms of who's involved and how they, what they're focused on, but also there's really so much that's similar in terms of how they begin and the type of leadership that's required and how we can work in these decentralized ways. And so wrote a book around that called Impact Networks, which came out last October. And as I was finishing writing the book, one of my Converge co-founders, Zach Anderson, was contributing to Yearn and then co-founded Coordinate. And so I was following what was happening there, and I was been tracking the emergence of DAOs and was really interested by them and their potential, because it's so aligned with the work that I've been doing for the last 10 years. Again, I see DAOs as forms of networks, and impact networks are a combination, just like DAOs, of an organization and a community. So, with that, want to share in this time together some of the key things that I've learned and how to build impact networks, how to bring people together when there's not a single boss, when people aren't required to be in a certain role in an organization, when people aren't even required to contribute to that organization, but they join for this shared interest or the connections that they have, or to get something out of it for them. How do we organize in these decentralized ways? Well, this what I'll share here is really lessons from this other field where this has been happening for a long time, and it really builds on lessons also from social movements and community organizing and community building, because I think with DAOs we can look at those other lessons. Me personally, I've been working now in Web3 for the past year. Helped start and have coordinated a network of DAOs called Groundwork, and we'll be launching a new DAO called Gather in the months ahead, which is all about how we can gather more intentionally in person and kind of upend the existing conference industry that I think could just be so much better, and we could have much more transformative types of gatherings than we usually have. So, but in any case, let me start here with a quick 1-minute video that kind of sets the stage for this work.
I'm not hearing it.
No audio?
No audio.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just forget that. But you can check out this at converge.net/film. There's a documentary there. But let me just go on to the deck then. So, I mean, the headline here is that we live in this incredibly complex world, right? But this complexity is actually increasing rapidly. And we know that we have to work together in unprecedented ways at unprecedented scales, but we're usually pretty bad at that. We know to address systemic issues, we have to work systemically, and that means working across organizations and across sectors. But so often we're still just primarily focused on what's happening within a given organization or within our silo, and we're really fragmented. People and organizations embark on collaborative efforts all the time, thinking they know how to do that, but so often we're frustrated by the results. There's a term out there called collaboration fatigue, which I'm sure many DAOs have experienced. Collaborating is just really hard, and it's really painful a lot of the times. And I think that's often because people go about it all wrong. Either we're trying to structure these collaborations like we would an organization, or as a hierarchy, with some central authority guiding the work and people fitting into specific roles to move it forward, or we try to plan it all out in advance, identifying really specific measurable outcomes for the effort before people have even had a chance to get together and bring their different perspectives together and kind of identify what we can and want to do together. And a deliberate approach is really effective if we already know what needs to be done and how to do it. So hierarchies are really good when we have, we're trying to build a bridge from point A to point B, so to speak. When we know how we want to organize and we have a really specific measurable outcome we're trying to achieve, hierarchies work really well. But when we're trying to address really complex issues are experienced really differently by different people. People are affected by these issues in different ways. They'll see them really differently depending on where they stand. So when it comes to complexity, we can't plan it all out in advance. Instead, we need to bring different actors together, bring different people together to make sense of the issue, to strengthen their ability to share information and resources, to coordinate their work, and then to collaborate together in ways that affect the whole system. And that's really what it means to build a network. And of course, people have always formed networks. This is what I spoke to earlier. You know, we've always worked in community with others to solve challenges that we can't on our own. And so in many ways, I'm really talking about a return to the ways that we've naturally connected with one another for as long as we've been around, in community, in relationship, really calling for an unlearning of the top-down command and control model that's been imposed on so much of the world. And we can build on lessons from social movements and community building and indigenous wisdom and the generations of people who have worked in these ways for thousands of years. But then we can also incorporate new lessons from network science and systems thinking and technologies and tools that help us coordinate at larger and larger scales, which I think DAOs are bringing a lot of those in. And what does it ultimately come down to? Is this Meg Wheatley quote I love, which is, "The world doesn't change one person at a time. It changes as networks of relationships form among people who discover they share a common cause and a vision for what's possible." That's what I think this is all about. Instead of telling people what to do, we can find where the energy is, and we can foster connection and learning and action around that shared purpose, which are what impact networks are all about. It's what the book is all about. What are networks? Networks at their most basic are just webs of relationships, connecting people or things. So there are all different kinds of networks, of course. There are neural networks in our brains. There are technological networks like the physical network of routers and cables that make up the internet. There's mycelial networks that connect trees and plants together, transferring water, carbon, nitrogen, other nutrients and minerals between them underneath the forest floor. And we all know about social networks. But what many people don't realize is that networks can be deliberately organized and stewarded to do so much more than just create connection, as in social networks. We can actually create networks for learning and collaborative action around a shared purpose. That's how I define impact networks. And there are all different kinds of examples out there of these networks that are really doing some amazing things. There's just a few. The ReGen network is a collection of more than 140 organizations and foundations working across sectors to reduce carbon emissions across the Midwest. They have had huge success in shutting down existing coal plants, stopping all new coal plants from being built, passing energy efficiency policies, transportation efficiency, et cetera. There's the Justice in Motion Defender Network, which connects human rights organizations across Central America to protect migrant rights across borders. 100K in 10 has brought together more than 300 different groups to train and support 100,000 STEM teachers in 10 years. They just reached their goal last year. So many others that we can really learn from their examples. And often how they form is something like this. And I think this is similar to DAOs as well. Again, so much here. There's overlap. Often people are starting their work in scattered fragments. We're relatively siloed. Some people and organizations are working together, but as a whole, the system as itself is pretty fragmented. Not that much information flowing between different clusters of activity or different sectors or whatever it might be. And so the important first step is for some group to see the opportunity to foster greater collaboration in a more deliberate way and to find what's a shared issue or shared purpose or shared intentions that would connect people together. But really importantly, we need to move beyond this hub and spoke stage. So it's not just dependent on that centralized entity to connect people together, but instead evolving into a multi-hub network where information and resources are flowing from person to person, organization to organization without having to go through that central hub. And then over time, these networks proliferate. This is what a lot of DAOs, I think, might look like, where there's a strong core of active members and then a much larger periphery of people who are somewhat engaged. And there's really a kind of a 20-40-40 ratio I've seen really consistently across different communities and networks like this, where about 20% of people at any given time in a network are engaged. They're following, they're showing up at the town halls or the gatherings. They're active in Discord, Telegram, whatever it is. That's about 20%. And about 40% of people are sometimes active, often not, but they're, for the most part, tracking what's happening. They're engaged here and there. And then another 40% of people are kind of MIA. And technically maybe they're in the Discord, but they're not really doing anything. That's totally normal. And the goal is not to get 100% engagement at all times. It's really to foster that strong core, kind of create a hot burning sun that draws people in, and then over time engage the people who are in that kind of second semicircle or second concentric circle, 40%, engaging them where they can fit in, where they can contribute, and creating really just this vibrant ecosystem of connection and coordination. Just to double down on a point I made earlier, we really need to move beyond that hub and spoke stage that you see on the right, because that's just another form of hierarchy. These two diagrams are structurally equivalent, and being near the top of a hierarchy or the center of a rigid hub and spoke network has its benefits. You're in control, you're needed, but that's a double-edged sword. The more you're in control, less people are able to self-organize on their own. The more you're needed, the less resilient the system is in the event you're unavailable. So when we're building networks, we're trying to go beyond that hub and spoke stage into really more of a much more vibrant network. And again, hierarchies are not inherently bad or worse than networks. Hierarchies are really good at what they do best. Great ability to accomplish specific and well-defined goals, producing goods and services. And so we can see the intersection between hierarchies and networks. And in impact networks, there are different hierarchies, more like heterarchies, but hierarchies based on kind of experience and influence and that naturally form. So not power hierarchies that are dictated on top of the system, but hierarchies that naturally form from the people within it. And also in any hierarchical organization, there's always networks of people who are talking and working together in ways that are a lot different than the org chart. So we can find this integration of both hierarchies and networks where it's appropriate. There's some key mindset shifts, though, that comes to engaging in networks. It's really different than hierarchies. We don't all need to be in the same boat, rowing at the same speed, getting the exact same place at the same time. It's more like creating a flotilla of kayaks where each person is autonomous and free to explore different channels and adjust course and accommodate their own circumstances and needs. But we're also staying in communication and notifying each other about what we're seeing and sensing and interested in exploring, and finding collaborators when it makes sense. Another distinction here, another metaphor, building networks, it's not like building a bridge. There's not a point A to point B. We can't plan it out to exact specifications. I think building impact networks and building DAOs is more like cultivating a garden. No two gardens are exactly the same. Every plant grows in relationship with its neighbors and the soil. And we can't grow gardens overnight, but we can provide nutrients and water and sunlight. We can provide some degree of structure, like stakes and trellises that plants can grab onto as they grow. We can lay a path through the garden that others can follow. We also know if we impose our influence too much on nature, if we walk on the plants or water too much, we might mess things up. So we can't control the garden, but we can support it and cultivate it. And networks are living systems, so they draw on lessons from how nature works. And like this murmuration of starlings, they change shape, they adapt in real time. They're made up of individual entities, but the whole system stays connected through communication, and something emerges that's greater than the sum of the parts. And importantly, here too, you see different clusters of birds are kind of splitting off and gathering together. You could imagine in a network or a DAO, it's totally great and appropriate for different subgroups to split off and kind of focus on a particular issue or topic or project together. We don't all need to do one thing. We don't all need to even agree on the right thing to do. As long as we're staying connected, there's a sense of coherence and creating something greater than we can do alone. And there's a key shift here, another mindset shift. Often we move forward in the world with ourselves or our organizations or DAOs at the center of our focus. And we see all the other stakeholders around us that we could collaborate with to further our own mission. The shift here, though, is to identify what's that common purpose or shared issue that I care about, that my organization and DAO cares about, that other groups also care about, and to the shift here is to see yourself not at the center of that universe, but as one star in this huge and diverse constellation. Right? So rather than putting yourself, your organization at the center of your focus all the time, try putting that shared issue at the center. And then, the work is to strengthen the connections between those different groups, strengthen our ability to learn from one another, to share resources, to coordinate the things that we're already doing, and then to collaborate in new ways. And that's really what it means to build a network. 5 core activities that keep showing up over and over in all the networks that I've worked with: clarifying purpose and principles, convening the people, cultivating trust, coordinating actions, and collaborating for systems change. Just to walk through each one briefly, purpose is often why people join. They come together for a specific reason. Impact networks can't be controlled, but they can be oriented around a shared purpose. And then as we clarify that purpose, we can also articulate shared principles, which are more than values. Values are what we hold as important, but principles are actually how are we going to put those values into action. When we're making decisions, when we're moving forward on something, taking actions, what are the principles that we can turn to, and we can hold ourselves accountable to what we said was important. So principles and purpose really create this foundation for vibrant and also coherent self-organization. And then convening is so important. Really, every successful network I've seen takes the act of convening really seriously, which is bringing the whole group together at the same time, in person or virtually, but making it really a priority to have these moments where the whole system comes together, to build relationships, to identify and understand what's happening, to build on the things that are already happening, to learn from those and our past experiences, and then to identify new points of leverage that we could take action on going forward and to start to organize for the next season. Convening people doesn't mean inviting them into your thing when you're building a network like this or a DAO, I would say. It's really about inviting them into co-creating what's possible now that they're part of the group. So really inviting them into that shared leadership. And then we have to build trust. I really believe in this a lot. In Web3, we're building a lot of trustless systems, which are also important. But I also think, when it comes to working with other people, community matters and relationships matter. People really collaborate more on relationships than they do on issues. So that means taking the time to actually understand who each other is. We can stay anonymous, and we don't even need to reveal personal identifying details, but we can still share kind of our underlying motivations of why we're here, what we care about, the things that have influenced us, the people who have motivated us, whatever it is. But we can actually connect as humans, and not just as our job title or representatives of a particular organization. And the reason we do that is not so we like each other. We actually don't need to like each other to work together. And it's definitely not so we agree. It's actually so that we can disagree, and so that we can hold the tension through the inevitable conflicts that we're going to face in collaboration that always will come up. And so we can hang in there long enough until we can either find a slice of common ground where we do agree and we can work on that thing as a basis for our work, or we can at least have a shared understanding of each other's perspectives. We can actually listen instead of just listening to respond, really listening to understand. As we do those, we'll see the actions become coordinated more and more, that stronger flows of information and knowledge of resources growing across the network. And you can see, if you do some social network analysis, you can actually see this through these maps. This is a network that I helped build in New York City about economic mobility. This map was taken before the first convening. The circles are the individuals. They're representing their organizations in the network, about 50 of them. The colors are different sectors. And the connecting line in this case is regular flows of communication between them. And so this is before the first time they got together. Then over the next year, you can see more connected, identified new people to come in. The purple sector wasn't there before. And then over the next year, now we have that dense core periphery structure that we're looking for. Information, resources flowing person to person across the network without having to go through a centralized entity. Mapping is also really helpful to identify points of potential weakness or fragility in the network. I won't go into this too much in the interest of time, but This is a map I created for a particular network where you could see the group of dark black nodes there shown in the upper right. We're primarily connected to the network through one particular person. And so if the network lost that single person, they were also losing that connection to that entire community. So that tells us we need to create wider bridges so it's not dependent on a single person, increase the resilience of this network. And then lastly, so in addition to building on the things we're already doing and coordinating our actions, we can also collaborate in new ways to create systems level change. And that's really about making collective sense of what's happening, bringing our different pieces of the puzzle together, and then taking action on key leverage points, places where Danilo Meadows has said a small focused effort on one thing can create big changes throughout the whole system. Kind of like the example I shared before about pooling data resources for reducing catastrophic wildfire risk in the Santa Cruz Mountains region, or changing the way permitting happens. That was a focused action that really created big changes throughout the whole system. And we can do systems mapping around this too, to potentially identify those points of leverage. This is from 100K in 10. If you go to Grand Challenge, if you just search on Google for Grand Challenges 100K in 10, you'll see the process they use to develop this map and identify the kind of key points of leverage in their work to improve and increase the number of STEM teachers across the United States. Two last things that are super key for impact networks and also DAOs, which is many people assume that networks like this just happen, that people are going to self-organize spontaneously, but the truth is that only goes so far. The leadership always matters. It's just a different form of leadership than the one we see in hierarchical environments. Rather than defining rigid structures and rules, it's about nurturing this culture of trust and reciprocity. And instead of command and control, it's about connection and collaboration. Network leaders, as I call them, they're not there to tell people what to do, but really to foster self-organization and to create spaces to support people to discover what they can and want to do together. And I really believe network leaders are so often what make the difference. There's a few key leadership roles that I've seen where anyone in the network can step up to play these different roles. And I think that's a big part of distributed leadership here. People demonstrate leadership in really different ways. There's catalyzing, which is the act of actually forming the network in the first place, but also catalyzing a conversation, of starting a subgroup, moving the work forward on particular projects, catalyzing, moving forward. Facilitation, the actual act of organizing meetings and facilitating conversations so that each person's perspective is heard and it comes to some larger conclusion. Weaving is strengthening connections across the network, connecting with individual people, but also then weaving people together, creating introductions and connecting people together where there might be some mutual benefit. And then coordination, a lot of the back of the house stuff, the underlying structures that networks need, because that's the second thing. Networks do need some degree of structure. This is not total emergence and total chaos. But the key here is that networks only need a minimum viable structure, just enough to provide support like a trellis in a garden, but not too much to stifle the emergence and creativity. So that this enabling infrastructure might include things like mechanisms for forming teams or subgroups, our practices for communication and the platforms we use for that, processes for making collective decisions. I really believe in consent-based decision-making processes, participation agreements, whatever it might be. The key is that these structures develop as they're needed. We don't need to figure everything out ahead of time. We can focus on connecting, learning from one another, identifying what we can and want to do together, and building structures around that really supports our work. So that's just the summary of these key ingredients, those 5 activities, the network leadership and enabling structures. And to double down on the point, I really believe in relationships. Invest in ROR, return on relationships. Networks are all about relationships. It's what makes it all work. So if at any point you're unsure about how to proceed, that's my advice. Invest in those relationships that really make up the core of the community. For much deeper dive for more of this, take a look at the book. I think you'd find it really relevant to DAOs and kind of decentralized communities of all kinds. And then there's all kinds of resources at our website, converge.net. There's the documentary. There's a free toolkit, which has surveys and facilitation guides, evaluation tools you can use for network mapping and other stuff. And then we have some trainings and other types of content on there, but lots of free content. We try to give everything away in open source, everything we do. So that's that. I think that brings me to time. Thanks for watching and being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. That was an awesome review of Impact Networks. I learned a ton. I think we also got kind of the next level. So learning some about the leadership ones of catalyzing, facilitating, weaving, and coordinating. I think it is a lot of stuff that kind of goes on, as you say, behind the scenes and is like a really high kind of meta of how the organizations work. So thanks for sharing some of that nomenclature and sharing the information with us. I think it'll all help us kind of recognize and be more mindful as we're making these considerations. So I took a lot of notes.
I like it.
So yeah, I take notes for everyone. I got an entire page for this one.
So. Oh shit, man! Yeah, you gotta share all those notes out from all these sessions. That'd be great. Well, thanks for doing that. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, take care.
See ya.
Yeah, stay around. We've got the panel coming up next, so it's going to be a lot of people in the room in a second. Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. So I will let Pete formally introduce everyone, but next up is the panel. So we're going to be going into the Future Thinkers panel, live action panel. Yeah, live action panel. So Pete will be moderating and hosting with questions. And here we are with Luke. And we're just waiting for Pete now. So while we're waiting for Pete, would you like to please take a moment to introduce yourself and let people know briefly, 2 to 5 minutes, who you are, what you're doing, and representing right now? Let's start with X Demand.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here again. So I'm Xavier. I'm from Brussels. I'm an entrepreneur, developer, and come from the Web 2 space with my previous startup, Open Collective, and now I've been more in the climate activism and trying to bring DAOs and climate together. So there's kind of a bridge there, and that we need to bring people together to address the climate emergency.
Welcome. Luke, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. It's a bit laggy, but we're good. I'm Luke, born and raised in the Caribbean on a small island called Curacao. For the past 4 years, I've been working full-time in DAOs. Started my journey in Genesis Alpha, which was the first DAO by DAOstack. Did a bunch of different DAOs ever since, from DAOfest, Fest DAO, which is not a DAOist, Prime DAO, where you may know me from, but also Collectivo, which started as a social impact DAO in 2019, where we gave local grants to the people in Curacao. In 2020-21, we created a partnership with MakerDAO, where we created Curadai, a local currency for the island. And over the past years, we've been working closely, especially with Cello and the Climate Collective, to create Collectivo, a framework for local regenerative economies that aims to regenerate the biosphere, but also local cultures, especially of small island nations, but also for local towns and villages. Going to launch the first pilot in Curacao in September, and we're also in conversation with some other small island nations to see how they can benefit from our tools and network. Exciting to be here.
Awesome. Welcome, Luke. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, my name is Mike. I started the Future Thinkers podcast with my now wife, Yuvi, who can't be here because we have no childcare at the moment. But yeah, we started that almost 10 years ago now. Problems facing humanity. We would always ask the question of our guests, how can people be more adapted to the coming changes in our technology and in society and in consciousness. So a couple of years ago, we announced our intention to start a regenerative smart village project. We were able to crowdfund a little bit of money to raise, to actually purchase a 400-acre piece of land. And now our kind of central mission is to scale up and spread the regenerative village meme and help other people start villages all over the world.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, Patrick. How's it going?
Hey, it's going well. My name is Patrick. Sorry, I don't have video for this call, but I've been in Web3 for a long time. The project I most recently left, but it was deeply involved with, was Pocket Network, decentralized infrastructure for RPC access. But I recently left this to help launch Tampa Bay DAO, which is a local DAO focused on the empowerment of people in the community through education and tooling. So great to be here and happy to talk with y'all.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we're still waiting for Peace.
Start jamming. Waiting for
Okay.
him. Here
Oh, yep, there's Peace.
he is. As soon as you start the party, he joins.
Yeah. Okay, Peace. Everyone had a chance
Here we
to
go.
introduce themselves. This would be the perfect time for you to introduce yourself, and then feel free to jump into the questions and take it away. I'll leave the panel to your capable hands.
Thank you, sir. I thought we were all waiting like for the last speech to end. I was waiting. Refresh now. Okay. Yeah, good to see we got started already. A good mix of people here, so we decided to do this panel on local action, and well, two of the panelists are doing something more urban, so two are doing something more rural. I think that's a good mix. And yeah, why don't we just get started with hearing what kind of things these people are working on? What was I missed the first part. Did you already ask them to introduce themselves?
Yep, everyone already introduced themselves.
And did you all introduce yourselves and your projects, or just yourselves?
Yep, projects too.
And the projects. Okay.
All right. Bounce off of that, Peter, into the void here.
All right. Luckily, I know all of your projects. So that's good. But I do want to hear more about like what got you to start them.
So,
who do you want to start?
Yeah, I actually didn't talk about the project that I was really involved in right now. So maybe I can start sharing. So we've been basically building All for Climate DAO to try to bring all those climate activists that do local action in a very decentralized way. So whether we talk about Extinction Rebellion that is doing nonviolent civil disobedience to ring the alarm bell, or Fridays for Future, or other movements like the Transition Network, Transition Town. And so we basically started that to basically create commons together, right? A shared infrastructure that can help all of those local initiatives, because they all bump into the same issues, which is, okay, I'm a local initiative. How can I raise money? How can I find people to contribute? And instead of everyone reinventing the wheel every single time, creating a legal entity, a bank account, raising money and all of that, which is a lot of bureaucracy and distraction, really, and a lot of wasted energy, we decided to create a common infrastructure. And so we started kind of in the classic legacy infrastructure, creating a nonprofit, and then using Open Collective, enabling all of those local groups to operate in a decentralized way. And now we are trying to do that more in the Web3 space. And we are working with Gitcoin to help all of those climate-related projects to raise some funds. And we also try to help them become DAOs, because we believe that actually the future of organizing, if we want to make it sustainable, DAOs and Web3 is really kind of a key missing piece of the puzzle to really make those activities sustainable. And the last thing we just did, just a month ago, actually, just 1 month ago in Brussels, we organized the first Regens Unite. So I was actually quite interested with what Mike was saying when he was introducing himself, talking about Regen Village. So there's this old meme, right, about Regen that I really think that we need to hammer right now. It has to be the new cool thing, right? To think not in terms of degens, but thinking in terms of how can we move beyond sustainability, but regeneration, right, for us individually, but also as collectives. And so one thing that we realized was that there's a lot of people working on those regenerative solutions, whether coming from nonviolent communication, activism, or Web3, but we often kind of are each in our own bubbles. And so we don't really know about others, even though we share the same end goal and the same values. We don't really know about each other. And maybe if it's even worse, like we kind of only know about each other through social media and clickbaits. And so we tend to have an opinion already made up about all those crypto people, they are burning the planet, right? Or all those activists, they are terrorists, right? Those kind of very cliche type of things. And I think we need to move beyond that and go back to what unites us and realize that we all want the same thing. And we might not understand why there are all of those different ways of getting active, but we need to trust each other. We need to trust that, okay, I may not really know why Extinction Rebellion is doing that, or I may not really know why Web3 people are doing this, but I know that they're doing this for the right reasons. And so that we can move together towards, all right, let's go to that regenerative solar punk future that we want.
Amen. Right. Let's continue with Luke. Well, I'm sensing a kind of a similar answer.
No, maybe not really. Imperialism is my answer. Coming from a small former colony, I've seen a whole community deprived of opportunity, mainly because they do not have the tools necessarily to create autonomy. Think about monetary means, think about functional governance systems. And that is really where this all started for me, is when I first figured out about DAOs, DeFi was not a thing. I didn't that much think about funding things. I was just thinking about governing things the right way without bureaucracy or nepotism. That was really the starting point for me. The realization that in the current systems, in the current trickle-down economy, the right things do not get support because decision makers are influenced by less important things, especially in a small Caribbean island. It's more like a popularity contest instead of anything else. And that's really where our journey started. And it's later on that we realized that once we have these mechanisms to curate the good things, then it's extremely powerful if you also have monetary means or financial means to kind of amplify those things and amplify regeneration. But it really started at this purification effort, kind of how can we divide the good things, the regenerative things, the positive things, the supportive things from the negative? Because growing up in a country that has a very low trust culture, the general tension of the individual is to assume that you're trying to screw me over. And that is the biggest meme I want to accomplish with the whole Regen meme, is to allow people to move away from this scarcity thinking towards more of an abundance mindset that comes with a lot of love, positivity, opportunity. And then the financial and technical tools are just amplifiers or kind of tracks for their journey. But trying to do this at scale. So I've always struggled, and I still do, with getting people from level 0 to 1. That is the part that I'm still trying to learn more and more. How can I get someone that grew up in an environment that's extremely hostile? How can they get the Regen mindset? If you know, please let me know, because this is one of the biggest problems I'm facing. We're first learning how to get people from this kind of, let's say, normal mindset to the Regen mindset, but with a longer term goal to create a system where even those that grew up in poverty or grew up in a rough environment, that grew up, I mean, the things you see people do, man, like eating junk food, taking the plastic and they're just throwing it on the floor because they don't care. They don't have enough value for themselves, for the community. And that's, I think, my ultimate goal and the ultimate kind of passion is to create systems where, because of care, because of love, people don't have to act that way. Yeah, but one of the biggest pain points really is this kind of imperialistic system that has taken away the autonomy of the local communities to be.
Cool. All right. Can you hear from Patrick?
Yeah, I think I share a lot of the same similarities with Luke, albeit maybe in not less of a demanding environment. Being in Tampa Bay, it is kind of a a prosperous city, but still the same problems occur where it can be fractionalized across or centralized towards the people who already have privilege or already have an advantage, continuing to get that advantage. So we basically started Tampa Bay DAO literally as an experiment to be like, okay, how can we concentrate all this cool tooling, cool mindset and methodology into a local area to see if we can make a positive sum shift. And see what will happen to our local area, because that's what I have love for this city, and we see these types of people every day. So it's like, I wonder what physical impact can be made, like if we just leverage these tools in a localized setting. So it's still an experiment, it's still ongoing, but it's very much to empower. It's all about empowering autonomous agents through this financialization tools, and hopefully the value creation that comes from that, and then whatever governance is necessary to continue to compound the positive sum game that we're attempting to play. How do we keep making the value bigger without extracting and circulating, i.e. the regenerative economics?
Right. Well said.
And I also don't have the answer, Luke, to the how do you break somebody out of that mindset? Like we have had some successes in the past with getting people from like corporate 9-to-5 world or scarcity mindset, just not in that extreme of a situation. And it really comes in my mind, it came down to tight feedback loops that expanded gradually with their progress. So we leverage local events with local artists and getting feedback, getting some art sold, transforming it into NFTs, sending that value back to the DAO, making a decision over that treasury, little things like that. And then once they realized that it was oh, okay, this is practical, there's a path forward I can see, then their mind started to open up. But that's not the most scalable method. So I'm interested in hearing other ideas too.
Time takes a lot of time. All right, Mike.
And this is a complex subject. With our podcast and with what we've been doing with this village, we've had a deep focus on resiliency, because I find, having moved out of the West into Southeast Asia and then living in Eastern Europe for a long period of time, there's a huge cultural divide between the West and the East, or what it basically non-West. And that divide, it most notably to me has a lot to do with how people take personal responsibility and how they deal with things that they don't want. And what I keep seeing is that because things are kind of more or less comfortable in the West, getting more and more uncomfortable, but we have a high degree of automation and comfort, people tend to externalize their decision-making and externalize governance and externalize their sovereignty and decision-making for doing good in the world. So it's kind of rather than doing something, I want to vote in the person who says they're going to do something. And even in our own community, we've seen this sort of knee-jerk reaction, this pull towards get someone else to do it. And so we've really tried to focus in on that. What is it that can, like you were kind of asking about, Luke, what can bring people into a mindset of taking more responsibility? And I think exposure is a huge answer to that. Exposure to hard things and building a culture that encourages people to do hard things, so they build up a thicker skin to be able to deal with hardship and deal with taking more personal responsibility. So the number one question we get asked about our project is, how are you approaching governance? And I'd say we're not. We're like, basically, everyone has to, we're trying to build a culture of have hard conversations and sit with discomfort. And that's how we do governance. We have dinners and we hash it out. That's really it.
All right. I like those answers.
Maybe on the to chime on the the question of Luke, how do you make people feel responsible, take responsibility? Yeah, it's a big cultural shift, and I think to connect with what Mike was just saying, we come out of a century of citizens as consumers,
Yeah.
where it was so hard to create anything before the internet. Like if you wanted to share an idea, geez, you had to invest in a printing press, right? So basically, the only thing we can do if we see something that is not right, that we want to change, the only thing we could do is complain about it until someone hears about it, right? Who is in government or whatever, and decides under pressure to finally do something about it. So we are in this culture of complainers. And now, thanks to technology, you know, we have superpowers as citizens. Citizens have never been as powerful as they are today, right? The problem is that they don't know it yet, right? And they still need to discover that new toolbox that is at the disposal. And of course, Web3 is one of those tools in that toolbox. But then once we coordinate, right, there is kind of this famous picture, right, with all the fish, like, you know, don't panic, organize. And so once we coordinate, then we can make amazing things together. And so now with all of those tools, we are moving from a democracy of our voices, of people shouting and complaining and going on strike, to a democracy of action. You know, power belongs to the people who do. If you feel strongly enough about something, just come on. All the tools are at your disposal. You can crowdfund, you can organize, you can communicate. So do something about it. And if enough people share your view of the world, then enough people will kind of contribute and energize that initiative, that movement, until it makes something happen. To be very concrete, a good example that happened actually in Brussels like 10 years ago. We just celebrated the 10-year anniversary, where citizens decided to organize a picnic the street. So on a big street in the center of Brussels, they decided to organize a picnic every Sunday, block the traffic, and more people joined, and so on, until it basically politicians had no other choice but having to actually turn that off, and create plans to make that into a pedestrian street, which was the very large pedestrian area right now, which makes things much better. So yes, and once citizens are part of the process, are part of the creation process, they're co-creators, they care a hell of a lot more than if it was actually a top-down thing that somebody else is responsible for. Now, this thing, because I put my time and energy into creating this pedestrian street, now I'm also gonna put time and energy to make sure it's a success. Because people will always remember me as someone who's been advocating for that, who has been part of making it happen, and so on. So now I have a skin in the game.
Yeah, I love that, especially as an example, because thinking like, okay, maybe if I wasn't, maybe if I was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do in this situation about how to turn a pedestrian street into more of a commons area, I like picnics. And if I see a picnic happening, hey, maybe I just want to have this picnic. Okay, this seems pretty fun. What are we going on over here? Like, oh, let me explain to you. And it's this low barrier of entry that is still lighthearted, but still has an effect, almost like a Trojan horse, that I find really interesting and really effective. So I'm thank you for sharing that example. These are the types of things that we try to do as well, because it can feel very overwhelming once you lay out all the problems in front of you and all the available tooling, and you're like, oh my gosh, okay, where do I start? What are these baby steps that are lighthearted that makes it fun, makes it feel like, oh, okay, this is like actually what we should be doing. Like it's not this like Herculean rebel against the machine type of effort. It's really just us collaborating and coordinating together, like picnics and eating and enjoying.
Yeah, and I think that to some degree, I think that is the secret for the 0 to 1 that we're still learning to uncover is the fun. Something we've been experimenting with on the ground recently with a local esports team is kind of teen-led beach cleanups and teen-led smaller initiatives that look extremely fun on Instagram, and all the teens are like, "Holy crap, I want to be part of that thing." But essentially, it's just a refi trap because as soon as they start cleaning the beach, they're going to start cleaning more things, and they're going to be interested in syntropic agroforestry, and it kind of takes them gradually down the path of becoming regenerators. But it starts with something that just looks really fun. It looks like a game. It feels like a game. You get some points here and there, and out of nowhere, you can buy this expensive hat that you could never get, and you're super proud of it. And that's really the movement that I hope we can move towards more and more. I mean, I played a lot of games, maybe too much in my lifetime. But I do really feel that is maybe this kind of magic unlock that we're still looking for. Because almost everyone, I think everyone likes games in some way, whether it's gambling or like everybody likes something. And I think if we can do those things in an ethical way and get the outcomes that make the world a better place, I think that's potentially how we could scale this to like the majority of the population and not just let it be for niche people that have the maybe the luxury to find regeneration and be able to kind of back it.
We need the Pokemon Go of Regen. Regen Go. Go, go, go.
Yeah, making it more fun makes it much more likely that people will actually do it. And I like this common thread of like actually empowering people and encouraging them to take action, because like this sort of learned helplessness of, oh no, like other people need to solve problems, and people that are used to that. And I know it's like when I was starting metagame, okay, this is going to be a DAO, so it's decentralized and everybody should just come in and step up. And then you realize like most people are not really autonomous. They're not gonna be like, okay, come in and start doing things. A lot of people like expect a lot of hand holding and to be like, okay, tell me what to do, and like, no, I'm not supposed to. You're supposed to figure it out.
We're playing with contests a bit, so like we're trying to figure out ways to raise a bit more funding for the land so we can do some projects. So we're approaching different kind of like glamping dome manufacturers or any kind of like housing or energy companies to get them to sponsor contests. And the contest that we're doing is basically to create like a village simulator game. And so what we want to do is have like people collaborate and basically kit bash, which means take like pieces of 3D assets and bash them together to make their own version of a regenerative village. And then we'll have contests based off of like how efficient or how beautiful or how cool or unique these different villages are, and then award prizes from the sponsors. So that's something we're playing with right now, using Unreal Engine 5 to create like really good photorealistic renderings of villages.
Oh wow, that's awesome. And I was wondering like where I could get resources to like show people what a solar punk future could look like. So maybe even those assets could be sold for people that want to create blog posts and stuff like that. That also is additional funding. Because
Well,
I like
actually,
the envisioning of it is really important too.
I fully agree. That's why like the contest has multiple stages. So there's like the kit bashing part, and then there's the 3D modeling part. And what we want to do, like if you're at all familiar with Unreal Engine, they have a unique partnership with a photogrammetry company that basically travels around the world and photo scans assets that you can use inside of Unreal Engine. So they'll scan like mountains and trees and all kinds of different objects, and they give it away for free inside of Unreal Engine. And what has actually happened is this massive movement, this massive community of builders are coming together, taking all these assets, kit bashing, that's what it's called, kit bashing them together and making these beautiful renders. So our thinking about this is there are a lot of sci-fi stories, a lot of TV shows, a lot of movies, a lot of games that tell stories about the future from this lens of like cyberpunk or dystopian futures. And I tried to like build in Unreal Engine a village and realized there were no assets out there or very few assets for anything regenerative. No earth ships or very few. No like farming kind of templates for permaculture. Basically nothing if you wanted to create a solar punk vision, like you know, maybe some templates for solar panels or something, but very, very basic, low resolution. So we were like, okay, well, let's make this one of the contest items. Let's crowdsource a huge number of 3D assets. Let's make a list of regenerative 3D assets and get people to design them, and then just give them away for free. And the DAO, like our DAO, will be responsible for making that happen.
Man, that's amazing. And we should work together on this, because like we actually did in Brussels an Solarpunk NFT contest. We invited local artists to, hey, help us reimagine the streets of Brussels in a Solarpunk future, right? Because indeed, as Patrick was saying, actually, one of the biggest problems is actually might not even be the climate emergency, but maybe a lack of imagination. We are incapable of imagining a different system, right? Where that is not driven by GDP, infinite growth, and so on and so on. And so we were basically asking, okay, we need system change, we need a renaissance. There is no renaissance without artistic renaissance, and there is no artistic renaissance without a new way to fund artists, right? Because
NFTs.
You cannot criticize the hands that feed you, right? So who is going to be the Medicis of this digital renaissance that we have to go through right now? Well, it's going to be all of us, right? That we coordinated, of course, with all of those blockchain technologies. And so what we did, we asked local artists, hey, please do artwork, Solarpunk artwork. And in the process, we're going to teach you how to mint NFTs. We did raise some funds on Gitcoin as part of the GR13. And then we basically, as the DAO of Brussels, we bought those art pieces. It was the first time those artists were able to make some money online for their work. And then we did an exhibition, and that was all great. And now there's another ongoing Gitcoin grant happening right now to fund Solarpunk artists. So if you're interested into that, please have a look. But
wow.
I love what you do, Mike. This is totally great, and would be great to see. There is already some money that's been raised. So if you need some funding also for that, I think it would be great. Everything that we can do to incentivize people to help us imagine, and yes, with Unreal Engine, that's amazing. Yes, more of that.
Yeah,
please. More.
I'm just obsessed with Unreal Engine. It's so cool. There's so many cool renderings. Just do a YouTube search for Unreal Engine 5 90 days in YouTube. It's brilliant, indistinguishable from reality, like these renders. Anyway, there's one more thing I wanted to add. We want to build basically like the regenerative metaverse. We want to give people a common place to come in and not have these janky, crappy graphics. Like that's why Unreal Engine is so cool, because you can real-time render beautiful photorealistic environments. So we want to build it that way. And we want to build in courses and workshops and stuff that people can come in and they see this layout of a permaculture farm, and they can see courses of the people who actually built it, and actually learn how to do it. And so we also want to create a one-to-one connection between our land in our version of this metaverse. So, it's called the Smart Village. We want to have sensors coming in for energy and for food production and all kinds of things, and have that data visualized inside of the metaverse space so people can see and optimize and collaborate with that data. And then when we host actual permaculture workshops, or even home building, hempcrete homes, or setting up a community center, any of that stuff, we want to film the whole thing and give people the ability to re-experience the build and the education behind that build in the metaverse. So they can literally walk to the same location that thing took place and then watch a course right there.
Where can you find more information about this?
PortalDAO.io is where it is now. There's nothing's launched yet. But what I'm going to be doing in the next couple of weeks after I get back from Emerge conference is putting together a big contest for people to start building these assets and then kit bashing. So it's a 2-stage thing. Yeah.
Yes.
So I also need sponsors to put up prizes for this. So that's the next thing I'm thinking about.
There will be a full talk about this after the panel. So for those who want to learn more, also stay for Mike's talk after the panel.
Cool.
I wanted to say, like, with all the things that are happening in the like virtual world, like not just metaverse, but just like online DAOs, and like the difficulties of doing things in the physical world. Like, what are the benefits of focusing on a like real life project rather than just working in a fully digital organization?
You get real-time results. Like, you actually see the result of your hard work immediately. We just did flood mitigation, and we had to like dig some swales and ditches and stuff. And it was like I never experienced that working online. It's like 6 months to a year pass before I see any real results from my work. So that's pretty empowering and inspiring.
I think it's also the realness of physical connections with people. You see their day by day growth as well, and you see how they physically change over time. How they, I think it's really exciting. One thing that I'm super proud of is that the team that I'm working with now, we've all gotten more in shape over the past 6 months. Um, Almost as a cultural meaning, kind of we believe that if we want to embody such values, we should be eating more healthy, we should be moving more, we should be taking care about our mental health. And seeing that progress, I think that's as impactful to me as the results on the ground. Seeing the team develop and really become a team, and like that's incredible. Um, and maybe next to that is kind of like Mike is saying, like Mike said before, that if you have a problem, you can figure it out in person really well. Um, I know you take someone to a football field and you say, "Hey, let's kick the ball for an hour and let's just chat why we had this fight or why," which is one of my biggest frustrations with digital DAOs, especially the past, let's say, 6 months, year, is that every single conversation is happening through a forum or a Discord, which I think are some of the worst mediums of alignment. I think they're great for debating, but really bad for aligning. Um, so I really like that kind of realness aspect of doing kind of underground impact stuff, because yeah, it gives me so much pleasant feedback loop that even if it doesn't feel like we changed the world today, or I raised funds, or we've still had a good day. And I do it's kind of drawing me more and more away from my computer and more into places where I can sit with physical people and do physical things.
Yeah, I think I would just echo all of those points. And like it's also interesting to see kind of, I don't know the right word to describe it, but maybe like the rhythm or like when things start to become a movement and they become out of your control. You can see that more real time in a physical location, like through the meeting sizes or just random people on the street being like, "Hey, you're the crypto guy, right? This TBD, what are you guys doing?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is like turning into something." And it's pretty exciting because people like with that combination of the human connection and a shared problem or a shared mission, then people like that alone empowers people to go out and talk about it. And if you give them that human connection, then they feel like a sense of ownership in the outcome that maybe they're not directing, maybe you're directing, but still they know it affects them because of this meme that they're tied to. And it's been kind of really fascinating to see the memes spread across at least my local area, and how that emerges in different types of events or different types of random phone calls about who I need to talk to about this one thing. Like it's kind of exciting.
We're starting to have this too now, where I overheard a girl telling another one, "Yeah, Collectivo is this big organization, gives a bunch of grants."
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, we're hitting at people.
It's exciting.
It's not, I don't know about you, but also like maybe to bring another voice here, it's not always easy neither. It's really real. Like we also started kind of this temporary occupation to create a common for the neighborhood, and yes, it's really nice to see the impact, to see bringing people together. It's wonderful, and we need that so much, especially now with extreme polarization, right? Bringing people together, it's really important, but it's not always easy. Like right now, I mean, as you know, there's the war in Ukraine. There's been a bunch of Ukrainian refugees. We welcome a couple of them, the Citizen Corner, and you hear their stories, and wow, it put things in perspectives, and maybe that's actually a positive point of doing things in the real space is I feel like if we only do things in the metaverse, it's easy to get disconnected from real issues in the world. And then we start solving and doing what I call intellectual masturbation. And then like, but how can we actually use those superpowers to have a meaningful impact? How do we make it like, okay, those people now coming from Ukraine, like how come they cannot open a bank account right now? And okay, cool, we have all of those tools and crypto and stuff, and okay, we can create them a MetaMask, but they cannot buy bread with it, right? So it gets really real. And then you realize that, oh wow, actually how far we still are, how early all of this still is, right? So I feel like it's in a way like yeah, I think it would be good, and I would love to invite more people in the Web3 space to spend their week like to reconnect with the local community, with their neighbors. Like, how are we going to change the world if we cannot change our street? And let's make sure that by getting real with real people in our streets, like we also have new ideas about, now that we get into remote working, like the water cooler conversation is not anymore with colleagues. It's going to happen more and more locally, which I think is a really good thing, because now we start thinking about, oh, that's an issue that you have. Well, I have the same issue. Maybe we can solve this together. And by the way, I've heard of this thing called Collectivo or Future Thinkers, and this can really help. And this is where your work gets meaning.
Right. Well said. And you touched on some of the challenges as well, and I wanted to see what others have to say about that. Like, what are some of the biggest problems and obstacles that you come up with doing something physical, especially with crypto?
Regulation and banks. I think number one is these bureaucratic systems are so expensive and they take so long, which really halters our development. I think for already 3 years now, things are moving, but just very slow. And it creates fear for people, and we don't want to create fear. This is already scary, new terrain. We're already teaching them new words and new rhythms and new. Also, having to tell them, "Oh no, don't worry, you're not going to jail." I shouldn't have to tell them that. I think what I need at least is just very clear, simple, and fast regulation. I think it's completely legit that we need to play according to some rules, but at least let's put these rules forwards and let's make them executable. And the second is banks, which kind of relates to it. But the biggest challenge we have on the ground is that it's extremely hard to off ramp cryptocurrency into the local currency. It's even harder to get a international Visa card or something like that, which then ends up people going to black markets, which has real risks to it. People needing to go to shady stores, or nobody wants that. I don't want it. The government doesn't want it. The people don't want it. But it's just a lack of ability and kind of lack of again regulation tools, which you don't experience on the like digital world. You can just do all the digital things and no one really cares. And even if they do, it's like, what you gonna do?
I have so much to say on this subject. It's just so, the bureaucracy in Canada is just so absurd sometimes, trying to get anything done. And like everyone talks about the local regional district governance systems as just being so backwards. Like one example is one of my neighbors has this beautiful timber frame house and used with local materials, built by local people. And recently, the local government decided, we don't like these structures anymore. They're not allowed, even though they've been used for hundreds of years. And all of those structures are still standing, while our current stick-built, crappily insulated houses fall down after 20 years. They're just so bad. And so these are not allowed. They don't like the way they're structured anymore, so we can't do it. And like going to your point about efficient rules and regulations, I don't think we can do that if the knee-jerk reaction of individuals is to say, we need a law for this, or we need a regulation for this. We need, the government needs to do something. I think we need a lot more just like permissionless. I'm going to try and do this, and if I screw it up, I'm responsible for it. I'm not going to sue anyone or get this thing insured necessarily, but I need the freedom to be able to experiment and do this on my own without the government telling me, without some bureaucrat who has no connection to the land telling me what I can or can't do.
Yeah, the problem is that we come out of a system that is a lot of top down, and it's all about it's about ego, it's about power. I mean, it's not any better in Europe, in Belgium. I mean, I'd have to say Belgium is not a country; it's a concept, and most countries are, by the way, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I understand. Like, we're not going to be able to escape regulations. That's gonna happen, right? So the best we can hope is, like Luc is saying, like at least make it transparent, fair, simple, so that we can move on. I feel like one thing that is important is that people need to see that crypto can be useful for our shared goals. Because if they only see crypto through those clickbaits of degens, right, then guess what, right? Regulations are gonna be climbing on us, right? But if they see crypto as being a piece of the puzzle, part of the solution, helping with the SDGs, like then, and so we need also to get those politicians and others onto Web3, and so yeah, because they need to experience that. We need to make friends, basically, show them that we can be a force for good. And that's why I love all of you here in this room, because we are all working on that, which is amazing. So more of that, please.
You gave me an idea, actually. When we do this Regen contest, we should get a list of politicians and send them the NFTs of each of the Earth ships and all the things that we would want locally. Be like, all right, we made this NFT for you. Check it out.
Cool. And Patrick, you want to share something on the subject?
I don't think I have much to add here. I just echo all everyone's sentiments.
Yeah. Fucking regulations, man.
I think the degens are worse, to be honest. I presented at Impact the Netherlands, I think 3 weeks ago. It was the most uncomfortable presentation in my life, because here there were like 400 young people in the Netherlands that identify with impact. They want to make a positive change. And I was giving a presentation on regeneration and autonomy, and in the presentation I asked who thinks that crypto and Web3 creates more harm than good. And I kid you not, 95% raised their hand. And this is our target audience. These are the people that are regens, they're entrepreneurs, the foundation leaders, kind of the people that are doing their best to make the world a better place. And they didn't just think that it's not useful. They literally thought it is harmful, because the only memes that they hear is money go up, Bitcoin is bad for the environment, blockchains are a scam, look what the famous football player did to his following. Kind of, that's just the messaging that gets to them. And I think the only way to counter it is for us regens to make as much noise as the counterparties. And it's hard because they're driven by money, they're driven by fame, they're driven by everything that they want. And yeah, it forces me also to be more vocal. And I'm not the most vocal person myself. I like to just do the work and not talk about what work I did. But it's becoming more and more important, I think, to flip the switch and really spread this mindset that we have.
But I think that action speaks louder than words at the end. And as people will see more and more initiatives that are really taking the side of citizens that fight for a regenerative future, the narrative will naturally switch. I mean, I don't know. That's my hope. That's my belief. I don't know. Have you seen this initiative in Liverpool called People? Peeepl. People Eat. They're basically redoing Uber Eats, Deliveroo, but using Web3 on the Fuse blockchain. And I think this is such a great use case, because this is something that everyone in every city experience using those platforms. We eat every day, right? And even though you order food from 3 kilometers away, and there is someone local that brings it to you on a bicycle, like you give 30% to a multinational, right? And on top of that, there is all of those debates everywhere about the fact that those delivery people, like they're actually underpaid and and all of those issues, right? So this is a good way to actually get even local politicians on your side, because this is a real issue. People talk about it. There's already massive margins, so you can easily make it like sustainable, financially sustainable. And then you can use that some of that margins into a participative budgeting, right, to enable the local community to do something about that. But so they're just getting started, but this is very promising. And I think like it's through projects like those where we can unite against those extractive economy of those Web2 platforms, but something that is very real at the local level. And then people will see like, what, in order for me to be part of this and enjoy this, I also need to have a crypto wallet and join that. And of course they will say yes. And all of a sudden, all the fears they have about that will go away. So it's all about making it concrete to people.
That's why I think NFTs are so cool, because, I can make a thing. I can make something cool, and even if it took me 5 minutes, my friends might want it, especially if it's this limited edition thing. We were making our NFT and testing, and one of the guys I was working with, a crypto expert, just made an NFT of a Schnauzer dog because he likes these dogs. I was like, can you please send that to me when you finish? Like, just send me the test one. And that was my first NFT. I was like, this is so cool. I don't know. I think it's such a cool entry point, but then the When Moon people come in and ruin everything.
Yeah, and those people will exist. Like one of the parts of this local thesis is like the more concentrated you have operators that are also participating in the community, the more the mind shifts. And you combine that with like successful applications, then like there's kind of areas in Tampa Bay where if you go and ask somebody about crypto over here, they may say it's more harmful. But if you go to where, Tampa Bay DAO, the network of us are around, then they're all going to say, like the vast majority of them are going to say, no, it's very helpful. It's a very loving and inclusive space, X, Y, and Z. And then like, so that's like the kind of, you have these mimetic drivers, and then combine that with like, we are still in an immature phase of the technology itself, but you have different applications like people, which it's people or what was the name of the project again, Xavier?
Yeah, I shared in the chat.
Okay, perfect. People eat, yeah.
Yeah.
It's ironic because at Pocket, Fuse uses Pocket, and I saw that application. I was like, I have to feature these guys in our article because like this is such a cool application. So it's interesting to see that coming back around. But anyway, once we have these successful use cases with these like empowerment organizations, then I think we'll really start to see the wave change. And it if you concentrate it at a local level, you have much more of a fighting shot than shouting at the internet people, shouting at the internet heads.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
All right, let's proceed to the final question with 10 minutes left. Talk about some of the hopes and dreams of what you want to achieve or where you think this is going. Whoever is ready, feel free to start.
I guess I'll start. Yeah, I would love to see more people in Tampa Bay specifically, and then hopefully this models to other localities, or they could be urban areas or non-urban areas, but more people just be empowered, first being financially free and then being creatively free. And then that gives them more time to like express themselves and evoke their imagination and provide value where they wouldn't otherwise if they had like a typical 9 to 5. And then getting to the root of like how is value generated in an area and focusing more time on that. That's when you get into like permaculture and kind of attention economy stuff and craftsmanship and things like that, all of which has not all of which attention really doesn't, but some of which has more of an upfront cost. So I envision like Tampa Bay full of these like financially free agents from Web3 that are doing more infrastructure level stuff to generate value, and then circulating that value back. So hopefully we can pull that off or something close to that. And having fun the whole time. It's all like gotta have fun.
All right. Who's to go next?
Well, like
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I totally second what Patrick is saying. Yeah, I'd love to accelerate the system change of climate change, right? And to me, it's about moving away from LLCs, privately owned companies, to community owned, basically commons, right? DAOs. And I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I want to make sure that um, she won't have to work for a privately owned company, that she will be able to work for one or multiple communities. And as a way to get there, I'd love to get to a 4-day work week, and with one day as a community day, where everyone basically has equal opportunity to go work for a community, whether it's in the neighborhood or a DAO or whatnot, because people need to experience that. So as soon as we can give people opportunities to step out of these privately owned vehicles as a way to create resources to more like a community way, working together, digital cooperatives. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'm sure we'll get there. I'm positive. It's not gonna be a straight line though, so fasten your seatbelt.
Oh, I'll go, and then Mikey, if you're really thinking it through, I really want to hear you last. I think
You're going to be disappointed.
No worries.
He's a future thinker.
I think my dream would really be for more people to be in the spot that we're in. We're laughing a lot here. We're talking very serious things. We're talking very innovative things, but we're still having fun. We're feeling good. I hope that through the frameworks that we're creating, whether they're economic, financial, kind of ecological, that we allow more people to just have a good life. And I think as a result, we'll have a better Earth. Yeah, my focus has really shifted more and more towards just helping people grow and then seeing what they do. So I hope that we're really truly able to leverage the tools that we are discovering, and that we can create more equal access to that knowledge and tools. Because I think we have found some sort of a special diamond here. I think we're all living really purposeful lives because of this crazy Web3 space that we've discovered, and especially I would say refi. And I want this to scale to the billions. And maybe a final note. I mean, that's why with, for example, Collectivo, we're so closely building towards next to Cello. It's really aligning ourselves with groups that share that vision more than anything else. I think values are kind of value alignment is the number one priority for me now when I engage with people, when I engage with organizations. Yeah, and I hope more people can do that among us with our movements and connect to us. Mike, you can finish it off.
Sure. It's a challenge to talk about this piece, and because it's not attractive, it's not fun, it's not pleasurable, but this piece of like leaning into difficulty has really gone against the grain in I think Western culture, and I really wish more people could see how much their lives would benefit by leaning into things that make them uncomfortable. And that sounds like typical like entrepreneurial bro talk, but it really, I see it on an embodied level in the land all the time. Like the willingness to get your hands dirty and do hard things makes you tougher, like exposing yourself to cold or hot or wet or just anything uncomfortable builds up resistance to that. And then everything becomes more fun, like when you have thicker skin. And so I would say that across the board, physically, mentally, emotionally, there obviously is a lot of opportunity out there right now, but I still see a lot of people kind of like running from hard things. And that's definitely what I would wish would scale, is a culture that allowed for that. Yeah.
What I just want to add there to finish off, I think it's also the ability to share good things. I think it's a privilege to be able to enjoy the hard things. And I want to make sure that we can also share the good things. A good ripe mango can change your day, and I want everybody to be able to experience that joy of kind of dripping mango. And like, I feel that it's a combination of those two, kind of rewarding the hard work with the fruits that we harvest together is kind of the key to this movement.
And let's also make sure that we create also an inclusive space. I mean, here we are again, like only guys, and we need to bring neighbors. We need to bring women, of course. We need to make this space needs to reflect the world, right? So let's sit in the fire and let's attack also those things that are not always easy. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone. This was a lot of fun. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you all.
guys so
This
much.
was great.
Thank you, guys.
Great panel.
Yep.
And Mike, you're gonna stay with us for your talk. It's about to start in a few minutes. It also reminded me of the course that you had going, the shadow work. Is that still, do you still have that up?
Yep. Yeah, that's inside of our community. futurethinkers.org/members. Yeah, okay. How do you want to start this?
All right. Hey, pleasure meeting you guys. I'll take
Bye,
off here.
Patrick. Bye, Xavier.
I look forward to catching your presentation, Mike, afterwards.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye,
Nice to meet
everyone.
you guys.
Guys.
Thanks so much, Pete. Would you like to introduce Mike as well and get him kicked off? Anyone that didn't see the start of the panel?
Sure. Yeah, Future Thinkers podcast was like, yeah, my favorite podcast, and I learned a lot of great things through it. I think I found it through crypto initially, but it covers all kinds of great topics, and I like discovered Game B stuff, everything through the Future Thinkers podcast. And it was actually my first remote work that I did was for Future Thinkers.
Nice.
And yeah, they're still doing great things from the podcast, and the chorus is the community, of course. But the village, the smart village that they're building, and the Portal DAO is super exciting, and I wanted to have him here to talk about it.
Awesome.
So we're here.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, it's cool to see you working on this stuff too, to kind of work together over the years and see how you've become a player in this space as well. So I appreciate you having me on. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is like do a brief intro of why I'm here and what I'm focused on, and what we're trying to achieve with all of these various projects. So we started Future Thinkers, which is a podcast about the evolution of technology, society, and consciousness about almost 10 years ago now, after we left Vancouver, Canada, and bought one-way tickets to Southeast Asia and had one recurring website design client. And we wanted to escape Western life and see something else, see something new. My girlfriend at the time, now my wife. And so we started the podcast after a few months of living in Southeast Asia and reading a lot more books and having a little bit more time to think and talk and look at the world from a different lens. And the podcast was really just our kind of like breakfast time conversations about stuff going on in the world. And then we started to interview people, and we were early on in the podcasting trend. So we were able to get a bunch of traffic, and it started growing, and it soon kind of took over and became the main focus of what we were doing. We stopped doing website design and content production for other people and just did it fully for ourselves. So we started interviewing bigger and bigger names and kind of tapping into people who were trying to make change in the world. And this meme came about over time called Game B, which kind of coincides with like Protopia or Regen or Solar Punk. It's basically this envisioning of a future that could exist if we solved successfully a number of different problems that we have today to do with the environment, to do with social organization, politics, corporations. Like it's just an envisioning of what life could be. And the lens that we've taken looking at and attempting to invent something in Game B or Solar Punk or whatever is an evolutionary lens, looking at how we've evolved, how we we built tribes and communities before the dawn of agriculture, how we organized, and also incorporating like the possibilities of transhumanism. I use that term very loosely because I'm not a huge fan of it, but new technologies like AI, blockchains, and distributed governance and distributed communication and production, and law, and trying to figure out how they gel with older systems. And so over time, we announced our intention, which we had since we first met, like this plan for the village has been around for more than a couple of decades in the back of our minds. But we announced our intention to start a village, and we put out an NFT to kind of partially crowdfund the purchase of a 400-acre piece of land in British Columbia, Canada. So we returned back to Canada in the midst of COVID, and we bought this land. And the land, there are documentaries like Kiss the Ground that talk about regenerative farming and how if more individuals and families and localized groups of people got together and created permaculture regenerative farms, that would be one of the biggest things we could do to mitigate climate change and absorb carbon from the atmosphere. And this documentary showed this graph of what happens during the seasonal cycles with perennial plants, how they absorb carbon and like they just kind of matched up how much carbon gets absorbed from the atmosphere depending on the bloom cycles of these plants and when they actually come out and start flourishing. So that was super interesting, and we thought like this would be really cool to do on our land, and then to document the process of it and show other people how to do it. So it's been a lot to like describe this whole thing, and this is only really the beginning stage of our project, what I've described so far. It's a lot to kind of like give to people, but we've started to narrow down on what it is, and what we intend to do is scale regenerative villages to spread the meme of regen, and also give people templates and experiences and potentially even funding to be able to start projects like this. So our intention is to build a DAO and to build this distributed collective decision-making apparatus to allow people to participate in the system. Now, this leads into Portal DAO, which was invented after we had the land. So portaldao.io is sort of the entry of the Web3 metaverse piece into the scaling regenerative villages intention. So with lockdowns and COVID and Canada taking an absolutely insane stance on how to protect from COVID, we realized there are a lot of people that want to visit and be a part of this project, but they can't get through the border. So we wanted to create a very similar experience for people to engage in regenerative projects and to have land-based projects, or at least have the experience of it. So we came up with this idea to build a metaverse of regen villages. Simultaneously, this new technology, Unreal Engine 5, came out just a few months ago for public use. I think they launched it actually in beta about a year ago. So it's had some time for people to play with. And basically it's an engine for building video games, but there's some new technologies with it that make it basically photorealistic. And it's the fact that it's a game designing engine means you can build all types of functionality into it, and you can do real-time rendering. So you can give people real-time experiences, photorealistic, and VR, augmented reality, cross-platform compatibility. So we thought, all right, this technology's out. NFTs are going crazy right now. DAOs are becoming really popular. Like this, there's this convergence of technologies that allow us to attempt to build a village operating system or a simulator or a game. And so that's what the intention is for the coming months. And what we're going to be doing is inviting a lot of people in to collaborate and help us to build the internet's largest library of regenerative 3D assets, so that these assets can be reused inside of Unreal Engine to make games, movies, TV shows, to make regenerative villages the backdrop of sci-fi storytelling. Because that's one thing, like just looking inside of asset libraries, I couldn't find Earthships or A-frame cabins very easily. I couldn't find, layouts of permaculture farms. I couldn't find all these assets that related to this world of regeneration. And so I figured, if we just put that out there in an open source way, then maybe this will start to enter the culture. Maybe we can memify regen and build it into popular media. So we're going to be hosting a series of contests that I think so far it's going to have two parts to it. One is going to be the asset creation. So let's build, Earth ships, and I've got a huge list of all the assets that we're going to be crowdsourcing. And then the second stage of the project is to take those assets onto a piece of land inside of Unreal Engine 5 and arrange and have the community kind of build a permaculture eco village and kind of give their interpretation of an ideal place they would like to live in. They design the environments, the weather systems, the bioregion, and then they kit bash all of these other, kit bash meaning taking pieces of other like collections of assets and putting them together to create a village. So I think I've pretty much kind of caught up to where I'm at now. Now I can probably show my screen here. Okay. So these are the three projects we're working on here. I've already introduced the three of them. So the land element is wellsgrayresort.ca. We basically crowdfunded a campsite because we figured campsites are the easiest way to buy into the initial infrastructure you need to build a village and have people come there in temporary like tiny homes or RVs or any kind of like tiny home setup, be able to get electricity, good internet, water, access to food, and then hit the ground running and start building. So we bought a campsite and an RV park and a golf course actually too. It's an existing golf course, which was definitely not our plan initially, but then we realized it's all part of the ecosystem to allow for this project to have enough money to sustain itself. So my family moved on to the project. They're running a lot of the RV park and the golf course, which allows my partner Yuvi and I to focus long-term on the village. So Portal DAO I've mentioned, that's the tech Web3 element. Wells Gray Resort is the land element, and Future Thinkers is the cultural element. And we didn't intend to do it this way. It just kind of happened that like these three projects mapped on to our idea of what regenerative villages would be. Like there's these three important components like culture, tech, land, essentially. So yeah. We've kind of covered these subjects, so I'll skip over. This is a really long slideshow, so I don't want to bog you guys down with that. But one thing we do with Future Thinkers, we've built courses related to resilience and self-sovereignty. We've focused a lot on personal transformation for the last 10 years before we ever started this village project. So we made courses. One of them is called, it's a course in personal evolution. And the first one's about sovereignty, like getting mental clarity. And then the second one is about shadow work. So we talked about this a bit in the panel. My discovery from traveling and from starting hard projects like this that basically have a 99% chance of failing is that if you willingly do hard things, you become stronger and you build up a thicker skin and you build up muscle and you build up your ability to take on more difficult things. And that's kind of, that discovery is something I want to really share with people. So, with what's happening in the world with Ukraine and with collapse of supply chains and collapse of and lockdowns from COVID and all of these crazy things that have happened in the last few years, I see it as an opportunity for us to become more resilient, to test ourselves, and to really do that societal level shift that we need in order to move into regenerative civilization. Because transition, no matter how you look at it, is going to be painful. So if we just expect it's going to be painful, lean in, we might have a lot more opportunity to make change quicker just through that willingness to endure. So we see this as like the need for a return to village life as an opportunity right now with all these things going on. We think smart villages or regen villages will create and promote healthier lifestyles for people. They'll create purpose-driven, future-proof communities and resilient food and energy production, and housing as well. Major problems that we have right now in the world. So like I said, we kind of amazingly discovered that our 3 projects map on to this like mapping of regenerative villages, our approach to a Game B future. So these are the different areas that we want to focus on. And I'll let you guys just maybe screen capture this, or I'll save the slides for later. All right, I'm gonna skip through this. About the land, if you want to come visit, you can definitely do that. Wellsburyresort.ca, 400-acre piece of land in the middle of nature. It's a bit difficult to get to because it's in rural Canada, but we welcome any and all people to come join us on this project. All right, so the obstacle, regen villages could be key to solving a lot of problems on the planet, but these projects are hard to start and hard to run, and people want embodied learning opportunities. But due to the size of demand, availability of teachers, difficulty with travel due to the pandemic, can't always happen locally. So building the regenerative metaverse is sort of our answer. And like I said, there are a series of technologies that kind of come together. Let's say DAOs and collaborative tools, allowing people to make large-scale collective decisions. Advanced world building with Unreal Engine 5. Advancements in NFT and DeFi tech, so using NFTs as access keys or memberships to projects, communities like this. And then grounded AR, VR, 3D education. So these are all pieces that we want to build in. There, Apple might come out in the next year or so with AR glasses. So there's this huge opportunity to build in 3D augmented reality education into a project like this. Let's get through this. So the way the metaverse works now, this is sort of an interesting thing. The way it works now is it will basically, someone will create a grid and they'll divide that grid up into chunks of land and sell those off to people. So ironically, in this like supposedly decentralized setup, you end up creating multiple hyper siloed places that are basically like a hyper capitalistic recreation of what we already have. There's no innovation here except for the fact that you're buying virtual land instead of real land. So our idea is to take a piece of land and give people access to that VR environment in its entirety, a large chunk of land, like a replica even of our land or someone else's land, and then to divide it into dimensions so that you have dimension 1. You might have some consistent things across dimensions like a community center, but then everything else might be totally up to the land steward. And then what you could do is have collaboration across dimensions. So you could say, I like Dimension A's approach to permaculture farming, and I like Dimension B's approach to housing, and I like Dimension C's approach to septic or electrical system. And then you can just incorporate these in almost like a paint by numbers system. Like I paint over here and build that dimension into my dimension. I paint over here and build that dimension. So that's kind of the innovation we're going after with this place-based multi-dimensional metaverse. And then the AR component's really interesting too. So we want to bridge the gap between real projects and the virtual. So we want to have courses and workshops and events and the ability to like explore this land in VR and have some sort of deep connection to the land. So you should be able to like put your phone up in front of your face or go in VR, play a video game, and be able to see all these little icons pop up all over the land and go explore these courses and have experiences and potentially meet up with other people. So the NFT play, we're delaying this, so I won't get super into the NFTs because the market crash has made this a little bit ridiculous to try and launch a project like this right now. So we'll wait. We're not in a rush to get this out there. But the archetypes, I basically taught myself to do 3D and like made 5,000 unique characters that are basically like doorways to the Smart Village metaverse. And so they're based off of the 6 archetypes from, well, there's actually more than 6 archetypes, but they're based off of archetypes from Jungian psychology. And these are deep subjects. I won't get into this in this conversation here, but they're super deep. We've done a whole podcast series about them. They're really useful as a way to investigate other perspectives or other ways to look at the world by embodying certain archetypes. So, for example, you find yourself kind of being a slob and your house is a mess, and you know you need to go apply for a job, or you know you need to do a bunch of things that you're not doing, and you'd rather just kind of watch TV and sit on the couch. So the archetype you would want to embody here is the warrior. The warrior is disciplined, regularly does hard things, does things the body or the monkey doesn't want to do, will willingly go into conflict if it's for the right cause. So I won't get super deep into this, but that's just one example of how you can embody certain archetypes. Lots of utilities coming with this, but I won't get into this because we're not quite ready to launch. And then the living lab. So we want to make our actual local property into a laboratory for people to test different technologies, different approaches to permaculture. That's why we bought such a large piece of land. It's 400 acres. So we want to be able to try out new economies or Web3 and metaverse tech, village simulations, regenerative infrastructure, all kinds of different education formats. We could actually have multiple micro villages on the land that are kind of like self-contained and have different approaches and kind of split test. So I think I've pretty much reached the end of this presentation here. Sponsor. If you want to be part of the project, if you want to just come for a visit and like treat it like a campsite, you can do that at wellsgraveresort.ca/booking. If you want to do a work stay program, check out this link, futurethinkers.org/village-work-stay- wow, we need a new link. And then interested in investing, we are opening for investment, and then we are pursuing the NFT allow list in probably 6 months, maybe a little less. And that's it for the presentation. So I kind of was hoping to open this up to questions at the end here, or maybe invite Peter back in to dive into things he's interested in.
Yeah, you're still there, Pete. Yeah. So I really love what you were saying, especially the part about mapping the personality types to cards. It's one of the things that we did in metagame is to incorporate people's alignment and colors, and we mapped them to like Magic the Gathering cards.
Nice, yeah.
So I think having that archetype and like identity helps people understand themselves better and kind of align them with other people that think more like it. Can you talk about how you arrived at the archetypes that you did?
Sure, yeah. Basically, I picked the ones I was most interested in. There's 12 archetypes, and if this succeeds, we'll do the other 6 in the future. But right now, I kind of looked at culturally where we're at, what archetypes I think are the most useful. And warrior, explorer, creator, lover, magician, and king were so obvious to me. The warrior is a really important one. Like I've said a lot in past conversations, doing the hard thing and being disciplined is super useful. And just being on the land now and realizing how much physical work there is, there's no room for, I need to self-actualize when you need food, there's no room for these like higher conceptual level things when you need to make ends meet. So the warrior is really useful for that. And then there's like personal development and meditation and being in your senses and being patient and being in relationship with others. And that one's heavily embodied in the lover archetype. So the lover is not just about sex or love. It's about being in touch with your senses. And then another one, for example, is the magician. So like I'm heavy in the magician archetype because I explore new knowledge or new avenues of knowledge. I bring that back. I formulate it into something. I make a spell. I make a potion. I make something out of it, a machine. And then I release that into the world and try and help other people to understand it and build upon it. That's basically what the magician's all about. And then an opportunity for me is like a highly introverted person not wanting to like, I get exhausted in big group settings. The king is super useful for me there because the king will reluctantly take a leadership role and bless the people that he leads. So there's this like reluctant leadership, this desire to defend as a father, that comes into play a lot. Like I'm the king in the family because I take the role of protector when it comes to my son. There's a lot of danger on this environment. He could get eaten by a bear very easily. So yeah, that's where the king comes in. That's something I'm trying to work on, is embodying a leader mentality and not doing it in a way that's becomes a dictatorship or a solo hyper centralized thing.
Super cool. So one of the other questions I had was about the podcast and kind of outreach and like communication. I think that's like a really important part about everything that we do, is like building the network. Can you talk a little bit more about how people can build their network and get a voice for some of the projects that they're doing as well?
I feel this is like a pretty big weak point for us. Like the podcast is really a response to me being too introverted to go out there all the time and like meet people face to face. So I was like, I have these ideas, I have these creative kind of pursuits, or I have these conversations I'd love to be having one-on-one with people. So we just pressed the record button and released it. And that's been the foundation of everything, really. So I'm barely active in social media or Discord or any of that stuff. And I find it really difficult. So I'm kind of the wrong person to ask about that. We need community people.
Yeah, I think that that's an important part, right? Is that a lot of us are focused on building, and we need that support too. So that's why, like, if we're not strong on it, you know, it's a good opportunity to build networks outward. So I really appreciate you coming in and sharing on the panel. That was a great debate, and not really debate, but just sharing and discussion about kind of where tools are going and kind of like how the way to think about structure that we're doing. Do you think that you could mention a little bit more about the exact goals and problem that you're solving right now?
Sure. Well, that's the toughest part because there's so many pieces to it. I think regen villages, regenerative smart villages, whatever you want to call it, it's hard to define what it is. Solar punk, I think it solves a ton of social problems. It reduces isolation, brings people together around shared meals, helps people to raise children together. So there's a lot of that kind of communal element we're trying to build in that I think is really useful in projects like this. Then there's the environmental aspect where you're trying to self-sustain as much as possible by doing your own farming, producing your own energy. Maker spaces are super important in projects like these. So we've started building a maker space so that we can build the furniture that we need or build any of the stuff that we need using local materials, using fallen trees from the land. And so that's kind of the three elements, right? That's like bringing people together, the cultural element, and then the tech piece is honestly like, I just find it fun. Like the regenerative part, the Unreal Engine part, the NFTs, all of that. Like I'm an artist. I have a background in music and visual design stuff. So I'm pursuing that primarily because it's fun. And then I can actually build cool and interesting and useful things into it. So I feel like it's just so boring to be like so heavily focused on problems and solutions all the time that I'd rather just like, I don't know, try and make everything intentionally congruent so that if I work on one thing, it builds a bunch of other things at the same time. So I hope to build like into this template of regenerative villages, maker space and an art studio and a media lab and stuff like that, where these pieces come together and allow people to create stuff which attracts more people. Because that's like, a lot of these projects will be rural because that's the only way you can afford it. They'll be way out in the boonies somewhere, super far away, really inaccessible, and we'll see that kind of like mycelial network increase out into rural lands. So you need kind of a bigger reason for people to come out. It's not always just like, it's not always enough. What most of these eco villages are really offering. So I've been playing a lot with this concept of the central attractor, like, and thinking a lot about where all the places I've traveled to, like what I like the most about them, what attracted me there. And places like Lisbon, Portugal, or Berlin, or Ubud in Bali, or Plovdiv, Bulgaria, they have these like deep cultural roots, this history of art and music and suffering as well, which also informs a lot of that art. So I've thought about that deeply and tried to incorporate those sort of central attractors into our project to give people, I don't know, like a sense of meaning and connection, and a sense of beauty as well. Like it's not enough to just say, hey, we're all value aligned here. Like
our stream person will then admit you inside.
So one of the things that you mentioned that is really powerful there, that kind of resonates with the question that I asked you, is about connection, and it's focusing on inward connections rather than only outward connections. So I think, especially today, as we've talked about local impact and driving culture and supporting our local communities, that we don't always kind of look globally. We can use the tools from the global infrastructure, but at the end of the day, we need to definitely make impact on ourselves, and we don't do it alone. We do it in a place that people can support. So like, as you say, like out in the middle of nowhere, you're not looking for outsiders to come in. You're trying to support the community that's already there and empower those networks and grow kind of the roots that are already there.
Yeah. And it's a challenge too, as someone who's been quite globally focused for a lot of years. Like, it's really rewarding. Like I said before, when Peter asked what's the difference between working on something in the land and working in the online world, it's like instant result. Like, you do a thing and you see the result. You mow the lawn or plant some plants or stuff like that, and you actually just see the results right away. So that's really had a much stronger impact on me than I thought it would.
Yeah, we had someone yesterday that was a professional chef, and he had the same impression. It's like when he's cooking, he knows exactly how the structures and the flavors are going to break down, and so even if it's an experimental flavor, like the immediate results are there, right? You make the dish is done. It's not you're going to plan the dish for 6 months, and a year from now, the team will have the dish ready.
Yeah. There's a reciprocal opening when you're involved in land projects where like agent and arena interact for each other's benefit. That actually is another thing I would hope could spread in this regenerative meme. Like, people have this attitude that people are just like a plague or a virus on on Earth, and I think they just don't know how to be in a reciprocal, widening, or opening relationship, agent and arena, where both benefit each other. And that's sort of like the indigenous land management practices. That's being in touch with your land. That's like the story of the giving tree. I won't get into that, but that's a really interesting story worth doing a Google search for. That's like the golden goose scenario too. Like, you have to feed the goose. You have to nurture the goose. You don't just like kill it to take all of the gold, So there's this, I don't know, this practical realization I've had that I wish I could share with more people, that people can actually be totally in line with nature and be good for nature and still shape nature as well.
Well, great. Thanks so much, Mike. It was amazing having a chance to talk with you and follow up more about the eco villages and everything that you're doing. Keep up the amazing work. And next up, we have a small group of people led by my friend Nelson. Nelson, are you here with us?
Hi, guys.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, Nelson. Nice to see you.
So, especially talking about our impact to local communities and how we can build villages, eco-villages, and support. Today, we're going to be talking about Portugal and the solar punk mecca that's possible through Portugal. So, can you please introduce yourselves and some of your friends that we have here? And please feel free to hop into your presentation.
Thanks, Penguin. Cool. So I'm Nelson, based in Lisbon for a year now. I've been in the crypto industry as a computer engineer since 2016. And I guess like many others, the world lockdown, being locked down in Spain made me rethink a little bit about how we live in how we live together, and kind of like wanted to be more connected to nature and what we need as humans, and then started a journey of exploring the possibilities using the technologies that we have access to create better living spaces, which led me to go to Portugal and meet those amazing human beings. Juan Pablo, do you want to present yourself?
Thank you for that, and it's very cool to meet you all. Yeah, I came to Portugal quite randomly, but fell in love with the potential here, with the climate, with the people, and with the opportunities for regeneration. I've been working. My background is in business, but it evolved into regeneration through farming. And for me, it's a process to get more in touch with nature. I think as human beings, we've lost touch for good reason, but I think it's good to come back to it. So this is where I'm at. Gonzalo, you want to go ahead? I don't know if you've been already.
Hey, so I specialize in building. I grew up actually in Portugal before I went off to uni, and I lived in other places. I've always been super curious about creating resilient spaces, whether that's with water autonomy, electrical power autonomy, food autonomy. So I spent some time also volunteering in different communities around the planet whilst I was getting on with building in Portugal. So I'm a boring real estate guy, but I specialize now in natural materials and integrated systems, recycling systems mostly, water, electrical, etc. And yeah, and I met a lot of these. I met everybody here actually in Portugal at a time that I was starting to shift away from basically concrete and to something a little bit more sustainable, let's say. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Alex?
Yeah, so I actually, Gonzalo and I work in the same business, Off-Chain City, and work very closely with Nelson and Juan. What we do is, technically, we're Portugal's first and only fully regulated crypto fund. But what we actually do is kind of service our core community of people that tend to come from an innovation and crypto background to deploy that capital towards an end that we find more interesting. So we will invest in crypto on one side of the fund, and we will invest in real estate and building and developing concepts that Gonzalo mentions on the other side. So it's a way of bridging the digital assets and the real asset space. That's what we focus on.
Awesome, thanks. So I guess for this conversation, I see very two important aspects that we should mention. Is first the relationship between Portugal and the Web3 community in general, but also how can we then connect that to the real world, and especially all the needs in terms of like regeneration of water, the soil, biodiversity, and actually have a positive impact, especially regarding to our situation with climate change. So maybe we can start talking a little bit about the crypto scene, and especially there has been quite a lot of conversation internationally when I was traveling. People were asking, oh, what's happening in terms of like tax situation? The whole thing is changing in Portugal. People are unsure. There's lots of like, let's say, not exactly accurate information. And I'm pretty sure that you, Gonzalo, and Alex can maybe shed a little light how welcoming and how advantageous it is to set yourself up here.
Yeah, well, actually, so I think everyone knows, the reputation of Portugal as a place to come if you have crypto and crypto friendly. And this is mostly because historically it's been, there's been a very kind of flexible taxation status for crypto in the country. But I think it actually goes much more beyond that. So we're part of the National Web3 Working Group. So working quite closely with all the major crypto associations on one hand and directly with the government on the other. So with the Secretary of State and the Minister of Finance on how to define what the landscape is going to be from like a regulatory and a tax perspective. And yes, it's true that there will be increasing regulation. There will be some taxation. There will be some kind of control as to how you do things. Generally, with respect to the rest of Europe, Portugal is much more friendly. And the fact that we're having this open discussion, the fact that it's on the agenda to be open, to attract talent and to attract good people, is pretty central. And the fact that the community is growing here so rapidly. And attracting good people, builders, people that are quite actively involved in community, people that aren't primarily and only driven by kind of tax incentives, I think says a lot for the sort of community that we're building here. And Gonzalo kind of approaches it from another side as well, so I'm sure he has a different viewpoint.
Well, complementary perhaps. Portugal also is a great place to come and set up in Europe. So if you are outside of Europe, you don't have a European passport, and you're a little bit unsure, but you want to start digging in or getting your feet wet, Portugal offers programs like the Golden Visa or non-habitual residency, which gives you a bunch of benefits. But the Golden Visa, for instance, gives you a European passport with an investment. So you invest either whether that's real estate, whether that's a fund like ours, and one or two other avenues. And within 5 years, you'll get your passport. Duration of those 5 years, you have a residency, so you'll be able to move in and out. For people who want to really settle down here, it's got not just the taxation benefits, but just a quality of life that's unbelievable. And that's why we're growing so rapidly. There seems to be a common thread about the people that come to settle here, which is they want to enjoy life beyond just the churn and beyond just the work all the time.
Yeah,
so beautiful mix.
Yeah, that was really my impression in terms of like thinking, okay, what is Lisbon? What is Portugal? What's if you compare to Barcelona, London, and all those places, what is it? What is the real plus-value here? And I think what people are looking is for reconnection to nature, reconnection to themselves. Like they want to keep building, but they want to have a better quality of life. We actually leads me to the part about regeneration in nature, because there's also a lot of like techies and business people and crypto people. There's lots of people coming to buy land and create some kind of community, some kind of retreat space, or just like people that want to buy a house in nature to live with their friends. That's also very common. So I can see how those two things can make it really like the secret, the ingredient for the secret sauce to make it like a solar punk place, because you can then connect the people that can build the tech to the people that want to live connected to nature, and also showcase what showcase the processes, the techniques, which JP is gonna talk about that we can use to regenerate a lot of the, for example, desertified land in the middle of Portugal. So JP, maybe you can mention a little bit of the kind of work that you do, and then we can see how we can also use a lot of the crypto tool like regenerative finance to maybe enhance the kind of work that you guys are doing on the ground.
Yeah, so we started collaborating this past year, and what Rhizo is doing is basically designing edible landscapes. We understand that farming can be used as a tool for regeneration, but and in the sense using productivity to fuel more resilient ecologies. And in that sense, also allowing a space for the human being to interact with the ecosystem, which is not, as we consider it to be now in this conventional model of allowing just tech and inputs to dominate farmland and the countryside, but allowing space for human beings to come in, not just with the work, with the labor, which is in sometimes applicable or not, but with the creativity of how do you come in and design these ecosystems so that they are healthy and resilient, but also benefit you as a human being and every other species that needs to have it healthy so that it can thrive. So at Rhizo, we love to solve this problem of understanding what is kind of like the natural potential vegetation that should be in place in wherever you want to do a tourism project or a farming project or a real estate project. It's what kind of ecology should be in place, and then from there, kind of like tailor it to your specific needs. This is kind of like an underlying value system that gives priority to strong ecology or ecology first. I think that layering this in the sense of ecology, then understanding added value or economics or farming, productivity, real estate as a second layer, and then lastly this element of humans and culture as kind of like the all-encompassing, enriching element that will make this thing come alive as well for humans. So yeah, at Rhizo, what we're trying to do is to simplify this process of understanding what kind of species should be in place, and yeah, this is kind of like where we were heading to with this specific project that we were collaborating together. And specifically for Portugal, I think that there is a lot to do because there have been historically some policies specifically in farming and that have reshaped vast ecosystems into eucalyptus forests or cornfields and then wheat fields, which basically are in line with having a market drive your ecology as opposed to the ecology driving the market, which is where we should be aiming towards. Because in that case, you really just have to nature do its own thing and just enhance it and leverage the natural processes on the ground. So you need to work less, have less inputs, and still have climate smart production system, rich with abundance. And in Portugal, it's really crazy how forgiving this land is and how amazingly things grow back very strongly. So yeah, feeling very excited about the potential here.
Yeah, and to give maybe a little bit perspective and context to what we're talking about. So originally we started working together because a little bit like the future thinkers in the previous talk, we have a regenerative smart village project here in Portugal, close to Lisbon, and as part of it, the idea was really to make a living lab and kind of like look at the quality of the soil, at the quality, like where is the water, is there enough water, see in terms of like biodiversity, but also in terms of like business model, like what can we grow to actually generate some money, but at the same time do some good in the land that can also like lower the temperature, make the water be more retained, and just great. And to be honest, just a nice place to live. Just a nice place to live, and some food for ourselves. So I think really this work and what you can do is very important, but how it can connect to the crypto world in general and the world regenerative finance. I want to give a shout out to the ReFi DAO, to the people from ReFi Spring, Traditional Dream Factory, and Rebuild. They've been doing lots of work into bringing that into Portugal. But how can we create the business cases, the business models? Because very often those things, like it's like we have the science and the tech, but nobody's funding it because there's like it's either non-profit kind of work and people are like working hard on the ground, but they don't have the material, they don't have the machine, they don't have the money to actually make it go to the next level. And in my mind, I can see how crypto can be used, but also the kind of like token economics mindset or even the business minded mindset into creating some agroforestry project where you create a beautiful forest, but at the same time you generate some crop that you can sell on the market, and because they are high quality and this is what you have as higher value, right? This is like looking at like what do we have that is good here that we can sell somewhere else. I remember a conversation with you, JP. You mentioned like how organic almonds could be a great business model and generate like an impressive amount of money that when you mentioned it to me. So how can we help support the work on the ground and create the business models and the investment funnels so that the money goes into actually generate some real world assets, some real world impact, and not just the next yield and internet magic money, but actually be connected to what we use or what we need every day.
Yeah,
What are you doing, Nelson? Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're trying to achieve with Off-Chain, right? So we have a lot of supporters that come from a crypto background with digital assets, but they also want to create, real world spaces and communities. And so that's why we come together, is to channel this like very intentional capital to support these sort of projects. Because as you know, here in Portugal, there's an abundance of land. There's amazing land. It's the fundamentals are very strong. There's a lot of people here that are very willing to commit their time and expertise to these sort of projects. But as you say, they don't have the capital because the models are slightly different. Luckily, we have a little bit more flexibility to be able to support these teams to acquire this land, to invest in the building, to invest in the community kind of building, and to enable them to get some sort of scale. So we need more of it for sure, and I guess we need to professionalize, like you say, not just the business models, because it's not just about business. A lot of it is societal models and collaboration models, but we do need to obviously bring professionals into the space to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I agree, completely agree. I think that moving the kind of like the DeFi and all this insane amount of wealth that is in the crypto sphere, and potentially moving it into real assets, and then linking those with some type of ownership that can create. I mean, because traceability is already there, but this could go way beyond traceability. As you say, investing in these ecosystems and as you say, regeneration is something that is a technology that has been proven, and it seems that it's risky just because it just takes so long for you to get to understand the real benefits of what you're doing. But it is a long-term approach. So I think that mixing the risk appetite that you can have in crypto and investing into real life assets such as real estate, such as what Option is doing, or developing regenerative projects, it's very much a win-win because first of all, it's not as risky as you would think, and second, you are in line to basically add value at many different layers. You add value at increasing the value of the land once you set up a project on it, but you have the land backing that value. Then you have an agricultural model that is regenerative and therefore more resilient and will be productive. Then you have this element of conservation and land regeneration in it because you have more than one cash crop potentially as well, and also trees or species that have ecological functions and that might require to be protected. And then, for example, Portugal has a lot of areas where endemic species are disappearing. And if you say, well, I combine a farm mechanism with protecting an endangered species, there's multiple ramifications, especially as we move further into the natural capital evolving and literally giving value to ecological practices, carbon sequestration, water restoration, biodiversity restoration. I think through NFTs and through these things that literally pin down and can trace things to the source, it provides some transparency to what people are doing in the rural landscape, as well as other types of projects. But yeah, I think that there's a massive potential there to bringing an influx of this risk appetite and combining it into something that can grow quite well over time.
Yeah, and by the way, it doesn't mean that we have to sacrifice on-chain value, because I mean, with projects like Ethereum or Nelson Works or like Centrifuge, Tinlake for real estate assets, you can literally keep your collateral on chain and use that to keep yielding, whilst you already own and capitalized into projects like we're talking about. So it's an exciting new world.
Not to mention the governance as well, right? I mean, we looked at establishing DAO structures to basically manage the entire kind of village communities on the business side, but also like on the day-to-day life side. I think if we try to build those sort of concepts into our models, it's a new direction. I think just today we were speaking about we're in the process of basically establishing Lisbon's kind of first crypto members club, and the idea is that we would like to be able to exit that real estate space into some sort of a community managed DAO. So those concepts are super relevant.
Yeah. This is actually, I think it's a very important. It's kind of like an invitation, because I feel like gathering the solar punks together and all the different levels of skills and create that community in Lisbon that can then connect all those different instruments and tools that we have access to like land projects, to research decentralized science. There was a talk today talking about that. How could we do research on the land, get more data on chain about the sensors, kind of like really capture the result of like the kind of intervention that Juan Pablo can do, but also see the financial flows and then kind of like create those financial assets. And now you can tokenize land. And then you can I met in ETH Prague, the PWN crew that they're doing peer-to-peer lending for NFTs, right? So you could like use that to leverage getting access to cash, to liquidity. So there's all kinds of like Lego bricks that we can pull together, but online collaboration is good, but I think meeting, and that's why every time I go to a conference, like I see Penguin around, I see lots of friends, because we like to get together. And I think having like some kind of like poll where you could literally see the effect of the kind of like work in terms of sustainable furniture and construction, in terms of like nature, and like just like planting, and even get live data into like how much water is maintained in where there was an interruption, like give you access to all of that, and have this fertile ground, this melting pot where people exchange and experiment. I think that's going to be the next phase, because really you can start seeing with this cold winter that is coming to all of us on the crypto market, which to me is always like a good cleaning. We go back to fundamentals. I see the next phase really a reconnection to let's have impact into the world. Let's build a solar punk hopeful future, and let's connect it to the land.
I had a quick question
Yeah.
about kind of culture and Portugal. Can you talk a little bit about how the native culture kind of supports the solar punk vision, and how you're kind of using the natural resources and the people to kind of build culture and help with crypto adoption
Yeah.
there?
I can start, give my perspective, and maybe others or can add to that.
Oh, yeah, we're almost out of time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. Openness, lack of ego about it. That's the support that I've seen. People are like, we don't like. It's not like we don't know what to do, but kind of like, we don't know what to do. Come and help us. If you have an idea, something that you can do, they are very open to the conversation, which is not the case in a lot of countries. Like in some other countries, you try to do things a little bit different. They're like, no, you can't do it. In Portugal, they're always like, let's talk, right? In the Camara, in the region that we are working on building this village, the president of the region, received us and even like pointed us to like other land where we could do regeneration. So I think they are very open and welcoming to people that want to do good things. At least that's been my perspective. But maybe Gonzalo, as a local, you can say what you think.
The environment is very positive here towards new ideas, new implementations. So municipalities are dying to have investment into sustainability, development, all of this. So it couldn't be any better.
And also just like historically, just understanding Portugal historically was a very wealthy country, but in more recent times it's come under some hardship, and what's really been left here in a way is just like all the natural beauty, and it's remained kind of untouched. And then the first generation of settlers that came here from abroad, they really came for a simple life, and they came for just like a good life that was taking advantage of what was here, and that was nature, and there wasn't much more than that. And I think that culture is still very much here. There is an underlying kind of alternative slash kind of hippie heritage in a way, and I think that kind of that shapes a lot of what we do.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, so much for your opinions and for sharing your time and the amazing work you're doing in Portugal. Speaking of personal and using people rather than tools, we have my amazing friend Grace talking about the DAO gaps and what DAO tech can't do. How's it going, Grace?
Great. That is the most amazing segue. When you see my second slide, it's just been amazing. Like none of that convincing will matter when you see my slide. So thanks, guys. It was completely unexpected. I didn't know that it was going to go this way. The
Excellent.
universe is with us.
Yeah, thanks so much for the amazing talk. And yeah, Grace, feel free to introduce yourselves, let people know a little bit about what you do, and then go into your presentation.
All right. So I've been working in this space. I've been interested in democracy, new forms of democracy, which is how I ended up here in the DAO space. And I've been in crypto for a couple of years, 2 years, maybe 4 years. I've written more than 100, and I don't know, I lost track, white papers. So I've worked with a lot of projects, and I've seen a lot of stuff. And so what I generally do, I'm going to try and share my screen now. And what I generally do, well, here we talk about democracy. I talk, good governance is no substitute for self-government. So what I usually do, my intention is to have people think and ask contrarian questions and put up stuff about the DAOs. And the thing is that this conference so far has been great. DAO Day was awesome, and the day about conflicts was awesome. And I think that most of what I've been saying about DAOs and why they don't work was covered with the Factory DAO talk. So anybody who wants to know what's missing in DAOs, please go to the Factory DAO talk. And that means that I'm ready to go into the next level of stuff that I think we really need to be looking at in the space. I was also really excited about these reputational certificates, hats, non-transferable NFTs. Really exciting movement towards looking at how we can have trusted rather than trustless systems. So a lot of the critiques that I've had over the last few years already happened. So, okay, what am I going to talk about? That's a bit of a disappointment to me. I had to come up with something else. So this is what I wanted to talk about, which is what we should be looking out for. And this chart is a segue from the last thing. So here are two charts. One of them on the left here is the Bitcoin to USD chart over the last year. They're both 1 year. And the other one is the ruble to USD chart. And what you're seeing here is the difference between financial capital and productive capital, which is what Nelson and those guys in Portugal were talking about. If you can eat it, it's real. If you can't, it's just financial speculation. There's a few points that I think we need to really think about in our industry looking at these charts. And one of them is, how have we created an industry that's something like 99% financial capital and almost no productive capital? Most of us are working on projects that are projects that help their own projects, or more tooling for crypto, or more tooling for DeFi. Now, if you're in the crypto markets and the crypto industry because you really love DeFi and you believe that we need a new financial system, this is fine for you. But if you're here for something else, like actually new forms of democracy, actually shared commons, regenerating the earth, you really have to think hard about what it is you're spending your time on. That's one thing to get from this chart. Another thing to think about when you're looking at this wonderful chart is, what am I doing at this moment with my crypto? Am I using it to pay my rent? Am I using it to pay for food? I'm really excited about projects like the Portal DAO and the Portugal project, which are saying, hey, we're actually going to create some production. Maybe we'll create some electricity. Maybe we'll create some food, and you won't have to cash out to fiat. As soon as we stop having to cash out to fiat, maybe we can move a little bit closer to the chart on the right. And, I'm not saying anything great about Russia, but it's really shocking that no matter what you do in the world, if you hold the food and the electricity or energy, it doesn't matter. So, when we start to move towards an industry where we're actually taking care of one another, that would be helpful. And then the other thing is, are you speculating with your crypto? I mean, buying at the dip is great, but did you sell when it was high and buy when it's low? And if you're doing that, you're contributing to the volatility of our market. It reminds me of when I was in software and somebody was like, oh, I've got this great site for bootlegging software. I've worked in the software industry all my life. I said, I don't bootleg software. If I bootleg software, then what kind of industry, like who's going to buy what I'm producing, right? And it's the same here. If we're speculating with our capital, if we're not using our capital for one another, if we're not buying and selling each other's services and goods in crypto, then who the heck is? So we really need to think about our own personal actions looking at these charts. And the other thing that you want to get at this moment in history is that we're at war. Like, we're really at war. And we're being attacked, as an industry by the big capital people. You could hear it at the Bitcoin conference in Miami, and they were talking smack about the financial industry. And it's no wonder we got smacked right back. So we're at war. You've got all kinds of financial wars going on between the US and Russia, between Bitcoin and the financial markets. Make no mistake about where we are in history. The ramparts have been breached. We are not at a point where the army is at the door anymore. We are really full on into a battle for our survival as an industry, for the survival of our freedoms and the commons. And so you want to put that context on what you're doing. And I'm proud to be part of this industry. I mean, it's moving. We are people who are resisting the trends. So that's the first thing to think about, what your DAOs haven't done for you yet. And if you're working for a DAO, are you using those tokens for something? So I'm going to pause a little because this is like a lot of things to think about. So that's part one. Part two, words matter. Rage quit, fork off, Moloch, raids, which is used in this industry, soul-bound tokens. And look at this design here, like the black design with the monkey and the NFT design, very dark, masculine, and confrontational type of visuals, confrontational type of words. And it really does matter. And I haven't spoken about this at all, even though my discipline is communications. Words make world. The first words in the Bible, whether you believe it's true or not, it's very well accepted book. It's one of the most popular books in the world and has some wisdom. And it starts off with how God makes the world. And he makes the world by saying, "Let there be light." Our words really do make our world. If we use this kind of terminology, we have to wonder who's going to be attracted to our industry. I listened to the women's panel yesterday, and great. But if this is the way we talk, if this is the images that we project, we are not going to draw people into this industry who are anything other than gamers and tech bros. If we're going to talk about soul-bound tokens, it's like demonstrating our spiritual bankruptcy as an industry. I won't use that term. And I've been working in reputation for a couple of years now. Reputation is one of the most important primitives there are. But we can't go around talking about soul-bound tokens. It's just bankrupt. And that's what really triggered me to to just speak out loud about this. We can't keep using these kinds of terminologies and think that we're building a better world. We have to really think about what we're building. So that's part two, something to think about. Part three. This one is called Seriously, What the Fuck? This slide. Snapshot is an off-chain voting platform. Really? Our DAOs are off-chain. And here's from the DAOist himself. Their DAOs actually doing their core voting with emojis on Discord channel. It's kind of terrifying, and they're legit devoted projects embracing a trade-off. Voting by Discord channel, voting off-chain because it's too expensive, having a multi-sig wallet that is signed by 3 people. We don't have DAOs. We just don't. It's not a DAO anymore. And when I was listening to Factory DAO, they're like, you should have at least 5 people on your multi-sig. You don't have a DAO. And you're not using trustless technology anymore. You're using so many proxies. And there's this other one. What is blockchain on AWS? Most of our servers probably are running on AWS. I don't have stats on that. When you think about how much just guessing in your head, how much of the Ethereum network is on AWS? So I think the thing to say here is we are not actually running on blockchain. Most of the industry is off-chain now. And so you have to ask yourself, where are we? And how are we going to solve some of these problems? And is blockchain even the answer? And I don't like to ask that question. It's a hard question. But if you're walking down the wrong path, there's no time, there's no like too early time to turn back and choose another path. And here's some of the questions we really need to ask ourselves. Will blockchain solve all of these problems? Identity, we're close, I'm critical of the soul-bound token thing, not just because it's a horrible terminology, but because we can't even do leaf-bound tokens. We don't even know if somebody's a person. Addressing, we're still running on DNS. Storage, we're still running on AWS. Proof of work, not sure that that's going to be a great sustainable thing, and proof of stake is showing a little bit of problematics. Permissioned wallet drops, the fact that you can drop NFTs into somebody's wallet or anything into somebody's wallet without their permission, that's a little bit problematic. Custodianship, wow, 2 years ago, I remember people were like, yeah, this year we're going to figure out custodianship. We haven't figured out custodianship. Usability, we haven't figured out usability or onboarding, and those are the technical side. The other side is centralization dynamics. We're in a centralized industry, both from the perspective of the miners, the power inside of the DAOs, and the concentration of money with more, because we're based, you can earn money on your money. This is a centralization dynamic where the people with more money get more money. Non-rivalrous dynamics. Most of blockchain is based on game theory, rivalrous game theory. So how are we going to overcome that when that's the basis, the mathematical basis for what we're doing? Energy, sustaining the community and the humans. We really haven't done a lot in terms of taking care of people. There have been a few people talking about this, but very few. I saw you guys had Richard Bartlett in, a few people who actually understand how to create community, but mostly people think that forking is, a good option. If you don't like it, leave. And that's not going to work long term. And finally, diversity. And it's not just about women and people of color, but it's mostly about people who can't, aren't like technocrats. So yeah, it's not an optimistic thing that I have to say about that. And I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to try and find the window in which I can see me, which I can't. Look, I'm black. Stop sharing. Ooh, that is not good.
Are you having some problems? Are you still there, Grace? Let's see. Hey, Grace, welcome back. See, I'm not able to hear you yet.
Oh, I have to unmute.
Yep, there we go.
You get to see any of my presentation?
Yes, we saw the presentation.
Oh, it was good.
Stop right now. Good. Yeah, it's very good.
Good. So, but I want to say something optimistic, right? And it might seem really disappointing to think that we're using the wrong technology, because I really am pessimistic about blockchain at this point. And I'm somewhat optimistic about holochain, but I don't like being a maximalist. Like, I do like thinking that some of us could come up with some other architectures, but it seems like the blockchain architecture is really lacking in many ways. And it doesn't seem to me we're going to solve these problems within this architecture. But one thing we've accomplished is that we're together. We're a group of pioneers, and we found each other. The fact that there was something called Bitcoin and blockchain brought people together that would never have come together. The pandemic brought us together because we had to see each other this way instead of in person. And I think we've got a tremendous, amazing core of people here who can do anything. And we we really need to consider, are we actually going in the right direction, or do we need to take a look about whether the fundamental underlying assumptions of the industry are going to take us the next steps along the way? And we've got each other, and that's not a bad accomplishment, for the amount of time that we've been together as an industry. Just knowing who we can trust and creating a trusted network rather than a trustless network, I think, is a tremendous accomplishment. So, like I said, I'm honored and just really moved to be part of the community. And that's what I have to say for now. And I'm sure Penguin will have some other things to ask me, or maybe there's some questions in the chat, or we'll see.
Sure. So yeah, one of the things that I wanted to talk about from what you said was proxy versus decentralization, and how we've kind of given up a lot of our sovereignty and agency to convenience, and we have a lot of kind of decentralized decision making, but the power is still not very decentralized. Can you talk a little bit about how to empower organizations to be more decentralized and rely less on any kind of one person to kind of build stronger and more anti-fragile organizations?
Well, it depends on what you want to do and what you call anti-fragile, right? But here's the thing: is that there's a gap between this like decentralization idea and not being dependent idea. Like you want people to be doing what they're really good at. And some people are really good leaders, and you want them to be the leaders. And some people are really good tech leaders, and some people are really good, whatever it is, organizational leaders, and you want to have them leading in a way that is appropriate for their capabilities. And you also want to pass things off when they should be passed off. So some people are really great at the startup stages. They're great at the idea stages and formulating how should the feature look and whatever, but they're not great at the execution. So they pass it off to the next leader. And so, and then that leader is good at the execution stage, but maybe they're not great at integrating and testing and doing all that detailed oriented stuff. And maybe they're not good at evangelizing it. And so being able to pass off leadership, taking turns in leadership in an appropriate way. And then the other thing that I think that we're starting to look at with things like source cred and some of these reputational badges is merit. Like who's really good at it, and not in a kind of a number of hours that you put in way, right? The actual accomplishments that you make. And so starting to understand those accomplishments. Source cred is a start of understanding who's good at coding, but it's not really good at understanding who is great at, at being a community coordinator. And how do you measure that? And it's something like the number of people who come in and actually get onboarded and actually do something. It's something like how many people leave, how many people rage quit. I don't think any of us, in anywhere I've seen in the industry, have ever started looking at who's leaving and let's try and get them back and let's find out why they left. I haven't heard anybody do that. And how can we call ourselves a community if we don't even care when someone leaves? So I think that starting to measure those things, if you're a community manager, how many people are leaving? What types of people are leaving? Is it all from some sort of, I actually have had somebody tell me that they know that their community organizer has a problem with certain demographics. And I was like, I can't believe you said that out loud and you haven't fired the person.
Yeah. I think one of the things we've talked about it a little bit. I asked a few different people about offboarding and like how you deal with conflict resolution. I think you're talking about kind of the next step that goes even beyond that is like offboarding metrics. It's like, okay, so now you've dealt with conflict. There's always going to be some. It's like, are there any trends that are arising because people are people, and being able to kind of observe behavior that you wouldn't otherwise see is important.
Yeah, and conflicts happen because you didn't pay attention, right? conflicts happen because somebody said something and I kind of like had a bad feeling, but I didn't say anything. And then they did it again, and I kind of had it. And then, like, after a few times, I stopped participating as much in the forum. And you could have seen that in the stats, right? But we aren't using, I mean, Discord isn't good for that. It doesn't give you that kind of handle on, is somebody's, you know, are we seeing some people participate less? Are we seeing some threads, you know, going up and down? Are we, you know, like, we want to know that. And we want to, and you can also see there, like, we all have some of those people in our organization that we know piss people off, and they can destroy the entire organization, and you can see it, but nobody wants to step up, right? And that's one of the problems with decentralization too. How do you deal with that? You know, the person who is willing to deliver the bad news and talk straight is the person who gets thrown out of the company fastest. You'll notice that I am a freelancer.
I think we've also talked about that as well, dissenting opinion and the power of that. And so when I was studying for law school, you know, one of the important things that they always have you study is the dissenting opinion of a case, because a lot of times that's where you find out kind of how people are actually feeling. A lot of the what people wish they could do, but the law isn't as strong in that favor. And you know, as we discussed, DAOs are kind of like a little country. It's more politics and governance, and you know, actually close to laws, right? The dissenting opinion of votes that have impact on the future of the organization. It's important to record the dissenting opinions and actually seek them out rather than kind of propose groupthink.
Yeah. And also, one of the problems with DAOs, and I mean, I've talked about that a lot, is there's no effort to reach consensus. It's like somebody proposes something, it's yes or no, and you talk about the, you know, as much as we talk about it, there's something like, you know, we've deferred to this finding people who agree, you know, finding people who fit in. And if you defer to finding people who fit in, your organization starts to be super homogenous if you're lucky. More likely, people just leave and it disintegrates. Trying to find solutions that everybody can agree to and nobody wants to veto, even if they don't love them, is better than voting in a majority vote. But we don't have any mechanisms for that today.
Can we talk a little bit about one of the things you also said about DAOs don't necessarily mean crypto, right? Personal connections don't necessarily mean crypto, and like always having the idea of challenging things. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of like challenging things and you know, even our solutions of and use of crypto sometimes?
Challenging things and our use of crypto sometimes. I may have challenged our use of crypto. Yeah, I mean, challenging things is, you know, I'm good at that. And it's really valuable. And everyone knows it's valuable. And it's very interesting, right? You kind of want me to come to your company, your organization, like every 6 months for like 90 minutes, but not more than that. And you want a contrarian in your organization, and you want to be able to find, you know, figure out what's the value of that, right? What is the value of that? What is the value of bringing people in from the outside to give you a different perspective? And how often do you need to do that? And do you need to have that person in every meeting? Some places really in corporate, you know, large enterprises, they know they want that person in every meeting. And they have somebody like that, and they encourage it because it's important. You don't think without that. So, you know, I don't think we do a very good job of understanding what we've been talking about and how much we've been, you know, like, what are the opinions, like word clouds, or, you know, some way of saying, you know, these are the people, like Polis does this really well, right? You know, the Polis system, where you can say, oh, you know, these statements, and then you can put these clouds of different opinions and have an idea of how your people are breaking up in terms of where the opinion on any given thing is. And I think that's important to understand. And I do think there are tools for it, right? NLP and things like that, but we aren't utilizing that. And feeling you're part of the discussion is really important, right? Like, I don't expect people to agree with me because I know who I am. But I do expect them to be like, okay, well, we considered that, and this is how we're considering mitigating it.
I think the other big takeaway is that no matter how many tools that you use, DAO tools, voting tools, tokens, if you can't communicate effectively or resolve conflict, then you're going to kind of fail at the decision level and at the community level, where everything then kind of falls apart.
Yeah. I want to say something about this thing, resolve conflict, again, because you had a whole series on that, and you keep using the word resolve conflict, but it's not just resolving conflict. Like, resolving conflict happens after you didn't do something. And what you didn't do is understand one another's perspectives, accepting multiple perspectives, seeing the different consequences of what you're doing. So communication is really about listening to other perspectives. And if you're a master at that, then conflict resolution doesn't come up very often. It still comes up, but it doesn't come up as often. And I think as an industry, we've been really focused on this conflict resolution because of the poor communication skills. And I could tell you, as somebody, I wrote a book on this, 3 years ago, right? And a lot of people have said to me, I've read your book, it's great. But nobody's ever said to me, I did the exercise in your book, and this is what I got out of it. It's not a book to read. And, how many people have contracted my services? Maybe 2 a year. And I've had people who are coaches and, people like Richard Bartlett, and, he's doing really great. But there, other people in the industry have come to me and said, I want to open up this, service like you're doing. How's it going? None of them have succeeded. So we have crap communication skills and almost zero tolerance or desire to bring in professionals to fix it. And, sad for me because, I got to make a living writing white papers. But really, it's a shame because a lot of worthy projects fall apart, and communication skills are the basis.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that and appreciate all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I know that we've personally had some discussions, and I appreciate your insight. It's definitely a challenge working in DAOs sometimes, and I think making the best out of the situation and learning to work with people and learning to adapt to situations and basically meet people in the middle, understand why they're acting the way that they act, and how to move forward rather than focusing on the past and blame. So,
well, I think you actually have done some of my exercise in my book, so I think that was an unfair accusation. You may have done some of those.
Well, that's one of the things about makers, right? It's like we're really good at doing things, and we'll hop into things. We're looking for the knowledge, and we're hungry to get better and be better people. But communicating it is the really hard part. And so even if you do the exercise, being able to seek you out and being, hey, I did your exercise, or applying it in a way that even applying it, it's even more important is that you didn't just go through the motions, that you adapted them and move forward, and then help teach them to other people so that the positive ethics and positive alignment gets carried forward.
And one of the things that I noticed that you do kind of naturally before and like, I don't know if, I don't want to take any credit for that, but you do naturally, and I think the organization you belong to does a lot, is acknowledgement. And if I had to give people one tip, it would be acknowledgement. There's no shortage of things you can acknowledge people for something. And, I know people in your organization that goes around a lot. People are constantly saying, oh, this person did a good job of this, and this person did a good job of that. And just making people feel noticed is a tremendously easy exercise anyone can do.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's also important that it's not shallow either. A lot of the gratitude that we show is honest gratitude, and it comes from deep connections, and not and having purpose to what we do. So the purpose kind of unites us, and then the progress that we make together gives us gratitude, even if it's from other people. So we actually have Jory talking about ethics coming up next. So I think it's, as we're talking about interpersonal issues, the ability to distinguish where the line is and establish boundaries is critical to make sure that we help avoid conflict in the first place. Thank you so much, Grace, for
Thanks, guys.
the chat.
You're
Wonderful
doing a
talking to
great
you.
job, Penguin. It's been wonderful listening to you over the last 3 days, and I'm really honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Ciao. Bye.
Ciao. Hey, Jory, how's it going?
Hi, very well. What about you?
Doing very well, thank you. Can you please introduce yourself, let people know a little bit more about your project, and then feel free to hop into your presentation.
Hi, so this is Hori, co-founder of Ethic Hub, which is and I like to call it more like an ecosystem for smallholder farmers in developing economies. Our mission is to help them improve the living standard. And how we do that? First, we started with lending. So you can lend these smallholder farmers DeSci and earn 8%, super secure, because there is a compensation system made of our token, the ethics. So if you are more kind of Regen crypto guy, you buy ethics and stake on behalf of the farmers, so they have collateral, so more risk averse people lend them that money for 8% yield, which used to be like super low risk, but now that all the super high yielding solutions are failing, seems to be that it's not that bad idea to bet on real world sustainable yields. Our yields nowadays, I think, are super competitive even in crypto. And moreover that, we also help them afterwards sell their crops. So you can buy our farmers' coffee. You have tried, if you are attending some crypto events, I'm pretty sure you have tried Ethic Hub coffee because we normally sponsor crypto events with coffee. And if you didn't, in Barcelona, there will be our coffee also. And finally, we are working on tokenizing their carbon credits, so they have a new revenue stream together with Regen Network, DeClimate, and some other guys in the Regen refi space. And basically, this is what we do. We are a DeFi protocol much before DeFi was a concept. No, we started in June 2018. We were in Mainnet, Ethereum. Then we moved to Gnosis Chain in 2019, 20, I don't remember. And now we are moving to Celo, because in Celo is where all this refi movement is growing, as the community more about this purpose-driven DeFi. And basically that's it. What do you want me more to tell, Penguin?
No, I think that's a great intro. Thank you very much. Do you have any slides or presentation?
Sure. Let me. Sorry, it's charging.
I'm not seeing the screen yet.
Yeah, it's charging. Sorry for that.
Yeah, no worries.
So how long do you want me to do the presentation?
So you have 23 minutes remaining.
Perfect. That's a long time. We can talk so many things in that time. So I will start with the why behind Ethic Hub, no? And it's basically because what is the biggest opportunity for crypto? Rethinking the financial system, right? So what is the biggest problem with the traditional financial system? That it left excluded almost a quarter of the world population, which most of them are smallholder farmers in developing economies, the so-called unbanked, that in the case of smallholder farmers, they are trapped in a poverty cycle despite having a profitable activity, which is very, very hard, no? Because you normally think on poor people, of these homeless in the cities, no? But these people have work very hard. They have a plot of land and they have a profitable activity, but they are trapped in this poverty cycle because they cannot access affordable capital to invest into improving their productivity and in order to access better markets, etc. No? And why they remain in banked? Basically because they don't have data to provide a credit scoring. So most of the crypto solutions that are working on non-collateralized loans don't work for them because they rely on data. And also their plot of land is not like something they can give as a collateral to anyone in the world want that collateral. So all this tokenization of real estate doesn't work also for them. So we had to invent something we call crowd collateral, which basically means you buy our token ethics and stake on their behalf in the crypto platform, in the DApp. So other people can lend them money for this 8% yield, right? We have intermediated more than 2 million in microloans with less than 1% default, which was 100% compensated. And how we do this? We have basically 4 stakeholders. The low risk, low return, providing stable coins for loans to the loan originators who were on board by the auditors who provide the due diligence and also stake ethics on behalf of these loan originators. And finally, we have ethics stakers who also fulfill the vault of collateral of the loan originator required for the lenders to lend to the loan originators. So basically, there is two pool system. The lending pool made of stable coins, where loan originator can access the liquidity when they have collateral, and the compensation system, which is a staking pool where you buy ethics and stake on their behalf. And if there is a default or whatever other reason, there is not enough DAI to cover for the lender's fixed yield, 8%, and some ethics are sold to pay for the difference. Same way that if everything works properly, 4% of each loan goes to buy back ethics from the market and further capitalize the compensation system. So creating a sustainable demand for the ethics. So at the end, the goal is to create this incentive loop, which we consider the key for our project. No? That is that a trustworthy platform attract investors. The more lending, the more demand for the ethics. The more demand for the ethics, the more value in the compensation system. So more trustworthy is the platform, so more people is willing to lend. And basically, this is how we designed the tokenomics of the ethics. Is like very original ones because 50% of it was directly allocated to the compensation system, because at the end the main goal of ethics is to create collateral for the farmers. And 25% is like inflation, no? Like DAO control ethics to incentivize behaviors. For now, this is being used to incentivize people to buy ethics and stake in the compensation system. And this will be delivered to the market during 16 years. After 16 years, we consider we should have arrived to us our maximum market share, and we should be able to survive thanks on fees, no, the system itself. And I think with this, it's more or less clear how Ethic Hub works. And this is original thing because we have an equity company behind Ethic Hub, which is a very difficult thing to manage. But if done properly, I think this is very valuable to have an equity company behind a DAO. Because, for example, when you want the Inter-American Bank for Development as our first institutional investor to lend to the farmers, they won't buy DAI and lend out in a smart contract. What they do is lend to this equity company, and we lend out again to the lending protocol. So we provide value to the ethics DAO by bringing in capital to the DAO, to the lending protocol. We are also acting as a first auditor in the system, and we are also, as I was saying at the beginning, selling their farmers coffee for now. In the future, other crops, always agroforestry crops. And I wanted to show the web page in real time so you understand better. So this is ethics.ethichub.com. And if you come here, you can see the ethics price on real time, the circulating supply, etc. You can buy bonds. This is trust minimized bonds because basically you want to invest 100 DAI for 3 months. This is 6% APY, and is 5 ethics per DAI collateralized. So if your bond is not paid on time with capital plus interest, you get the ethics automatically. This is an NFT, and in the future will be will have some liquidity in NFT lending platforms. And I think this is that kind of new DeFi primitive, these tokenized yield bonds. Trust minimized because they are collateralized. And this is the ethics part of it. So you can stake ethics on behalf of a specific loan originator. So you have higher yield because you are taking higher risk, or you have and this is long-term staked, at least 12 months. And here is the regular ethics staking. This is just a unlock period of 10 days, a cooldown. And this is when providing liquidity in Uniswap to the ethics Ether pair, you get 62% yield right now, plus the fees for sure in the Uniswap pool. And you can see in real time what is the total value lock stake in the compensation system plus the outstanding debt of all loans pending of return given to the farmers. So today we are 7 times, almost 10 times collateralized. And this is the lowest, because for sure the crypto market also took down the ethics, because at the end the price is mainly created on Uniswap against Ether. So when Ether falls down, also takes down some half of it to the ethics. And this is mainly Ethic Hub, which is hard to fully understand because there's a lot of things involving in Ethic Hub. Now, I wanted just to end up with like pitching about this refi movement, no, that is being created. If you are not all of you very aware of that, this is regenerative finance, which is basically leveraging on crypto and DeFi to solve the most important problems in the world, starting with climate crisis, but also social problems like we are solving. And this is starting to have some traction, and I think this is the key, that not only crypto can survive crypto winter, but even grow during crypto winter, because if you are lending out to the real world, there is always need for capital in the real world. And it's also the way that regulators and institutions alike are supportive with crypto, because they see problems being solved with this technology, and not like until now that it was just creating protocols about creating more complex financial derivatives, which is super cool, but at the end are not as far as they don't provide value to the real world. It's not a sustainable growth. It was only about more people coming in because of the yields, and when the yields at some point decrease because people stop liking to have more and more leverage, it's like a castle made of sand that collapses, unless if we have a real demand for DeFi, that we can build in the real world.
I had a quick question about farmers and the typical kind of loan size. Obviously, if we talk about first world countries, things are very expensive. People can spend $10,000 on a month on rent and food and stuff like that. But what's kind of the typical loan size that you're looking at for some of these farmers, and what kind of rates do they get that's supporting them for these local efforts?
So we at the beginning we were working directly with the farmers, but it was not very scalable. So we joined them together in Mexico in a cooperative, and now we are looking for more cooperatives or traders working with farmers, or fertilizer distributors selling fertilizer to the farmers, so they want credit to sell on credit, be able to sell more on credit to them. And so the loan size to these aggregators are not that small. It's 5K, 10K, 20K. But at the end, the loan for the specific farmer is an average of $1,000 up to $4,000 per year. And for the loan originator, the cost is like 16% and going down year after year up to 10%, something like that. You have to consider that in developing economies, the access to capital is super expensive. This is one of the biggest problems of the traditional financial system, this misallocation of capital worldwide, that in developing economies, capital is abundant and cheap, and in developing economies is scarce and expensive. So our farmers are used to pay 5 to 10% monthly interest rates. So over 100% yields, interest rates are what they are used to. So our solution is like a huge increase, improve from what they have today.
That's great. Yeah, I think one of the things that isn't very well kind of understood is when we talk about the ability to do what we want, and everything costs money. You know, even the choice of opinion costs money, and to make kind of impact, we can do things, but even like giving up your parking spot for a community garden has got time and impact and the cost of making a garden. But I think making it more affordable to people that otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity and to build the connections. It sounds like that's another one of the huge opportunities that you provide, is that one farmer might not have the power to have the purchasing power to get enough grain or something at a discounted rate. But by joining a collective and by getting access to these tools, collectively, they're able to do a lot more, even for the individual members. Has that kind of spun organically, or have you guys had to help get farmers together for these collectives?
At the end, they are like local groups of 10, 20, 50 people in one community. And some many communities around an area form a cooperative, which have a base in a local city, in the local city. So it's logistically possible to work with all of them more or less at the same time. Does it make sense for you?
Yeah. And how long have you been into DeFi? I know that you said that you were actually like you guys were DeFi before DeFi was DeFi. How long have you been into technology and crypto?
So, which is funny, I am not that OG. No, I am from 2000. In 2016, I decided I wanted to start something, and I did an innovation degree with that, where I met blockchain technology, and I fell in love with that. And I say, okay, I want to leverage on this to change the world for better. But our co-founder Diego was trying to build lending on Bitcoin in 2012 for his master. So I think he was maybe the earliest in the world trying to do DeFi.
Awesome. That's so cool. You know, I think having this global idea and sharing this information with everyone is so important. I always try and make sure that we have different language supports for all the sites that I build. Can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges about being in a very technical space without having some of the language supports that with everything being in English, is there a great deal of support for Spanish resources?
So the main challenges for me, it's more about this. We are trying to blend together crypto and impact, and it was like oil and water. It was very hard to blend together these two things. And in 2000, at the beginning, it was like, okay, the crypto is about doing 100x, and people didn't want to hear much about this impact. Yes, in theory, but not in practical terms. And in the impact space, which is our ecosystem, they basically don't trust crypto at all. This is the most conservative people in the world, and they consider this to be a scammy thing and everything. So it was very hard to work in this intersection, but I think it's like a huge opportunity. And now finally, this is like starting to happen with this refi movement, with what I was speaking before. And I think that's the most important challenge for we all. That is to understand that technology is just technology, is neutral thing. You can use technology for good and for bad. No, I always say internet was used to build a child pornography webpage and also to build Wikipedia. No, so it's not that technology is good or bad itself, but how we use it to change the world. And in crypto we were very like not aware of this, no, and we were like building these financial derivatives with little sense, instead of trying to understand what were the problems in the real world and how to leverage on this for the real world problems. And I think that's the biggest challenge of all, that we on board, we commit in a purpose-driven way to leverage this to change the world for better.
Well, thank you so much, Jorge. Can you please remind people of where they can continue this conversation and where to best reach you and the community?
So basically, the easiest is our webpage, no, ethichub.com. We are very active on Telegram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, even a bit of Instagram. So basically, you can connect with us almost everywhere. We now have a Discord channel also, which is just starting, so you can come by there. And Ethic Hub DAO is yet not operational. This is like our main goal for this year. So you are people who like what we are doing, you are invited to join our Discord and help us with building this DAO, and you set the terms for it, because it will be like the starting point for the DAO.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much. So we have our next speaker up, Regis. Hey, Regis, how you doing?
Thank you for inviting. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Thank you. I can't hear you, Regis.
Sorry, I was muted there.
No worries. I hear you now. How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Wouldn't be a MetaFest and us talking about conflict resolution without having the grand gravitas.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to sort of build off what he was saying actually just a few minutes ago. I mean, a lot of what we're working on in Token Engineering Commons and then Gravity DAO is kind of spinning up off of Token Engineering Commons. It's about practical toolkits for, sort of solving that problem that he was saying about oil and water. Do you know what I mean? So it's actually it's super cool to catch the tail end of that, because it really makes a lot of sense. And Omega Group in particular is in Token Engineering Commons is doing a lot of work with ethics and so on. So it'd be nice to connect with him afterwards. So I did look that up real quick before he left. So thanks
Great.
for that.
Yeah, please, feel free to introduce yourself and hop into your presentation.
Okay, so let me just share my screen here. So hopefully you can see that. So, so this is so I run a yoga studio here in Nanaimo, BC. This is kind of what it looks like. This is the building I'm sitting in right now. It's kind of a work of art disguised as a building. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of a lot of things. So I do a lot of different stuff. And but I think mostly we're here to talk about the gravity DAO and I'd like to just kind of add sort of some layers of complexity and nuance to what Wonka was saying in his presentation and yeah, I think it's really an important thing to be able to include the human element, right? So this is actually a huge part of what we're doing here, and in terms of like what we do for DAOs, it's not just the human element in terms of the creation of a culture of trust and everything, but what is that the point of that? Like, what does it actually do? And I can tell you just from looking at the cases that we've had so far and the DAOs that we participated in, you can actually tell that there is definitely an impact to the token value if the culture of security and trust doesn't exist. So a lot of times what will happen is a DAO will be like, hey, we have this amazing group of people and we create all this tech and we do all these different things, but then once they've actually been successful, there'll be a culture of, okay, so let's take stock of all of this and see what's going on and say, okay, you know what? I feel like, all these people helped us build it, but Bob, I hate Bob. And my God, the last thing in the world I'm going to do is word Bob. So like, it just sets this bomb off in the middle of the whole DAO and creates all this conflict because they just weren't prepared for it. And so our sort of value proposition is that we want to do both sides of the picture. Conflict resolution is really like a failure to engender trust and create human connectedness and all these things. And it's a basic premise that I have, of the gravity DAO. The way that I typically talk about it is that we'll spend an awful lot of time in the technical DAO space talking about Python and Solidity and all these different technical things. We'll model heck out of things and program and architect all these different things like you do in the T Academy and other places. And in the financial DAO space, exactly like John would say, we would spend all kinds of, time, energy, and effort doing tokenomics and creating NFTs and fundraising and creating all this different stuff so that we can have a sustainable economy. But the thing that we often don't do is deal with the even more complex landscape. I mean, as if the DAO space isn't already complicated enough with the technical and the financial side of the picture, but there are just so few places you can go for a toolbox of things that can help create a sustainable, resilient community that's filled with trust. And a lot of people actually find their way into the token engineering commons and attracted specifically to the gravity DAO because of the underlying culture and the space that kind of creates. And so our basic premise is to try to give you a toolbox for resolving, ritualizing, and transforming conflicts. And then the flip side of that is that we should also be able to parachute into your DAO and be able to tell, where things have gone wrong and why is it that, trust hasn't been created here, and here, and here's some tools, for that. Everything from nonviolent communication to really formal legal procedures and like, alternate dispute resolution and other stuff. But the fact is that if you look at, like Ostrom's principles, for example, for governing the commons, I think the most important thing to do is really care about the commons as an overall thing. And that really roots you in a kind of a unshakable thing that then a bunch of things kind of grow out of that. So, and there are some methodologies for doing that. I kind of made this graphic because I I participate a lot in these really beautiful communities, but then I paid for a course once that was run by somebody that had beautiful curation and all of these things, um, and then I recognized that the person was just a terrible moderator. So they didn't. So I had sort of taken for granted how beautiful all of the moderation was in all of the communities, including Metagame, by the way, was. And so I kind of created this document to sort of hold down these three basic principles. You know, we can create a lot of different things, so we end up with kind of a library of things that's the curated material, and then but we need really strong, moderators who can hold the input from a lot of different people and the thing that we're, our intention or the thing that we're trying to do. And Token Engineering Commons is all about token engineering, and the Gravity DAO, it'll be all about, psychology, human connectedness, trauma informed things, liberating structures, things like that. So it's kind of a cyclical process, and hopefully, you'll kind of, eventually end up with kind of a living wisdom, process from that. And so, questions up to now? Anything comes to mind? Okay.
No questions.
So, in addition to all of that, we're actually actively training people in this role of gravitons, which is to say, to make them aware of the complexity of all of this stuff and how it works, and to look at their own psychology, and then, then be able to extend this same kind of, awareness and presence and ability to hold space and moderate, the DAOs as they are, and the input from the different people, emotional or otherwise, into so we're not just saying we have like 10 people can come in and fix your conflict or whatever. It's really about producing more and more and more people who understand why this is important for themselves and for their participation in the social groups they're participating in, i.e. DAOs. And it's kind of rooted in the stuff we were talking about at the beginning with Omega's ethics and other stuff, because that has to be the foundation of everything. So yeah, so and that's why when it comes down to it, the skill of a graviton is about these basic things, right? Like I was saying before: compassion, mindfulness, situational awareness, broad thinking, to be able to contextualize. Because the fact is that the previous economic system that we have all been living in before the crypto world is highly extractive, highly abusive, highly asymmetric, all of these things. So you have to be able to see all that stuff from the top, so that you can grasp how to, and it's very decontextualizing. Like, if you look at people participating in the current financial system, they're just woefully ignorant of the nature of the financial system. I was talking to my mom yesterday, and I told her about how the banking system works. She's like, I didn't know that. She's like 80 years old and has never heard that in a million years. So, are you kidding? It's just incredible how much work we have to do culturally to kind of accompany the sort of the financial movement that's going on in the crypto world, and you really can't do one without the other. And we'll get to that in a little bit. But my basic premise is that there are really only two ways to think. There's a divided way of thinking, and there's a unified way of thinking. And this goes back to my training in yoga and non-dual philosophy. But the basic idea is that almost all of our culture is exclusively divided thinking in its approach to things. So we're constantly looking at how do we, divide this up? Even if you look at the financial system, it's just like an ever expanding group of middlemen who are just sort of leeching off of the hidden wall of ignorance that most of these financial participants I was speaking about before, are dealing with. And even just basic financial literacy can often, make you wealthy because so many people don't know what's behind the curtain, like in the Wizard of Oz. So my idea is to try to, having gone through all this formal training, is to try to bring some, understanding of the sort of right-brained, unified thinking that I think we all want. And I think, I imagine that everybody in a DAO is coming into a DAO because they want a more unified experience, a more connected experience, a more human experience. But everything they've been taught is on this sort of left brain divided thinking modality, and so often their habits will carry them away from the reason why they showed up to the thing in the first place. And this is not new to DAOs. I mean, DAOs are all very similar to intentional communities. They're just digital intentional communities, right? So this is not new at all. They've had intentional communities that have gone on for you know hundreds of years before Christ. So yeah, so this is all actually, I borrowed a couple of slides from my decolonization work, which is like a 60-page PowerPoint presentation on the specifics of how to undo a lot of the problematic thinking that's involved and the fallacies involved in how to deal with what do you do with the divided brain, and how do you deprogram yourself from that stuff. So similarly, we have this social forms, situation, and that's very much the same. So what I'm basically doing is I'm likening the individual experience you're having of your, divided mind, and showing how that actually rolls up into our social forms, right? And then, so this is the basic sort of underlying premise of all the work I do. And then we finally get to the monetary systems that I talk about, right? Where how is it that, and this is just this is all down to culture. So this is why I'm talking about culture fundamentally, and what gravity is supposed to help with is to try to deal with the fact that you've been in an extractive, exploitative, abusive system for a long time, and then you're going to have feelings about that. So you need, and there's going to be habits that don't serve you, and habits that don't serve the people that you're talking to, and there's going to be this kind of negotiation and as a part of the deprogramming and decolonizing of it. Because look, crypto is not a magic bullet. There's no, there's no like Jesus financial system. That just doesn't exist. You have to change inside, and then, then roll that into a sort of a slightly larger culture like a DAO, which then carries that unified approach forward into, generating a kind of positive feedback loop where we're all thinking in more unified, ways and everything. So this is the 4 principles of the Gravity DAO. This actually maps really nicely onto the 4-quadrant thing that you saw with Wonka earlier. That kind of summarizes all of this. And you should see this as basically a circle, right? You have to say with principle A that all of this is the it's complex. It's extremely large. It's very, very complicated. So given all the three things I've already talked about, the financial, the technical, and the human, all of these things put together makes it extremely complex. So we at the Gravity DAO, in order to be able to help people, bring people together, is we have to be able to, really consider it from the top layer of this. And I know this seems very complicated, but the way that sort of thing resolves right away is in the commons, and it's a kind of an ethical commons, right? Just like what John was talking about earlier. I believe his name was John. And then what do you do when you encounter difficulties and other things? You have to be able to parse out whether this is somebody needs to have help with trauma or psychology. You might need to see that the way you're holding meetings, like with liberating structures, might be actually producing the opposite thing from what you want in your DAO, just through sheer repetition, right? So if you just change those and tweak those slightly, my friend Jeremy Akers is amazing at this. So I put liberating structures in here. And then, of course, when it comes down to it, you need nonviolent communication. Rule Omega is kind of a rebel wisdom concept where you need to be able to, make space for and hold space for signal inside of whatever noise might be going on. And that, so, and then at the end, the whole idea is that you hopefully then can transform conflict into, and finally understand and learn some lesson and end up with an emergent principle that you can make sense of, which then folds into a better understanding of the systems and complexity and development of, your DAO and yourself. So, gravitons each need to be able to kind of hold space with this. And some people might be better at one or another. And I will point out, by the way, also, is that what this is basically a map of a lot of different models that can be used to directly help, right? This is not intended to be a model in and of itself. It's just kind of a map of the various models that we use inside of the Gravity DAO to try to help bring this about, and we can move in any direction that we need to that's appropriate for the DAOs that we're engaged with, or for the individuals that we're engaged with. And so we're now I think we just finished or we're going through our third Graviton training now. So the idea is that we would constantly train people in how all these different models work and in the broader vision like I've just outlined. And this kind of talks about some of the specifics of the different models that are inside Principle A. I won't go into all of these, but we use a number of these that might be familiar to some people: Cynefin, spiral dynamics, integral theory, deliberately developmental organizations. Principle B is all about Ostrom's principles, which are beautifully, I would recommend you read her book, Nobel Prize winning economist. It solves the prisoner's dilemma and the tragedy of the commons just with these 8 things. But here's the thing that I've noticed about people when they enter into a commons, and a little bit like the oil and water thing that the previous speaker was talking about, is a lot of times what people do is they'll just think they can come out of this exclusive asymmetric system and just jump right into a DAO, like they didn't need to go through any of these other steps. And what I think, myself, the best example that I've seen of this is Token Engineering Commons. But even within that group, there is a, not everybody who started that group knew all of the things that were going to come out of it. So you really have to, go back and take a look at, do people even know how to take agency or take responsibility, or, and how do you monitor those people, and how do you, train them in a cultural way so that it ends up serving not only the community, but the individuals involved. So it's not just a matter of, can somebody exploit our DAO? It's more like, how do we create it so that the moment there are any kinds of problems, both with, somebody trying to exploit us, but also somebody who's not, feeling okay about their participation in the DAO, we can understand and know what's going on. And you'll see that ethics and consent are in there. You'll see that agency and autonomy is in there. It's just that the previous system we've come from hasn't taught us anything about that, nor has our educational system, frankly. So, how do you create boundaries versus, like a protective use of force? Do you know the difference between a protective use of force and violence, right? A lot of people don't know that because they've grown up under this perpetual kind of system. So I don't think you can just skip right over, this step 2. And I often find that people are just missing a lot of the parts of what it takes to actually be truly decentralized. And there's an awful lot of information in here that has a deep thing. But I also think it's true that that if you look at the way Satoshi's technology is set up, you could tell that whoever it is that created this had a deep practical philosophy. And all I'm trying to do with this and explain in sort of some detail in a short time is to be like, here's just an overview of some of what I've observed is practical philosophy, right? But it's also true that it takes incredible humility. Think about the fact that still no one knows who Satoshi is, and that this is a person who created a world-changing, technological advancement, and they've never come out and said it was me, So I think that I think that's a mandate for all of us. I think the personage of whoever this Satoshi is, or this group of people, whatever it is, has all 3 of these things as a kind of a prototype for all of the participants in the DAO space. The practical philosophy, technology, and humility all combined are required to make this whole thing really work. It's not just about the tech or the finance. And so, but it's also true that there is a place beyond, the DAO. So what if now we do everything I've just said, and everyone is in a DAO, and we've all deprogrammed and decolonized ourselves, and we're all trauma informed and compassionate, and we all know about, ethics and what consent is. What do we do at that point then? See? And then, for me, it's the next step would be then to get into this deliberately developmental organization in the kind of meta modern way, which is to not only have this robust system that we can maintain, and we often prioritize the system over almost everything else, but also to have the proportion of the care, the psychological care, and the care for the system all kind of equally proportioned. And so individuals within that system can meet their own goals while still meeting the goals that are required by the larger commons and the systems that support both of those things. And Gravity DAO, we're currently, we were a finalist in the Commons Prize. We're currently in phase 1 of the 3-phase thing about, pulling ourselves up and out of the token engineering commons. I'm designing the website for Gravity DAO. I have links to all of that. We've created a psychology working group, and yeah, we're currently engaged in creating the tool sets that I'm talking about. And doing a whole bunch of other things, and trying to add some human aspects to some of the DAO to DAO systems that I think Sean Anderson and Jeff Emmett are creating together. So that is a lot in a short period of time. I'm sorry that I had to talk so fast, but gee whiz.
Well, yeah, thanks so much, Regis. That was an amazing amount of information. Miss Anth had a question, and it has to do with about the Gravity DAO's kind of outlets and purposes. And he asks about is the DAO focused on education and teaching people about moderation, or is it about researching different models and kind of exploring and self growth within the group?
Well, the fact is that as we've assembled gravitons and done a number of trainings during this, right, we've had more and more people showing up and be really interested who have certain kinds of specialties. Like right now, Bianca is, she's a person getting her degree in psychology. So we're like, hey, let's create a, you know what I'm saying? And so we're just like, yes to that, right? So all of this modeling and stuff is really just kind of my high level view on my thing is that I'm just like a consumer of mental models and tools, right? So I'm showing this through from the 100,000 foot view, right? All of that still allows for people inside of the Gravity DAO to create different modalities by which people can resolve that. So if that's having a psychology focus, that means I can deal with individuals who are stressed out and burn out and all of this kind of thing. If it's DAOs themselves who have structural problems that make it so that their daily meeting activities essentially lead them in a direction that they don't want. So our thing is that we want to be able to help people resolve conflict and create trust, and we will by any means necessary right? So that's our whole thing. It's all about trust creation, and it's all about conflict management and transforming conflict by those two processes. So a huge influence on us was one of the 8 principles of Eleanor Ostrom's thing, which is low cost conflict resolution, right? What's the lowest cost conflict resolution, right? It's trust creation, right? So if you have a giant pile of trust between all of the participants, and you guys have a lot of that actually in metagame, which is awesome. The fact is you're just going to have less conflicts, right? If there's more understanding, there's more shared language, there's more connectivity, and there's more personal. Like I feel all the time when I see you that I have a beautiful personal connection with you just because you're so amazing at that. So that's automatically going to gender now metagame in my mind to be, more positively, seen. So I guess what I'm saying is, as long as it's about trust creation or resolving and transforming conflict, or even ritualizing conflict, that's our primary mandate, and we are welcoming anybody who has beautiful ideas about how to go about doing that.
Well, thank you. I think another really important topic that you mentioned that's worth mentioning for conflict resolution and just effective communication is nonviolent communication.
That's right.
And making sure that what we say is what we mean, so that the person hears what we mean rather than what we said.
Yeah, and it's also true that what I was saying before about the previous system that creates an extractive, abusive economic system is also going to fail to teach you how to parse, let's say, a feeling from a need, right? They'll typically, connect moralistic judgments with a feeling, right? You'll mistake a feeling, a thinking thing or a judgment or the fact that you might be guessing what somebody else is doing to you instead of just speaking directly from yourself. And so we just mixed all of this up, and we have not taught anyone in our whole culture how to deal with this at all, right? And so people come into the DAO space completely without any of these skills, and so it's not reasonable to expect that everyone's going to be able to suddenly work all of that out just because they showed up magically in a DAO. Do you know what I mean? You have to put that inside of the culture and reinforce it and educate it. So education is pretty much all there is, really, but you have to fight the fire before you can teach somebody how to not set themselves on fire. Right? So
that's the truth.
So yeah.
Well,
So
thank
any
you
other
so
questions?
much.
Oh, I know it's kind of time, isn't it? So
yeah, we're at the
Awesome.
top. So please remind people how they can follow up with you to continue any conversation, and where they can find Gravity DAO.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel free to email me directly at durgadas@mac.com, durgadas at mac.com. Pretty soon, there's just a placeholder page for gravitydao.org right now, but soon it'll be a full-blown website. And you can join Token Engineering Commons Discord and show up in the Gravity channel. At some point, we'll have our own messaging platform, but that's I think phase 2. So yeah, I mean we're really open to all of this, and but we just have the coolest people over at the Gravity and Token Engineering Commons. So I hope you guys just stop by and kind of feel the warmth of that culture. I really enjoyed being there for the last year and a half.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank
I know
you.
I personally have really had a lot of insight from our time together, because I've intentionally given myself more consideration and more self-care.
Great.
We talk a lot about kind of resiliency and making time for ourselves and making care for ourselves, and
Yeah.
so definitely.
I'm so glad.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna sign off for the day on behalf of myself and Metagame. My name is Penguin. We've had Unipuff and Miss Ant backstage. Pete, Tommy, we're talking to people, getting them lined up. Thank you to everyone that watched online, helped out. Thank you to Bogey so much for helping stream and making sure that we're online and looking good. So thank you, everyone, and we'll be back tomorrow with another great day. Tomorrow we are talking all about Regen a little bit more. We're gonna talk with Kevin Owaki tomorrow. Just Bullock is gonna talk about kickstarting a revolution, and it looks like we got DAOs and an anarchy syndicalism. So definitely some hot topics tomorrow. So come back, and we'll see you then. This is Penguin. Sign off.